Two. Hello, everyone, and welcome back
Hello,
to
guys.
welcome back, everyone, and hello to the second day of the Virtual Developers Conference. I'm here today with my co-host Aditya, and it's a pleasure to be ready and full of energy for lots of interesting sessions. Aditya, how are you? How was your impression of yesterday?
Hello, Jackie. So yesterday did pretty well since it was our first virtual DevCon experience. It had a little bit of technical issues, but hopefully everything is fine now and we're going to run smoothly.
Yeah, we looked into a couple of changes overnight, so it was pretty tempting and stressing, but I think we sorted it out for today.
Yeah.
What were you? Did you have any major takeaways from one or two sessions yesterday?
Yeah, actually, the podcast ones were really interesting. I listened to Ish talking a bit about the big tech giants. Then we had the first session in Batcave with Vincent Chateau about Agile and how MCB is going with applying Agile methodologies to the company.
Mm-hmm.
Well, these are some that I found interesting. How about you?
Well, I mean, I was kind of stuck in the Batcave. Well, for me, it was super interesting to listen to Ben Roberts from Liquid Telecom explaining the actual infrastructure across Africa about bits and pieces and how the routing of internet connectivities is actually happening at the moment. And I really enjoyed the future outlook, maybe in 2-3 years, that we're going to have an improved connectivity, reduced latency from Mauritius to the rest of the world. So I was pretty excited about that.
Yeah.
All right.
Really good.
Then let's dig into our first presentations. We have Sandeep Ramgulam and Kushal Sumari, both from Team LSL Digital in the line. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Hello, guys.
Hi guys. I'm from Team Ringgit, not LSL Digital anymore.
Oh yeah, sorry Sandeep. Sorry, yes,
That's cool.
You changed recently. Oh my word, I was really still on that. My bad.
It happens.
Hey Sandeep, you are in the pink cloud. What happened?
Yeah. So apologies to everyone for my webcam. I had an urgent need of a webcam, and I just bought the one that was available. And it turns out it heats a lot and it turns pink. Nothing much I can do about it. I need to get a new one.
All right. Last time you made some tricks with the mobile, but I guess this might actually cause a little bit too much lag, or what is it?
Yeah, sometimes it just stops working because it's over Wi-Fi, so it's not reliable. But it's better quality than this one, for sure.
Well, I can see from the chat that Chitesh is saying life is pink, la vie en rose, so
yes, absolutely.
keep the mood light.
That's true. Kushal, tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm still at LSL Digital. I was working with Sandeep, and now he's gone. And I'm hopefully taking his place soon, like a senior front-end developer. And yeah.
All right. That's great. Aditya, what is it that we can expect now in the first slot?
So both of these guys are front-end experts, and they're really passionate about Vue. In fact, I think both of them went to the Vue.js conference in Amsterdam, and I think it was the Czech Republic the first time for Sandeep, and they have really good experience of how Vue.js works. And right now there's the next big release of Vue 3, and they are going to talk about what Vue 3 brings, what new things it brings, and the new GUIs that there are, and things like that. So I think we'll leave the floor to them to elaborate more.
Exactly. That sounds great. So please, the audience, place your questions in the live chat. We're going to pick them up, we monitor them, and we're going to have then a Q&A session at the end of the presentation with more details about what just happened. And with that, I'll leave it to the presentation. Enjoy.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Developers Conference 2020. This is a presentation by Kushal and myself. We will be talking a bit about web accessibility, front-end ecosystem, and at the end I will give you a glimpse of the new and upcoming Vue 3.0. So here's an overview of this session. So Kushal will start with accessibility. He will go through the Vuetify 2.0 new stuff. You will discover GUI/JS. He will speak a bit about websites being carbon neutral and how it affects climate change. And at the end, I will talk about Vue 3.0. So to get started, I will throw this over to Kushal. Kushal, over to you.
So hello guys, my name is Kushal. I'm a software engineer at LSL Digital. So I will talk mainly about my experience from Vue.js Amsterdam 2020 that just happened in February, just before the lockdown. My main talk will be based on accessibility and a bit on Vuetify, the upgrades, and the most important is front-end ecosystem. And Sandeep will continue with Vuetify 3.0. So we'll start. What is accessibility? So for people who don't know exactly about accessibility in front end, it is so when website, application, and technologies or tools are badly designed, they can create barriers that exclude people from using the web. So we should ensure that there is no barriers that prevent the interaction with or access to. So it includes people with physical disabilities, situational disabilities, and also socio-economic restriction. So if you see this image, we have like for people who can't see properly, we have a hearing problem, learning disability. All these include in the accessibility. Okay, so accessibility is essential for developers and organizations that want to create high quality website and web tools, and mainly not to exclude the people from using the web. So after some research behind this have been broken down into 4 major aspects. That is first, perceivable. You can see here that is something about the content, the way we should see stuff. And we have here operable. We can see keyboard, like we should be able to navigate over the website easily. We have understandable, how to understand the website, and we have also robust, how things should be done. Okay, so we will proceed with perceivable first. So what perceivable means? It is information and user interface components must be presentable to users in a way they can perceive. Okay. For example, we have meaningful content of a meaningful order of content. So like headings, lists, the tables, and input fields are marked up properly. We should have an order in our web page. So we have also don't use only color to convey information. So we have maybe somewhere a brief description of the non-text content. We have, for example, audio descriptions and caption for audio, and some video we should have sign language and interpretation. Sorry, and most important for contrast, we should have sufficient contrast. For example, we should be able to differentiate between background and the text. So for example, if you are using a light background, the text should be dark to differentiate between the background and the text code. So this is all for perceivable. We will move to operable. Operable means the user interface components and the navigation must be operable. Okay. Here we can talk about keyboard focus, web browsers, and labels. So many people does not use mouse and rely on keyboard to interact with the web. This requires keyboard access to all functionalities, including form controls, input, and other user component. So if you're talking about web browsers, we should provide the keyboard support and label for user elements. For example, the form, we should have a label to know which field to input. So this is all for operable. Thirdly, we have understandable. This states that content and the operation of the user must be understandable. So such content includes identifying the primary language of a web page, for example. So providing definition of any unusual words or sentence. So for example, we have here data is checked for errors, or the navigation menu style and positioning should be consistent. Like for example, if we are moving from the home page to the about page, the navigation style should not change, or people will tend to lose in the web page. So data is checked for errors and the user is given an opportunity to correct them. For example, if you're using a form or something like that, there should be errors for validation and allow people to correct them, and some colors to differentiate between the place where it has errors and stuff. And lastly, we have robust. Robust refers specifically to web content that is compatible with a variety of user agents. What user agent means? We have browsers, assistive technologies, and other means of web content. So, for example, we should ensure that some of the validation tools is properly interpreted. We have also for WAI to provide, for example, name, role, and value for non-standard user components. And we have also navigation, banner, or search. This is one of the most important part of accessibility, because it does not only include disabled people, but mostly normal people using the web. So I think that it's for web accessibility. We will move on Vuetify 2 and upgrade. So for people who don't know what Vuetify is or has never used it, it is a UI library built with Vue under the guide of Google Material Specification. So the goal is to provide the user with everything that is needed to build a rich and engaging web application using the Material Design Specification. So in terms of browsers, it supports Chrome, Firefox, Edge, and Safari 10+. So I think also Internet Explorer 11 and Safari 9 with polyfill, but does not support Internet Explorer 9 or 10, I think. So like we said, the goals is to simplify your development process. That is, Vuetify has been built with Vue, and also it enables users to build feature-rich web application. So we will proceed to some update and changes on Vuetify. Let's go to the website and take a look about the updates. So if you have never used Vuetify, you can say get started. And here we will see some pre-made layout already built for you. You can easily start to build something. So we have some browser support here. We have the customization. You see here it's accessibility. It's one of the key aspects here. So here we have some variables, and the most important is the UI components. You have alerts, application. You see here it's new. This has been made with a new upgrades, that is Beautify 2 Plus. We have the props, slots, events, how to use components easily. And here we have all the update. You can see here, very easy to use. So if you have never tried, guys, give it a try and you give me feedback. So I won't spend too much time on this. I'll let you on your own to investigate. Okay, let's proceed to graphical user interface for JavaScript. So this, I have learned this from Guillaume at Vue.js Amsterdam. I haven't fully tested this so long, but I will elaborate a bit on this. So what is exactly GUI.js? It is for project manager, packages, and plugins to manage your project easily. So here you can see how the UI look like. You have here the packages. You can install the package here. You get everything in the Vue CLI. So everything is global. Integrate your favorite tools. Here is all the features. We have GUI.js integrates with an expanding user tools. We can manage scripts. We can extend our GUI with plugins, keyboard. So we have the link to download the GUI.js. So I will let you to, I won't have enough time to investigate more on this. So you have the link here. Here you can take a look when you have time. That is GUI.js.dev. If you have any problem or any more question, you can ask me on Twitter. So let's move to climate change. So about climate change, it is one of the most important things for front-end ecosystem nowadays. So let's start by saying, how dirty is your website? So I will give you a link to test your website. Some people doesn't know what is front-end ecosystem exactly means. So how this will work from data end. So let's start like from data entries to transmission networks and devices. We hold in our hand. Wait. Yes, we hold in our hands everything along the digital chain consume energy. So if we are talking about finding a solution about the transmission networks and device, so we should know what exactly what it is using all that energy. So we have a website to test how your website impacting the planet, estimating your web page. This is to estimate your web page carbon footprint. So the internet consumes a lot of electricity. That is exact, to be precise here. So let's give the DevCon website a try. This is a link. That is MSCC conference price. So let's take this, put in the web URL to calculate. So how this carbon calculator works. First, you enter the URL and it will calculate the estimate of CO2 emissions and also give tips on how it could be reduced. So here we got it, carbon result for conference.mscc.mu. So this website is dirtier than 86% of a web page tested. So we got the how this works. Firstly, it takes 5 key pieces of data into account when calculating a website CO2 emissions. So firstly, the data transferred over the wire when a web page is loaded. This is the first step this website will do. So secondly, energy intensity of web data. Thirdly, the energy source used by the data center. Fourth, the carbon intensity of electricity. And 5, the website traffic. So it will group the 5 key pieces of data when calculating a website CO2 emission. So here we have calculated the CO2 emission for conference.mscc.mu. So here we see how dirty is the website. So here we can see 2.98 grams of CO2 is produced every day when someone visits the website. This website appeared to be running on sustainable energy. So here we got everything that could be improved for this website to be eco-friendly. The same way has 2.39 summer water has much as CO2 as boiling water. So 17 trees. This web page emits the amount of carbon that 17 trees absorb in a year. You can get. So I recommend you guys give your website a try on this link. You will get everything to improve your website. So let's continue. So about climate change, we just say some key aspects. If you test your website on this link given previously, you can see how dirty is your website. So you should make your website more green, make page smaller, and mostly make your code more efficient, especially if you're backend. Make the code enough clear to read, to understand. So to conclude, I would say greener website is going to foster website. So that's all for me, guys. And now Sandeep will proceed with Vue 3.0.
Thanks, Kushal. I really like the part about websites being carbon neutral. I think I should check my own website to see what impact on the environment it has. So up next, I'm going to talk about Vue 3.0, the new and upcoming version of Vue. Right now it's in beta version and it's going to be released soon. I guess we don't have a release date yet. So a bit about myself. I'm Sandeep and I work at Ringgit, South Africa. I've been using Vue since 3 or 4 years. I also organize and run the front-end coders meetup along with Cedric, and we try to have meetups every month. We've had 2, I think 3 online meetups so far since the pandemic hit. So probably the next one is going to be an in-person meetup, so look out for that. So let's jump into the talk. So today I'm just going to give an overview of the really cool features that Vue 3.0 brings, and the most obvious one is the composition API. But obviously we don't just want to use a feature because it exists. We want to know what issues it can help with and what things that were previously done and can now be done better with the composition API. And so let's move on to that. So the composition API is a new optional API, so you don't have to use it. You can still use Vue 3 without knowing the composition API, and but there are some use cases, as you will see, that can really help you and then help make your code base more maintainable and more like enjoyable to work with. So let's take a look at a traditional Vue 2 component. Let me get my pointer. Yeah, so this would be your usual color picker component. So assume that this is a single file component, and when it renders, you have this nice color picker where you can click to copy, you can have a visual of the hex code, and you can have a preview of the color. So the idea is that if you would click on that, you would be able to pick your color. So usually for this kind of component, or any kind of component really, the code would start by looking like this. So you would have a data section and a method section. So here you would hold your values, and here you would hold your functions. Basically, that's how basically every Vue single file component works. So you're already familiar with that. So so this is not yet the composition API. We are still at the Vue 2 level. So now say you want to add some more functionality to this color picker, like the clipboard that we discussed. So now we will add some data values here to hold what's being copied, and we will hold the functions for copying to the clipboard here in the methods. So so you can already see that we have a feature with displaying colors which exists in two places, here and here, and we have the clipboard features which exist here and here. So we have an issue that we generally ignore in Vue 2, which is that we have our features split across the file. So let's go to the next one. So if we would have more features to be added, like a converter to HSL or to RGBA, we would introduce even more like more features but split across the same file. So what happens is that this can get messy quite quickly, and very quickly we will have very long files, and it's hard to follow. In, for example, I'm sure you've met a data object like this, and there's so many things in there, and you don't know what thing is used for what, and only the one who wrote the component would maybe be able to figure it out, but it's not obvious. So it makes code bases less maintainable to split features like that. So this was an issue identified by the Vue core team, and the composition API is an attempt to fix that. So here's a very simple overview of what we want to achieve. So this, if you look at the colored bars, so the green one would be everything related to color picker values, the blue one everything related to clipboard values, and so on. You get the idea. So what if we could do something like this? So what if we could group everything that's related to the color picker values in one place, and so on, so that when you look at a piece of code, you're looking at one feature, and you're looking at the entire implementation of that one feature. So all of its data attributes, all of its methods, all of its lifecycle hooks, they're all in one place. So that's the idea of the composition API. And what it looks like in terms of code is a bit like this. So it is enabled by the setup function. So the setup function, like illustrated here, here is very simple. So this is a new function that will live in the Vue single file component, and here you can, as you can see, you can split your feature in different functions, and then you can just compose the component by feature. So for example, this use picker will have its own lifecycle methods, and will have its own data attributes and its own methods. And you can imagine that this could live in a separate file, and this could live in a separate file. You import it and you just use it in the component. So you get the idea of how this is becoming actually composable, hence the name Composition API. So I can see a lot of use for this, and I hope that I can migrate some of my projects to Vue free very soon, so that I can enjoy using this very cool new developer experience. So that was a bit about Composition API. So the next thing that I'm going to talk about is very briefly is reactivity without caveats. So I'm sure that you've used the Vue and sometimes with Vuex, and then you have to set the values for in the store somewhere, and because the values are deeply nested, you have to use Vue.set. Because when you mutate an array or an object, sometimes the reactivity doesn't work because the changes are not translated back to the reactive engine, let's say. So you are forced to use Vue.set to resolve this issue. In Vue.free, the way the whole reactivity thing works has been changed from the ground up. So now you don't need to use Vue.set. You can just set the value directly, even if it's in a deep state. It will just change and it will still be reactive. That was one of the main features in Svelte that was very attractive, and we can now have this in Vue. So that's a very big thing that you don't have to worry about anymore, and it's just really nice as a developer to not having to think about these things and have it just work. So that was about it for the Vue free nice upcoming features. So there are more features that I would encourage you to read about, and these would be listed right here. So there's Vite. I've made a presentation previously. So I made a presentation previously about Vite, and in the front-end coders meetup, and I've been using it myself in development, not in any production website yet. So what it is it's a way to run your front-end projects, not necessarily only Vue. There have been experiments where you can run React with it. So it gets rid of Webpack, and it's really very fast because there's no bundling process involved. It uses a native ESM loader that is available in browsers now. So your browser loads the files it needs when it needs them. So for example, if you have very big Vue projects, you might remember that when you start them, there's a long progress bar that goes on. It's trying to go through a bunch of files, compile them, and after 30 seconds or so, you get to your localhost 8080 where you can view your project. With Vite, there's none of that. You just start it and it's running instantly. And as and when you are interacting with the application in the browser, this is when it loads the files that it needs. So it's really fast. And if you have projects like with thousands of components, this is a very dramatic change, because if your project would take a minute to start, it now takes it starts instantly regardless of the number of components that it has. So this is it's a big advantage if you have a less powerful machine, which would increase exponentially the amount of time it needs to boot your project. So with it, it would just boot instantly. So the next one is Teleport. Teleport is a very nice feature that exists already in other frameworks, and we do have a plugin called Vue Portals that does the same thing, but Vue free is bringing it into the framework itself, so without any other plugins. And what it does is it allows you to basically render markup somewhere else in the application. So you can think of a modal or a notification pop-up where all of the logic would be in one place, and you can render the view, the model itself in another location. So you would have a target and you could render it there. We can already do this with like event listeners and Vuex stores that listen to global events, but Teleport is a much nicer way, and all of your logic and your features basically stay in one place, which is very nice. Suspense is another one of those features that I'm very excited about. It's basically a loading state for a component that has an async method. So if your component is loading something, you usually have to implement your own loader and then your own error handling, and then you have to show a little loader, and then after that you would display your component when the data is ready. So you can just wrap these async components in a suspense template, and just like that you get a free loader, and you can basically wait for nested async components, which is very, very nice. So I would encourage you to read on this, and please contact me on Twitter or give a shout out to Kushal, and we will happily respond to your queries. Yeah, thank you for watching. Please don't forget to give your feedback. Let me hide my camera. Yeah, please don't forget to give your feedback. These are our Twitter handles, and thanks to Kushal for doing this talk with me, and I hope you learned something new. Back to the conference. Enjoy.
All right. That was a very impressive demonstration about Vue.js, and I've seen there had been quite a number of questions and interest in the live chat. Aditya, what do you have for us?
So let me shoot you with the first questions. And this one is for both of you guys from one of my friends, Jevin, aka Webslinger. So he wants to learn about various JavaScript frameworks, but according to you guys, what would you say was your biggest influence for using Vue.js, and why would you recommend it over other JavaScript frameworks?
We get this question a lot, so we even call it the framework battle. So I usually have two arguments for Vue. One is that it's backed by a community, not by a big corporation, so not Facebook or Google. It's actually an independent community. So that's one of the reasons. And the other one is that I think Vue has the best developer experience. Since you are a developer and you will be working with this tool for quite some time, since you chose it, you want to pick the one that offers you, the developer, the best experience. On the user side, I think they are all really good and they do the best they can. But if you are a developer and you want to pick a tool, you want to pick the one that makes your life easier. So that's why we choose Vue.
As for you, Kushal, what would you say was your influence? You went for Vue.js instead of other frameworks.
I have started with Vue.js. Normally, I have a try Angular and other like React. The Vue.js to do all my job, all my application. It's fun. Like for 3 years, I'm using Vue. For me, it's like it's quite easy to use. Its learning curve is very quick. Like you can learn Vue in 2 weeks or 3 weeks. And I see one question: how is the best tool to learn Vue.js? I think Vue School, because I have learned Vue from Vue School. So yeah.
Okay, thank you. And
Aditya, one nice thing about Vue School is that since we are from Mauritius, and it takes into account our location, and it offers a PPP pricing for Mauritius. So every Mauritian gets 62% discount on Vue School. So that's quite nice.
And yeah, I think January and February, we have 1 month free. You will need to check. Sometimes we get 1 month free to learn from UEV school.
That sounds cool.
So the next question is from Percy, and it's for you, Sandeep. So how does the composition API of Vue3 works with map state, map actions, and map getters of Vuex?
So does it work seamlessly? The answer is yes and no. So Vuex has a new version, Vuex 4, which works seamlessly with Vue3. But the old Vuex obviously won't work because it's not made for that. So yes, it does work seamlessly. You just import your actions as you would, and you can just start using it. It's a very nice experience.
Okay, thank you. And the next question is still from Percy. Do we still have does it still have computed methods, data, and so on in the composition API?
Yes. So methods and computed and data, they all exist. They have a slightly different syntax, a simpler syntax, I would say. They almost resemble like simple JavaScript when you look at them. So that's quite nice actually. So it resembles less Vue but more JavaScript, like native JavaScript, but it has all the reactivity features that you would expect from Vue. So it's best of both worlds.
That sounds pretty good.
Thank you for answering those questions. And I think that we have reached an end. Let me give the floor to you, Joki, to close the session.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty impressed with Vue.js as well. The current conference website, the previous conference website, the next conference website for 21, they are based on Sandeep's work and the team. It's all based on Vue.js. So if you are interested, you can have a look on the GitHub repository of the MSCC, and yeah, check it out. What these wizards have put together. And you see the results itself. I mean, it's pretty impressive. And also for me, that is not really on a daily basis into front end. It's actually pretty easy to get into Vue.js and make a few changes, make a few adaptations. So it's pretty easy to learn actually. And yeah, even in the past, based on the pandemic, I saw that actually also Vue Mastery had a few promotions so that you get super easy and free of charge access to excellent learning material. Guys, would you like to add anything on your side?
Go for it, Kushal.
I would say if you have any more questions, you can follow us on Twitter, or we have our personal website. You can get it on the conference website. We have our links there.
Just put them in the chat. Put your Twitter handles in the chat. I mean, that might be the easiest, that everybody has the direct access to it. And
we can't paste links in the chat.
Yeah,
I tried.
I'm not saying link. I said handle.
Yeah. Doing that now. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you so much for the presentation on Vue.js accessibility. And enjoy the rest of the day and the other sessions. And see you soon during one of the community meetings. Thanks, guys.
See you guys. Good luck for the day.
Bye.
Bye.
Ciao.
All right, Aditya, what was the takeaway for you from this session?
Well, the takeaway was Vue just makes front-end life easy. At least for me, I've used it a bit. I've used it a bit for making my charts and all in data science projects.
Okay.
Now with Vue3, things are a lot more easier. Instead of using plugins, it's just baked inside the framework itself.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds pretty easy. Well, as I mentioned, I mean, it's really interesting to see about how you get a complete website, also in regards to area standards, in accessibility. So there are lots of features that make it pretty simple in Vue.js to get this kind of richness into your web applications. And I have to say, yeah, I mean, I like it. I really love it. It's also that, we have for tomorrow, we have a nice announcement coming up because also we have a new website for the MSCC coming up, which is actually based on Vue.js as well. So what should I say? At the moment, it seems to be really like a fantastic choice to go for. And yeah, I'm happy with what I've seen. I can work with it easily. So it's not such a steep entry like you would say with compared to Angular, because with Angular it's really like, okay, you need to get the hang on, the general understanding, and so therefore, yeah, I mean, it's pretty cool. All right. The audience, we are at the end of the first session. Bear with us. We're going to be back after a short break, and enjoy the show.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched a data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence to define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
2. Hi there, everybody on the internet. We are back with another presentation, with another session on the second day of the Virtual Developers Conference. Aditya, how's it going for you?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. In fact, we have an interesting host now. Interesting guest. He's Kendall from Uniciti, and he's a CEO there. We are going to have, in fact, you're going to have an interview kind of session with him, with question and answers will be thrown. Let's just tune in to this and see how the session goes.
Yes, indeed. So without further ado, let's give a big hand and welcome to Kendall Tank. He calls himself the Geek CEO, and he is responsible for Uniciti as well as Teamonite, which is one of our partners for the conference and other kind of community activities. Welcome, Kendall. How are you doing today?
Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to join this virtual DevCon today.
Yes, it's great to have you. Kendall, did you tune in already into the sessions yesterday?
Yes, I've viewed a few sessions. Very interesting, very geeky.
All right, I guess this is just matching your own personal passion and interest then. I mean, the Geek CEO, how did it come to this unusual title?
No, I've always been passionate about the technical side of things, and at a very young age, I think I started with an Apple II Plus.
Same like me.
Yeah, my father bought it for the office, and at that time, of course, we started playing games on that. And then I had my personal Apple IIc, and then I went to Apple II GS. And after the 2GS, then I moved to the IBM PC. I think the first computer I had was AT286.
Oh, yes.
16 megahertz.
the famous AT.
Yeah. And then I think I stayed with the IBM PC for maybe 12 or 13 years. And then I switched back to Apple again after it went back to Intel processors. So I didn't know the Power PC and all these processors.
Okay. All right. Are you sure the right field? I mean, with this geekiness and interest for technology, I mean, you are in textile. How does this match?
I've studied textile. I wanted to be an electrical engineer. In fact, my real passion was IT. I wanted to study
fantastic
information technology, computer science. But then I thought about, okay, maybe it's a bit too specialized. I would like to have more options, and so I moved to the field of electrical engineering. But I also had I took some optional courses on IT. So in fact, IT is my real passion.
Awesome. So are you involved into the software? I mean, Uniciti, Teamonite, I mean, I'm sure you have quite a number of applications running. I've seen the Teamonite website is online. During this pandemic period, I saw that you are actually, it seems to offer a kind of a shop in the box turnkey solution. Are you involved in these projects, like in the decision making, in the architecture, or even software development part, or is it totally apart from you?
At the beginning, I was really personally involved in all those projects. I remember I started the database team, the ERP team, together with a few members, 3 or 4 members, and then we were working day and night. And I think at that point, every night I was dreaming about databases and all those things. And then the next day I would come back, and then together with the team we would progress. That was about more than 10 years ago. And it was really very interesting. I like this kind of challenges. And then of course there's much more than that in the company. So now I still have these teams reporting to me, but of course I'm less involved technically. I don't write code. We have about a dozen of people working on IT in our company, maybe even more than that, between all the infrastructure. We have divided the team into three. We have the digital team who does all the online part, the web part. And then we have the ERP part, we do all the databases. And then we are all the server network infrastructure side, system administration. So IT is very important for us. And that's why we partner with DevCon, because we're also constantly looking for talents or people who can help us transform our activity. And there's a lot to do. Still a lot to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
A bit like LSL, who also has an internal team, and we also have quite a big internal team.
Exactly.
Okay. I mean, pretty impressive. I mean, going from being really involved, doing day and night shifts, which as a software developer we are not supposed to do, but it happens. I mean, this sounds pretty cool, and actually, yeah, it I can relate to that easily even as a full-time professional software developer. These are the times when you have your deadlines, you really put your head down in the keyboards, maybe even getting some marks because of the keys when you sleep on the keyboard or stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, how is the what was your observation during the last, let's say, 4 or 5 months, or let's say from the beginning of the year now with the health and situation, the pandemic situation here in Mauritius? How was it for you as an actual classic textile industry?
Yeah, we were, like all other businesses, quite impacted because we, as a manufacturing company, we need people to be there to produce. So
yes.
we had to stop for 2.5 months. So this is a loss of revenue, but fortunately, we managed to minimize the impact by helping the country to manufacture masks. In fact, we were asked by the government to help in this situation. I think during the pandemic, we were one of the biggest manufacturers on the island, and we supplied more than 1 million masks to the people.
Awesome.
In Mauritius. Cool. And like I said, you saw we launched a website quickly, because at the beginning we were only supplying those essential services, the policemen, the supermarket that were open, and all the people who really needed, the NGOs who were working. And then at some point you say, then the population also needs it. How do we get our masks to them? So the idea was to open a website quickly. And the team managed to do that in only a few days, 3 or 4 days. We had the idea, we launched it, and then in 3 or 4 days, we're already online. I think we met on the first day, and on Sunday, it was online already.
That sounds really impressive.
Really incredible to work on this. And it's also to have a lot of things that have the in-house capability to develop things, because and we see that the fact that we have everything in-house, we manufacture our own fabric, we do our own chemical treatment, so we are able to react very fast to this situation. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay, awesome.
Aditya, do you had a question coming up?
Yeah. So for the pandemic and all, I'm sure that there was also logistics involved in that. So at the company, do you have automated this logistics system, or do you still do the traditional way where someone takes a decision for logistics and all?
You're talking about the logistic sending it to the customer when we get an order online, or you mean internal logistics in the company?
No, for the customers.
For the customers, yeah. Yes, it was a challenge at the beginning. Most of the time we were asking the customers to come and fetch the goods because we didn't have enough drivers with the pass to travel on the island. And then at some point we asked for because once we launched our website, and then we applied for island-wide pass for our drivers, and then they started deliver on the whole island. So that solved the problem of deliveries. We were delivering, in fact, and we have a strict procedure for that. Our drivers was not touching everything, and everything. They pick up a carton, they deliver it. They would, in fact, put it in front of the door of a customer, and then phone the customer, and the customer come out, they take it, and we didn't require a signature.
Sure, I mean, contactless, exactly. I mean, that was clearly one of the challenges, especially then at the beginning. Nobody really knew about what was going on. I have also to say that the expression or the term social distancing is, to my opinion, kind of wrong intended, because I mean, what we are doing now, this is socializing, and this is like social distance. Like, if I don't speak to you for a week, that would be social distancing. But the real aspect is that you need to have physical distancing and not social distancing, because I mean, but yeah, I guess it was a period of chaos, and it's very good and interesting to hear that actually you, as the head of the company, that you manage with your teams to turn this around. And actually, it seems that you managed to seize quite some opportunities out of that. Because tell us a little bit about the situation with your shop platform that Teamonite is actually running on. Because as far as I understand, is that you helped other businesses here in Mauritius as well to get their online channel active and enabled in order that they can, run their business better.
Yeah, maybe let me sum up. I have 3 roles in this country. First of all, I'm the CEO of the Uniciti, which is a manufacturing company. So we employ about 2,000 people in Mauritius. So, and we manufacture for retailers like Adidas, Puma, ASOS. We manufactured for Zalando, for Woolworths in South Africa. So a lot of big brands. And then 2 years ago, we started also Teamonite, which is a B2C project where we said, okay, now that the connectivity in terms of possibility to promote our products virtually or through the web is very okay. You can be in Mauritius, but people don't even know that we are in Mauritius. You can have a website there everywhere in the world. People can access that information. And then we are seeing also that the logistics side, there's a shift between, with the global business. At some point, it was what was developing was the possibility to move container loads, big ships of goods from one country, from one port to the other. But with I think that the recent change in logistics, it's the capability to really move one parcel from door to door. And as the volume increases, the cost of that moving a packet from one point to point A to point B is going down. And we think that it's the right time to start our B2C project, so that not only do we add value in terms of manufacturing. In manufacturing, basically, you're just transforming raw material into a finished product, and that's the value addition you can do. But when you bring it to the final customer, there's much more you can add. You can add customer service, marketing, branding, logistics service. And this is, in fact, this part has higher value than the manufacturing part. And definitely, when we're doing this part, we're in competition with the developed countries, the very high income countries. And relative to them, we are much more competitive on that. So, and I think in Mauritius, what's interesting is that the younger generation are developing skills for that. There's a lot of people who are on web specialists. They are SEO. They are videographers. They are on social media. So I think this trend is changing, and we are seizing this opportunity to start something in the B2C business. Teamonite is only for the local market for the time being, but we have plans to launch something for the international market. So we are currently working on that. So hopefully we'll announce this soon. And in fact, I also have a third role in Mauritius. I'm also the chairman of the EEMO, which is the Energy Efficiency Management Office. So, so I'm a chairman of that committee, reporting to the Ministry of Energy. And we have the responsibility to improve energy efficiency in Mauritius. So all aspects, be it domestic, commercial, industrial, transport, everything. Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yes, Aditya.
So I would like to ask just a small question and regarding following on that. Using better energy or efficiently using energy. So in that role, do you also advise other companies and also apply those the advice to alternates also?
Yeah, first of all, we are, as a company, we are very open. So a lot of companies contact us to exchange experience, discuss on matters, on energy efficiency matters. But the role of the EMO is really to promote energy efficiency practice. So a lot of companies track EMO. EMO also do a lot of sensitization campaign to starting from the students, from the younger generation. So regularly, every year, we organize competition on the energy efficiency theme, sensitizing students as from primary level.
That's cool.
Yeah, actually, I'm also interested in this energy efficiency situation, because if I recall correctly, and if my French is not too bad, maybe I'm mistaken, but Artinitz was one of the first companies that also went forward with photovoltaic. I mean, harvesting energy by solar panels, or did I mix up something here?
Yeah, in fact, the reporters got it wrong. We invested in 2007 in solar water heaters. You know, in textile processes, we use a lot of hot water to garment, to rinse cloth, etc. So, so we say to ourselves, why do we need to heat that water out of fossil fuel? Let's do it through the solar that we are getting a lot in Pointe Sapu, where we are.
Yes.
So we invested in a system to heat up the water from solar energy, and it was really at that time the first company to do this at a large scale.
All right.
Innovated on quite a lot of things in terms of product. Also, we were, I think, back in the 80s, we were the first one to manufacture T-shirts on the island. In fact, my father, when he came to Mauritius in 1970. It was the first textile export-oriented company. In fact, it was incorporated 4 to 5 months, in fact, before the enactment of the EPZ. The EPZ is the export processing zone. And in fact, he trusted the government because they were doing a promotion. They say, okay, Mauritius will soon be launching an EPZ sector. Would you be interested to come? And then at that time he was in Hong Kong, and then he came to Mauritius by himself. He knew nobody, no family, no friends here in Mauritius. And then after looking at the situation, he said, okay, the island is very nice. Let's come here. Let's start something. And then he incorporated the company, in fact, before the EPZ sector was officially launched. So he trusted the government at the time and launched. So we are really the first textile company in Mauritius.
That sounds awesome. I mean, this shows, I get the impression that this geekiness factor seems to run through the family bloodlines here. So, having this kind of explorer, adventure kind of mindset and going forward with unconventional approaches and solutions. I mean, that sounds really good. I mean, impressive. Yes, indeed.
In fact, my father also started a lot of things. So in 1984, he went to France. In fact, when the French textile sector was going down, he went there and bought a textile company there. I suppose you know Bernard Arnault, who is the richest guy in Europe currently, who is the boss of LVMH, Louis Vuitton, Moet & Cie. So Group. At that time, I think it was in 1982 or 83, he bought a company, a textile company called Boussac Saint Frère, and this company, in fact, has only one brand that interested him. It was Christian Dior. So he bought that company, and then he sold everything. He sold all the textile companies that were in it, all the other business. There was Conforama, which today is a very big furniture shop in France, retailer in France. But he really kept only Christian Dior. And then from that Christian Dior, he went on to buy Louis Vuitton, Moet & Cie, etc., all the luxury brands.
Yes.
So my father bought that company, and then we also started another business in France in 1984, and then we all immigrated to France. So I stayed in France. I lived in France for 10 years. And in 1992, he started another company in China this time.
I guess that was the time to expand towards to Asia, because a lot of companies at the time in Europe expanded then their lines and production and production areas towards Asia, especially then China. So
So I ended up going to China for 2 years. In fact, it was before I completed my studies. I had no plan to go to China. In fact, at the time I was studying, and then my father was seriously sick at that time, and then I went to China to visit him, and then suddenly he passed away. And then I had to stay in China because the factory was just launched, and it was, some part was we were still building the factory. A lot of things were not set up, and I was 23 years old at that time. So at 30 years old, I had to run a company in China, one in Mauritius, and my sister and my brother was looking at the one in France. So during that 2 years, I was frequently traveling between Mauritius and China. And then at some point, I decided that maybe I should make a choice and focus on something and do it well. So I decided to sell the factory in China and focus on Mauritius. And
I guess if you're split yourself too much, it's just that you get not the expected results as if you go consolidate and then focus. And I totally understand that, because I mean, even that if you go forward in project activities in the IT sector, it's a similar situation, because mentally switching the context between activities takes quite some effort and also skill, and it's not really recommended to do it over a longer period of time. But speaking about the 90s, I mean, you just said traveling a lot, the internet was just starting up. When did you have your first internet connection?
I think it was in 1995, I think,
Okay. So here with Mauritius Telecom then, or what was it back in the days?
I was actually, I think, in China at the time.
Okay.
Dial-up modem.
Yes. Beep, 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 beep.
I don't know what it was quite low.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess drumming on the bush drums or banging on the bush drums might have been faster back at the time. But I mean, long distance, it was pretty cool at the times as well. So with these experience from the past, with the developments on your dad's side, with your own development, having this exposure to international businesses. how did you manage then to transform this and apply this into the local business?
At the beginning, it's a lot of intuition. We at the beginning really we were doing things like we know it was the right thing to do, but we didn't see how the things was connected, and then why was this? Why would this thing that we're doing would add value to the company, and add value to the marketing, add value to the production? It was quite not clear in our head, and then we always not ignorant. And then as you progress, you start to connect the dots and see, okay, when the company has a good reputation, then it helps the marketing, it helps the recruitment, and then you go into a virtuous circle where you attract more talent, you attract more customers. So we constantly try to make sense of things, and I think throughout the years I've developed what I call a good system thinking skill that helped me understand how everything is related. Why do I have to do this? Why is it important? Why it is not less important? And this really helps us develop the right strategy for the company. And for example, recently we started a lot of projects in AI, in digital, in robotics. The reason is because the only way to compensate for a higher labor costs or higher standard of living in Mauritius is through productivity, is through innovation. So we have to invest in that, and so we've launched a lot of projects recently in AI. My understanding of AI is simply, previously the computer was very good at processing structured data. Okay, you enter numbers, you get a lot of numbers in an accounting software. You can just spit out, okay, this is the result, this is the ratio, this is the percentage, whatever. It's very good at calculating things. If you want to type a story, you have to type it manually, key by key. But computer is not good as understanding unstructured data, like photos, like voice, like decisions, like things that can't be clearly, you cannot sum up in easily. Okay, so the era of AI for us is just the possibility given to an IT system to process unstructured data. And in manufacturing, we have a lot of unstructured data. Things that we do manually, for example, in terms of quality inspection. You need people to visually check that. You sometimes have people where, your hands are busy and you're, for example, measuring dimension, checking whether the measurements are right, and then you have to stop and take a pen to write down the measurement that you've got. But now with AI, you can just say, okay, measurement for chest is 45 centimeters. Just say it, and then it's recorded. So you can improve your productivity. And there's a lot of things we have thought about. For example, analyzing the customer review on our website. Sometimes people say, I like your style, but it's a bit short. You have a lot of comments, and sometimes thousands of comments, and through AI you can analyze those opinions, those reviews, and then it helps you to improve your product. So
let me just jump in here. So I mean, using AI in the production line, in the quality assurance, especially then about visual inspection, I think this is a fantastic field, because I mean, there have been news that even AI in the medical field has actually a way higher accuracy than a human operator in regards to cancer detection, other infections, and things like that. So do you have already kind of systems in place on your textile manufacturing process, or do you have any let's say timeline in the next 1-2 years that you might like to go forward, and how does cloud how does the cloud then play into that as well?
Yeah, actually that would be my follow-up question.
We were in fact, just before the confinement, we were working on a project to have the fabric quality inspection done with an equipment with AI. In fact, it's a high-resolution camera which takes pictures at a very high speed, and then it goes through an AI engine and then sees, okay, this is I don't know, yarn breakage, this is a needle hole, this is, I don't know, a stain, whatever. Can categorize all the defects that we have seen with a much higher reliability than a human eye, because human eye, let's say you get distracted for 1 second and then you haven't seen the defect. So it is actually something very easily implementable. This is not science fiction. This can be done right now. In fact, we also have a huge automated store project where we would use robots to sort, to assemble different cut parts and then store it. It wouldn't be like, I'm sure you have seen the videos like the Amazon stores where, you know, there's a lot of conveyor belts bringing, it's a bit like that. So it's a store with about maybe up to 15,000 locations for storage space. So, you know, centralizing everything, you know, in order to assemble a garment. We just see it as a simple garment. There's a lot of accessories. You know, you need the maybe 30, 40 different parts. It can be a simple label, a simple transfer. It can be a simple sewing thread, embroidery thread. It looks like it's a simple garment, but it requires a lot of coordination, different parts to be assembled together to make it.
Indeed. Aditya.
Yeah, I would just like a little bit of follow-up for the AI part. So most of the AI projects that you have mentioned, so are you guys building it with the team that you have, IT team, or really opening up the scene and outsourcing, or even just buying straight up projects?
Of course, there are solutions already available on the market, but we need to understand it. We need to make the right choice, you know, work on this project, evaluate it properly, and then give our requirement to the supplier. This is one way of doing it, but we also developing some internal capacities, because there are ideas that we have, but we have not found any solution on the market. So we need to develop it internally. So that's why I think we're also associating with one of your sponsors, Superinfo, to work on this AI project. And then, in fact, we just launched our AI challenge with the students of Superinfo. Have given them two projects, but due to the confinement, it has been delayed to next year. But next year we are running this kind of AI challenge.
Okay, that's fantastic to see, to get this intercombination. Yes. Also with the manufacturing part, I'm still onto that, because I mean, AI with recommendation systems, you know, the consumer interaction to get the shop feedback. This seems that it is quite often already in use with you know, international companies. What I'm interested in is that even with your manufacturing process, with the robots and things like that, are you using any kind of Internet of Things, like, you know, sensor management, collecting data information, maybe using again AI on maintenance windows and lifetime spans on your machinery, or is IoT not the topic for the moment for you guys?
You're perfectly right. IoT I think offers a lot of potential, and I think it can also replace some of the old technologies that we were using. I think with IoT, with all those dedicated network, dedicated systems, hardware, software, platforms, we can have a very high reliability. And I've seen that some even transfer their firefighting system on the IoT to have one integrated platform where you have maybe the monitoring for your server room, the temperature, the humidity, the status of your switches, whether there's a flooding. We are planning to have local LoRaWAN antenna on our premises, and which will allow us to gradually deploy more and more sensors, which will allow us to have an overview of everything that's happening. You know, sometimes you have a breakdown. Okay, the server is down. Why don't we have access? You don't know what is wrong. Is it a power cut? Is it a switch that's got a problem? Or, you know, without Internet of Things, sometimes you lose a lot of time searching for that problem. But if you have enough sensors, then immediately you know, okay, someone disconnected somewhere, something in the premises. And we have here about 121,000 square meters of land, 70,000 square meters of building. So so it takes a lot of time to go through all the different points.
Definitely. All right, that's great. Changing the topic a little bit, I know that you had been a nominee or even a receiver for the IBL Tecoma Awards in 2018. What was this related? Give us a quick statement onto that, please.
Yeah, in fact, I've always been quite of a discreet CEO. I don't like to talk much about my personal life in public in general. This is, of course, an exception.
But I mean, being an awardee in this case, or nominee, even awardee, I mean, this is an achievement. So,
yeah, in fact, this is not the first award I got. In fact, the first award I got is from L'Express, La Sentinelle.
Oh, there you see. Now we're talking.
Yeah.
2008, I think.
All right.
They are awarding the Entrepreneur of the Year on Express Zero.
There you go.
And this was, I think, thanks to my contribution in terms of transforming the textile sector, taking initiatives in terms of sustainability, using solar power, and in fact, in 2007, it's when we built this new factory where we are now in Pointe-aux-Sables. When we built this factory, we said to ourselves, okay, we have nearly 40 years of experience, and we need to see what all the experience that we have and what would be the factory of the future. And you know, once you build it, it's there, and you're going to use that building for the next maybe 20 or 30 or 40 years. So there's a lot of decisions that we took at that time was, for example, to get the roof prepared for installation of solar PVs. We thought about ways to really use all the local resources that we have here, the wind, the rain, the solar natural lighting, the solar heat, solar energy. So everything that was available locally, we didn't just want to, okay, this is the typical textile factory, you have to build it like this. We didn't take that into consideration. We said, okay, what are the local resources that we have, the opportunities that we can use, and build a factory according to this. So this is, I think, how we innovated in terms of textile factory in Mauritius.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, this goes directly in alignment with this think global, act local slogan. And I mean, I can see that because, as I said, I mean, my French is not that wow, but I'm still picking up a lot of information, what's going on. I try to keep in touch with the local businesses. And it's, I mean, seeing Artinets from time to time popping up in the news and things like that. This leaves a trace even on my side. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty impressive now to have these information directly from you. So well done, well done. Kendall, we are at the 40-minute marks. Just some 1 or 2 questions to wrap it up. Tell us a little bit about your situation. How do you separate your activities at work as being the geek CEO in comparison then with the, maybe at home, you already have full automation at home, or is it just a business and home is very traditional?
That's an area which I got interested in home automation. Really, I think I was about maybe 15 or 16 years old.
Yeah.
I remember I built a PCB which was plugged to a parallel port. So I used the 8 bits directly one by one. So I read some software to control that board. And through those relay switches, I could control a lot of things in my room. So this is my first venture in home automation. I wanted to be able to have to control all the lightings, all the heating in my room.
Yeah.
I was in France at that time, but this is a field where I'm really interested, and of course, in fact, in the 90s, I was ready to stop, abandon the textile sector and then start some in home automation. And then I decided not to start. Maybe at that time it was really wrong. It was too early, because in the 90s that was really the wrong timing, because the market is not ready. Even today it's still emerging, but I think today is the right timing for home automation. You have Google, Amazon, Apple, and Zigbee. They're all I know probably you're aware about they're launching a common standard. And all these different things will be able to talk together, communicate together. So there will be standard communication, which I think is really important for the home automation to grow. Personally, at home, I have a lot of. I've chosen the Apple ecosystem, so the HomeKit system. So I have a lot of lighting sensors, firefighting, smoke sensors. Video cameras, all on the HomeKit. So
which of the two locations is actually then your playground? Is it that you experiment at home and then take the ideas towards the business, or if you say, oh, let's do something cool at the business, and hey, I could also use this at home, or is it just fluent between the two locations?
Probably there may be some ideas that came from home, and then I brought it to the company.
Fantastic.
I remember, I think it was last year, I was in Australia, and someone called me and said, "Hey, I'm in front of your home, and I would like to drop you something." I said, "Sorry, I'm in Australia now." So from Australia, I used the home app from Apple. I opened the door. From the camera, I saw the guy come in, delivered the thing, and then they closed the door and then finished. So this is really practical.
It is.
It is.
Yeah.
So, well, just a small question about your home automation, and also, do you have next bigger plans to automate all the things, or even in the office? So what are your project plans?
For the factory, for the office, in fact, we have planned to build a new head office, and we want to make it as modern as possible, as with the maximum of technology, future-proof technology. So we will be incorporating a lot of home automation, building automation technologies, IoT in that, so that we can. And then when we inaugurate that office, we'll invite you both.
Sounds awesome. Sounds really cool. In regards to that, Kendall, are you aware that we have active maker community here on the island, the Mauritius maker community? Are you aware of them? Are you eventually even an active member with them? Or is this something that went unexplored yet on your side?
No, I'm not aware about this community.
Maybe that could be some interesting exchange as well, to get the extra geek factor into it, that you might even then be able to share what you already did. So yeah, we have the Mauritius maker community. And they're quite active, and in regards, they were actually also helping the government in regards to the 3D printing of masks and the PPE shields for the public health sector in bits and pieces. So maybe there's a chance, to live your passion, to explore your geekiness even to the next level.
Sure,
and with that, I really enjoyed this conversation. I would like to thank you personally that you took the time to speak to us, and as well, thank you so much to Teamonite, to Artinet, being an ongoing partner and supporter for our activities like the conference here. Also, you were part of the Google Dev Fest that we did last year at Subinfo. And actually, I suspect that the cooperation came from that event, that we actually helped you to get connected for your AI challenge with Subinfo. So, Aditya, if you have any other questions, then no?
No, it's pretty good for me. I would just say, come at the Mauritius Maker community, and we can share our passions together. And you have a lot of cool toys to play with there.
Yeah. There's a lot of things. There's still a lot of things that I didn't say about my hobbies and where I spend my time, etc. But we will share this.
I think we need to arrange a follow-up meeting, follow-up interview to discover and explore these fields that you're active with.
Okay, great. Someone is talking.
Oh, someone is in the stream. Yeah, too early.
Yeah,
Kendall,
that's it.
thank you so much. It was really a pleasure to have you on the line. And with all the information, what you've been doing in the past, seeing that you have the spirit and the adventurous activities, you're definitely the geek CEO. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And enjoy the other sessions and tomorrow of the virtual conference.
Okay.
Bye for now.
Have a good day. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wow, that was pretty cool. And I mean, seeing the comments in the live chat, it seems that it was
really enjoyed.
It was well received. I mean, I didn't expect that actually, because when you think CEO of a textile company, it's like, what are they doing then? Working with fabrics and having the logistics to deliver the products. But it was really interesting to see the incorporation of all kinds of aspects of tech, of materials, of appliances, and of course modern technologies like AI, perhaps also then machine learning and future Internet of Things with all the sensor detection and monitoring. Pretty impressive, actually.
Yeah, I wouldn't really think that textile would reach this kind of modernity here in Mauritius, but things are moving.
Yeah. It's also fun to see that, or to hear that he not only keeps it in the business but also at home. That's like this experimental lab to go forward to really explore things and then see whether it has benefits and advantages for the business. I mean, this is really an interesting combination.
To do. Yeah.
I guess I need to to up my game here at home as well, because I mean, getting some more IoT sensors, monitoring the kids that they are brushing their teeth at the right time and stuff like that.
Sure. Same here. Only have a Google Assistant clock. That's it. I need to up the game too.
Yep, definitely. All right. I think it's time for another break. We will be back in about 10 minutes with our next guest, with our next session, which is on
IT project delivery. So it's IT project delivery and organization in the context of M&A.
All right, by Sylvain Boudet, who is
IQera.
From IQera in Port Louis. So looking forward to it. Audience, stay tuned. We will be back in a tick. Thank you. Speak to you soon.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickle and Girl Code, and run hackathons, gender-based violence, to define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
Hello, everyone. We are back for the next slot on the Batcave. It's 11 o'clock, a little bit past, that's fine. And I'm looking forward to get some very interesting news from another partner of our community and for the conference. Aditya, what do we have in stock coming up?
So next up, Bodet, and he will be presenting on IT project delivery and organization in the context of M&A and business growth. So he works at IQera. He has 11 years experience within the Uniciti Group, and he's been working as an IT consultant for more than 5 years. So let's switch to him, and he can start introducing himself and give you a bit more about.
Welcome, Sylvain. It's great to have you.
Thank you. Bonjour à tous, je suis très heureux d'être parmi vous. C'est une première pour moi de participer à la conférence des développeurs à Maurice. Je suis le DSI de IQera et IQera est une société française qui s'occupe de recouvrement de créances, qui est le leader de recouvrement de créances. Et aujourd'hui, je vais pas vous parler de technique, parce qu'il y a plein d'autres gens qui sont meilleurs que moi pour parler de technique. Je vais vous parler de ce qui se passe plus en amont et le lien avec le métier et comment on peut organiser des projets et une stratégie et une gouvernance dans une entreprise pour mener à bien une convergence de systèmes d'information.
Okay, just help me out. I think I understood it. With the description in English, what's the intention? Just help me out and the audience. Are you running the presentation in English or in French so that we can set the expectations right with the audience? In French, that's perfect. All right.
Okay, no problem.
That's fantastic. All right.
So I will start to share my screen.
Mm-hmm. So I guess, Aditya, this is really interesting about getting this information regarding change management and governance and supporting business growth at all the time. I mean, this should be great. So please, Sylvain, the floor is yours.
Ok. Avant de commencer, il est important de comprendre le contexte. C'est un retour d'expérience que je vais vous faire sur mon expérience sur les 2 années et demie que je passe chez IQera. C'est une boîte à outils, un retour d'expérience et une méthode, mais c'est pas la méthode. Il y a plein de méthodes, il y a plein de manières de faire. C'est un retour d'expérience que je souhaite partager avec vous. Donc, pour bien comprendre ma présentation et là où je veux arriver, il faut pouvoir appréhender le contexte. Le contexte de IQera, c'est que c'est un groupe
Just a moment. Sylvain, a moment. You had been muted. Can you please check your microphone? Keep the sharing. Just check on the muting.
Est-ce que c'est bon?
Yes, now we can hear you back. So
Ok,
please.
sorry. Est-ce que le partage fonctionne? The screen sharing working?
I have screen sharing active. It's the context IT. Maybe you start with the beginning of that slide again, because we had about half a minute.
Ok. Ce que je vais présenter, c'est un retour d'expérience sur la manière d'organiser une DSI, une équipe informatique dans un contexte de fusion. Ce n'est pas une méthode, c'est une boîte à outils et c'est vraiment un retour d'expérience. Il y a plein d'autres manières de le faire et je vais vous en présenter une que j'ai mis en place dans le groupe IQera. Pour bien comprendre le contexte, IQera est un groupe qui a été construit autour de la fusion de plusieurs sociétés, de 3 grosses sociétés principales de taille à peu près similaire, mais chaque société avait ses particularités, avait son siège social, avait ses propres data centers, avait ses propres équipes informatiques, avait ses propres applications métiers, ses propres développeurs, son propre Active Directory, sa propre plateforme de messagerie, son propre réseau, son propre système téléphonie. Et chaque société n'avait rien à voir avec l'autre. Et donc, quand on réalise une fusion de sociétés, il y a un sujet de fusion des IT, fusion des DSI à tous les niveaux, que ça soit sur un niveau du réseau, de l'infrastructure, des applications, des outils collaboratifs, de la messagerie. Et c'est un travail assez long, étalé sur plusieurs années, et c'est important de structurer la démarche parce qu'on ne peut pas tout faire en même temps. Et donc, ce que je vais essayer de vous présenter, c'est un chemin pour y arriver, de savoir dans quel ordre on fait les choses. Ce qui est important, c'est de connaître l'objectif business de la société. Dans le cas d'IQera, l'objectif business était de devenir le leader français de la gestion de créances et de pouvoir créer la différence vis-à-vis de ses concurrents, vraiment de devenir le leader. Quand on a dit ça, il faut réussir à transformer ces objectifs business en objectifs IT, puisque l'IT est une fonction support, elle va aider l'entreprise à atteindre cet objectif. Et donc, il faut déterminer les objectifs IT qui vont permettre d'atteindre l'objectif business. Dans notre cas, on a défini 5 objectifs IT. Le premier, c'est faire converger l'infrastructure, puisque chaque société avait sa propre infrastructure, avait ses propres data centers, et surtout fournir un PCA, c'est-à-dire un plan de continuité d'activité si un data center tombe, si une liaison tombe, être capable d'avoir une redondance et une résilience de l'informatique, ce qui n'était pas forcément le cas dans les différentes petites sociétés qui étaient des structures plus petites et qui n'ont pas forcément les moyens d'avoir un vrai plan de continuité qui est performant. Donc, il faut avoir un socle solide, c'est-à-dire converger l'infrastructure. Pour pouvoir permettre d'atteindre les objectifs métiers, business, il faut que les collaborateurs puissent travailler ensemble, puissent collaborer. Donc, il y a un objectif qui est de converger la bureautique et permettre le travail collaboratif. Si chaque société avait son propre système de messagerie, de chat, de vidéoconférence et de mail, il faut que les personnes à travers les différentes sociétés puissent communiquer ensemble et puissent travailler ensemble. Donc, c'est un deuxième objectif. Le troisième objectif, c'est converger les applications métiers. Chaque société avait sa propre application métier, son propre CRM, et il est important de pouvoir réduire son nombre d'applications pour focaliser les efforts de développement et les équipes informatiques sur des applications métiers, sur le moins d'applications pour faire mieux. Et pour devenir le leader français, il est important d'industrialiser la manière où on onboard un client sur notre plateforme de recouvrement, puisqu'on vend un service de recouvrement à nos clients et on a besoin de s'interfacer avec son système d'information. Et chaque interfaçage est très spécifique. Et donc, il y a un objectif également d'industrialiser et de rendre plus facile cet onboarding client pour être au plus proche du marché. Et enfin, un cinquième objectif qui est innover et améliorer les applications pour permettre au business d'optimiser ses processus et d'optimiser sa performance opérationnelle. Quand on a défini ces objectifs-là, il faut les garder tout le temps en tête et ça va nous donner notre cap. Par contre, ces objectifs, il faut absolument les transformer en projets, en sous-projets et en sous-sous-projets. C'est le principe de lotissement. Et à chaque fois qu'on fait un projet, on doit se poser la question, il contribue à quel objectif? Donc, la première étape de réalisation, c'est de définir les mainstreams, c'est-à-dire les grands jalons ou les grands streams. Et donc, j'ai identifié plusieurs streams. Le premier, c'est l'organisation IT. Quand on a 3 équipes informatiques complètement différentes, la première des choses est de réussir à construire une organisation homogène et unique, ne pas avoir 3 services de helpdesk, avoir une seule équipe de QA, donc avoir une seule et même équipe et une seule gouvernance. Et après, les objectifs se sont transformés en 3 plans de convergence. Un plan de convergence des applications métiers, un plan de convergence de l'infrastructure et un plan de convergence de la bureautique. Vous voyez que ces plans de convergence s'étalent sur 3 à 4 ans, puisque je pense que c'est la durée d'une convergence à tous les niveaux qui se situe entre 3 et 4 ans. Une fois qu'on a défini ces mainstreams, on va pouvoir rentrer dans chacune de ces streams pour avoir des sous-projets. Et l'ordre des projets va être important. Et c'est ça qui va faire la différence. Donc, il faut bien garder en tête qu'il faut définir sa stratégie, définir ses mainstreams et la garder en tête pour garder un cap. Si on fait un petit focus sur l'organisation, quand on rassemble des équipes de sociétés différentes, elles ont des cultures et des organisations différentes, des méthodes de travail différentes. Et ce n'est pas parce qu'on va créer un organigramme et qu'on va mettre des gens dans des cases et que l'organigramme va être joli que ça va fonctionner. C'est très très long de mettre en place une organisation et de faire en sorte qu'elle fonctionne. Le petit schéma que vous voyez ici, c'est un schéma de Bruce Tuckman qui a travaillé sur la sociologie de la construction de groupes et il a analysé que ça se passait en 4 étapes. La première étape qui est le forming, c'est-à-dire on constitue l'équipe et on les juxtapose l'une à côté de l'autre. Mais c'est pas parce qu'on les juxtapose que ça va fonctionner. La deuxième étape, naturelle, c'est le storming. C'est-à-dire que c'est la tempête. Les gens ne s'entendent pas forcément, ils ne se connaissent pas, et donc il y a des susceptibilités, il y a des conflits entre les différentes personnes, et cette période-là, elle dure environ 6 mois. Pour pouvoir sortir de cette période, il faut réussir à définir les rôles de chacun, définir le rôle de chaque équipe, quels sont les objectifs de chaque équipe et surtout de définir une gouvernance entre les équipes, entre les personnes, entre les managers. C'est très long à mettre en place, puisque c'est pas de la méthode Coué, c'est pas en claquant des doigts que l'on arrive à faire en sorte que les gens travaillent ensemble. Et donc cette période dure à peu près 6 mois pour pouvoir caler et faire en sorte que les gens apprennent à travailler ensemble et à se connaître. Après, on rentre dans une étape qui est le norming. Ça veut dire que les process sont mis en place, les gens arrivent à travailler l'un avec l'autre sans forcément passer systématiquement par le chef, et c'est une organisation normale. Une fois que cette période de norming qui dure environ 8 mois, c'est seulement à partir de ce moment que l'on rentre dans une période de performing. Ça veut dire que les équipes deviennent autonomes et n'ont pas forcément besoin de reporter systématiquement au chef. Donc ça, c'est le Graal ultime dans une organisation. C'est une organisation qui devient beaucoup moins hiérarchique et autonome. Pour pouvoir faire cette transformation dans les différentes étapes, il faut identifier les key people pour pouvoir les valoriser, déléguer auprès de ces key people, identifier les leaders qui vont pouvoir aider à construire cette organisation. Et bien évidemment, il faut savoir recruter et aussi remplacer. Tout le monde...
Un moment, s'il vous plaît.
Oui.
Do you mind stopping your screen sharing and reactivating it, because it seems that the slides are not moving?
Sorry.
Not that we have a technical issue here.
Is it okay?
Okay, now start the presentation, please. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Ok. Donc, pour pouvoir réaliser ces grandes étapes-là, il faut savoir identifier les personnes sur qui on va pouvoir s'appuyer et déléguer pour construire cette organisation. Donc, c'est les key people et les leaders qui vont constituer le futur comité de direction de la DSI. C'est, comme vous pouvez le voir, c'est quelque chose qui prend entre 1 an et 18 mois facilement pour pouvoir atteindre la phase de norming. La phase de performing, on ne sait pas quand est-ce qu'on l'atteint. C'est très très long à atteindre une certaine maturité d'organisation qui va rendre les équipes autonomes pour pouvoir travailler ensemble. Après, on va rentrer plus dans l'organisation projet. Et plus orienté sur les équipes de delivery et de développement d'applications. Il y a énormément de débats autour de l'agile ou du waterfall, des pros waterfall, des pros agile. Moi, je ne suis pas pour une méthode ou une autre méthode. Je travaille en bon sens et d'une manière pragmatique et en analysant la situation. Chaque société, historiquement, avait sa propre méthode de travail. Certaines sociétés étaient en agile, d'autres en complet waterfall, d'autres sans méthode. Et donc, il n'y a pas de bonne ou de mauvaise méthode. Il y a une méthode qui s'applique à un contexte particulier. Si on essaye de faire de l'agile à marche forcée, on peut très vite se tromper et surtout ne pas avoir l'adhérence de tout le monde. Si on fait que du waterfall, on a un risque garanti de l'échec sur des très gros projets, puisqu'on a un effet tunnel et quand on sort du projet, le projet, l'application ne correspond plus aux besoins métiers. Et chaque projet est différent. Donc, dans le cadre d'IQera, j'ai fait le choix de mettre un modèle hybride entre de l'agile et du waterfall. En ayant fait le constat suivant, qui était que la majorité des équipes de développement étaient en Scrum, donc vraiment prêtes pour faire de l'agile. Les directions métiers n'étaient pas matures à l'agile et surtout dans une période de fusion-acquisition, les métiers ont plein d'autres actions et occupations à réaliser que de changer de méthode ou de s'impliquer dans une méthode informatique. Et surtout, on a vu qu'il y avait plusieurs mainstreams et des gros projets de convergence qui sont forcément longs et surtout incertains, puisqu'on découvre chaque jour des nouveaux projets ou des nouvelles problématiques. Donc, il fallait trouver une méthode qui pouvait convenir au contexte et nous permettre de délivrer les différents projets de convergence. Du coup, c'est ce modèle hybride qui est basé sur une analyse et un design, c'est-à-dire les phases amont du waterfall. Et une fois que le design est fait, c'est-à-dire que l'on a compris le besoin, qu'on a écrit des spécifications, qu'on a fait valider le besoin par le métier, à partir de là, on rentre dans de la méthode agile sous forme de sprint de 3 à 4 semaines et qui permettent tous les mois de livrer un bout du projet. Donc, on rentre vraiment dans le concept d'agile, de livrer un élément, une fonctionnalité, quelque chose tous les mois pour montrer un avancement. Et ça permet surtout au métier de voir un avancement et de pouvoir ajuster le tir quand il y a besoin. Donc, c'est un compromis entre l'agile et le waterfall qui, jusqu'à présent, a fonctionné. Peut-être que dans quelques mois, dans un an, on reverra peut-être cette méthode-là pour basculer peut-être sur de l'agile complet, puisque on aura atteint une certaine maturité. Mais dans le contexte initial, pour moi, c'est le meilleur modèle que l'on pouvait mettre en place. Une fois qu'on a défini sa méthode de travail, il y a une certaine gouvernance interne à mettre en place à la DSI. Et donc, il faut catégoriser, cartographier les différentes équipes qu'il peut y avoir dans une DSI. Donc, c'est une version très schématique de l'organisation, mais surtout les interactions qu'il y a entre les équipes. Vous pouvez voir qu'il y a une équipe de recherche et développement qui s'occupe du développement des applications, une équipe d'infrastructure, une équipe de gestion de projet et une équipe de gestion de flux que l'on appelle EDI chez nous. Et donc, ça permet de voir les différents liens et les attendus entre les différentes équipes. Ça permet également de construire cette organisation pour arriver à la phase de norming. Une fois qu'on a réussi à mettre en place une telle gouvernance, on arrive à la phase de norming du schéma précédent. Ça permet surtout à chaque équipe de savoir comment elle se positionne dans la DSI, qu'est-ce qu'elle attend des autres équipes et qu'est-ce qu'elle doit fournir aux autres équipes. Vous voyez qu'il y a un organe central qui est le CAB, qui est le bureau des changements qui permet de valider l'ensemble des mises en production. Et donc, toutes les équipes contribuent à alimenter cette équipe de CAB qui va s'occuper de faire du packaging de mise en production et de lister l'ensemble des changements que l'on réalise dans le système d'information. Quand je parle de changements, ça peut être des changements applicatifs, des changements sur le réseau, des changements sur l'infrastructure. Et donc, c'est un point de rencontre chaque semaine de toutes les équipes. Ça veut dire qu'à chaque fois qu'il y a une interaction entre deux équipes, il y a un point de rencontre, il y a un meeting qui peut être formel, qui peut être à petite audience, mais il y a un point de rencontre systématique et régulier entre ces équipes-là. Et donc, c'est important que les équipes deviennent autonomes dans leurs différentes interactions telles qu'on le voit sur le schéma ici. Quand on a défini la gouvernance et qu'on a réussi à mettre en place la gouvernance interne de la DSI, en parallèle de ça, il y a une gouvernance de la roadmap. La roadmap de l'IT, c'est une roadmap de l'entreprise. Ça veut dire que l'IT est au service des directions métiers et on doit toujours pouvoir faire valider cette roadmap régulièrement auprès des directions métiers. Pour être au plus près et avoir la plus grande réactivité, on a mis en place une gouvernance avec un arbitrage tous les mois avec les membres du COMEX qui permettent de garantir que ce que la DSI est en train de produire est en total alignement avec la stratégie de l'entreprise. Pour pouvoir faire cette réunion d'arbitrage, puisque quand on réunit autant d'applications, autant d'infrastructures, on arrive vite avec des portefeuilles projets de plusieurs centaines de lignes. C'est pas possible de faire valider l'avancement d'une centaine de projets tous les mois. Et donc, on a fait une réunion intermédiaire que l'on appelle l'interservice, application par application, avec les parties prenantes des directions métiers et les parties prenantes de l'IT, pour faire une pré-priorisation des différents sujets. Et ça permet, et donc ces réunions interservices arrivent au milieu du mois, autour du 15 du mois, et sont mensuelles. Et la réunion de comité d'arbitrage avec le COMEX arrive en fin de mois et permet de valider ce que l'on va développer ou ce que l'on va lancer comme projet le mois suivant. Et donc, tous les mois, on a une certaine mécanique qui permet de s'assurer que les besoins métiers très opérationnels sont compris par les équipes IT et que ce qui a été priorisé en interservice est validé par le COMEX et conforme à la stratégie de l'entreprise. C'est assez long de mettre en place cette gouvernance, puisque on peut se poser la question, mais ça sert à quoi? C'est beaucoup d'organisation, c'est beaucoup de réunions. Ça se permet surtout de garder un cap et de s'assurer qu'on est conforme à la stratégie de l'entreprise. Ces réunions d'arbitrage, elles fonctionnent en mode capacitaire. Par défaut, le business a toujours des besoins et on pourrait remplir des roadmaps sur 10 ans avec les besoins du business. Ce qui est important, c'est de pouvoir prioriser et de prendre des projets, de prioriser des projets en fonction de la capacité mensuelle de développement. Ça veut dire qu'on a une certaine capacité en jour homme de développement sur une application, sur un mois, et donc on va prioriser sur un mois ce que l'on est capable de réaliser dans la capacité. Et donc ça oblige les opérationnels et le métier à se poser la question, qu'est-ce qui est le plus prioritaire pour moi immédiatement pour le mois prochain? Donc ça permet d'avoir une vision très court terme. Le mois prochain, j'ai besoin de cette évolution, j'ai besoin de cette nouvelle fonctionnalité, et on a notre roadmap IT qui est sur du long terme, sur plusieurs années. Et du coup, on travaille sur les deux timelines, une timeline très court terme pour satisfaire le besoin métier et une timeline un peu plus long terme pour satisfaire la stratégie de l'entreprise et converger les différentes applications. Je vais essayer de zoomer maintenant sur les applications. C'est très théorique. Quand on doit faire une convergence applicative, on a souvent, chaque société avait ses propres applications. Et quand on analyse activité par activité, eh ben, on se rend compte qu'il y a des applications qui sont en redondance. Chaque société avait son propre CRM. Et dans le plan de convergence, dans la définition du plan de convergence applicatif, il faut réussir à se dire, c'est quoi ma cible? Où est-ce que je veux aller? Dans quelle application cible je veux pouvoir aller? En ayant comme objectif d'avoir une méthode de rationalisation du parc applicatif et d'avoir une application pour une activité. C'est-à-dire avoir un seul CRM, avoir un seul logiciel de comptabilité, avoir un seul logiciel de paye, de gestion RH. Et donc, de faire des choix et de se dire de prendre le meilleur de chacune des sociétés et de se dire où est-ce que je vais aller. Le fait de réduire et de rationaliser le parc applicatif, ça permet de réduire les coûts d'hébergement, ça permet de réduire les coûts de maintenance et surtout d'innover et de développer qu'une seule fois. Si on a 3 CRM et qu'on veut une nouvelle fonctionnalité pour faire un scoring sur des clients, eh ben, si on a 3 applications, on va devoir faire 3 fois le développement dans les 3 applications. Donc c'est important d'avoir une direction et de réussir à converger vers une seule application pour pouvoir construire et innover une seule fois. Alors comment on fait ça? Il n'y a pas de recette miracle. Il y a une phase de macro gap analysis qui permet de lister les grandes fonctionnalités que l'on a par application et ça permet de comparer est-ce qu'il y a une application qui a plus de fonctionnalités que d'autres et de déterminer celle vers laquelle on va se diriger. Une interview des utilisateurs est très importante puisque ça permet aussi de capter les irritants que l'on a sur des applications. Et du coup, ça nous permet de dire est-ce que l'application où j'ai l'impression qu'il faut aller, est-ce qu'elle va être acceptée par les utilisateurs et est-ce que c'est le bon choix? Et puis enfin, il y a une analyse d'architecture technique pour vérifier est-ce que l'architecture de l'application est scalable, est-ce qu'elle va tenir la performance, est-ce qu'elle est capable d'accueillir la volumétrie de données des 2 autres sociétés, est-ce qu'elle est capable de pouvoir gérer l'ensemble des utilisateurs en simultané. Donc vraiment, l'analyse de l'architecture technique est un point clé. Et donc, quand on a réalisé ces différentes analyses, on arrive à en tirer des choix qui permettent de dire je vais plus aller vers cette application-là, je vais plus aller vers cette application-là. Et puis, il y a des moments où, dans les choix stratégiques de l'entreprise, quand on fait de la fusion d'entreprise, il peut arriver que on décide d'arrêter complètement une activité puisqu'elle ne correspond pas au cœur de métier ou ne correspond pas aux objectifs stratégiques de l'entreprise. Et du coup, on va arrêter complètement une application. C'est ce qu'on peut voir sur le schéma ici, sur l'activité 4, où on avait une application, on a décidé de l'arrêter. On voit que sur les autres applications, on va choisir une des applications dans l'activité et lancer des programmes de migration vers ces applications et surtout développer les fonctionnalités manquantes pour pouvoir accueillir les données des autres applications. Alors pour y arriver, j'ai mis en place une démarche de MVP, Minimum Valuable Product, qui est très connue, qui permet d'y aller progressivement et surtout ne pas avoir un effet tunnel. Donc, en plusieurs étapes, définir l'outil cible vers lequel on veut aller et choisir, vérifier la scalabilité, développer un outil de migration qui va nous permettre de migrer les données soit en Big Bang ou soit en progressif d'une application à l'autre. Et ce qui est important, c'est d'obtenir une version de l'outil cible qui permet d'accueillir tout le nouveau business. Parce que si vous continuez à intégrer du nouveau business dans les vieilles applications, c'est autant de données ou de clients qu'il faudra migrer dans la nouvelle. Donc, il est important de faire les évolutions de fonctionnalités manquantes dans l'application cible pour pouvoir couper le robinet et arrêter de remplir la baignoire et avoir un périmètre fini sur les anciennes applications. Une fois qu'on a réussi à faire en sorte que tous les nouveaux clients arrivent sur la nouvelle application, eh ben, on définit différents MVP qui correspondent aux catégories de clients que l'on va migrer d'une application à l'autre. Et bien évidemment, quand on est en train de faire ce genre de choses, on ne contribue pas forcément tout de suite aux besoins métiers, aux enjeux métiers. Donc il faut savoir de temps en temps poser le crayon sur la stratégie de convergence et réaliser des quick wins qui vont apporter une valeur ajoutée immédiate au métier. Et donc, il faut toujours ajuster le plan de convergence et de migration avec les enjeux très court terme du métier. Donc, c'est toujours revenir sur une timeline assez courte et une timeline assez longue. Et donc après, il faut, une fois qu'on a réussi à définir ce plan de convergence applicatif, il faut le mettre en musique et essayer de le planifier dans le temps. On ne peut pas tout faire en même temps. Une des bonnes méthodes pour pouvoir faire des migrations d'applications vers une autre application, c'est de créer des équipes dédiées, d'avoir une équipe dédiée de migration qui va vraiment ne pas être perturbée par le business et les évolutions nécessaires à faire, et donc qui va être en charge de développer un outil industriel de migration d'une application à une autre. Et en parallèle de ça, faire les développements, les améliorations et les enrichissements d'une application. Il peut arriver aussi d'avoir des équipes mutualisées pour d'autres migrations. Vous voyez que on avait plusieurs applications à migrer en parallèle. Toutes les migrations n'ont pas forcément commencer en même temps. Il faut savoir les séquencer et du coup, il faut choisir par quelle migration on commence et quelle migration va apporter le plus de valeur à l'entreprise. Dans les choix aussi, de savoir par quelle migration je commence, le risque d'obsolescence de l'application est un facteur clé. Puisque chaque société avait ses propres applications et de temps en temps des applications qui étaient très anciennes, qui avaient peut-être plus de 20 ans ou des infrastructures qui avaient plus de 10 ans. Donc un risque de défaillance assez fort. Et du coup, ce risque d'obsolescence est aussi un facteur de priorisation qui permet de dire je vais plus commencer par migrer cette application parce qu'elle est vraiment vieille ou elle est vraiment sur une infrastructure qui commence à être vieillissante. Et un autre critère de choix pour prioriser les migrations d'applications, c'est la compliance d'un point de vue sécurité et la compliance vis-à-vis du RGPD, savoir si est-ce que l'application était compliant ou pas. Ça permet de prioriser. On va essayer de prioriser l'extinction et la migration des applications qui ne sont pas compliant pour réduire vraiment ce scope de non-compliance. Ça sur ce stream application, c'est vraiment le plus gros stream et qui est assez long et structurant puisqu'il nécessite beaucoup d'équipes de développement et de QA. Mais ce stream d'application ne peut pas fonctionner si en parallèle de ça, on n'a pas un stream sur l'infrastructure. Je ne sais pas si vous vous rappelez sur la slide de contexte, chaque société avait plusieurs data centers, avait son propre réseau, avait ses propres systèmes de messagerie. Donc, de la même manière, il y a une stratégie de convergence de l'infrastructure. Quand on a 10 data centers, on doit le rationaliser puisque ça fait autant de contrats, autant d'énergie, autant de coûts d'hébergement et surtout autant de serveurs à maintenir. Et donc, il y a vraiment un objectif de réduire et de simplifier l'infrastructure pour réduire le nombre de serveurs, réduire le nombre d'incidents, ajouter de la redondance, harmoniser l'ensemble des technologies qui sont utilisées et surtout avoir une infrastructure qui va être capable d'accompagner la croissance du groupe. Chacune des sociétés avait son propre data center, avait sa propre infrastructure. Quand on rassemble tout ça, on commence à avoir un groupe avec une taille critique assez importante, à avoir une volumétrie de données importante. Et donc, il est important de pouvoir projeter la capacité et la puissance des serveurs dans le temps et surtout de s'assurer que l'infrastructure va pouvoir accompagner la croissance des applications. Et donc, la convergence de l'infrastructure, on ne peut pas tout faire en même temps non plus. Mais on est obligé de faire un petit bout sur chacun des projets d'infrastructure pour améliorer les choses. Ça passe forcément par une phase d'analyse, d'inventaire des serveurs, d'inventaire des différentes liaisons, d'inventaire des serveurs que l'on a, les inventaires réseau. J'ai découpé en 4 projets, en 4 sous-projets, la convergence de l'infrastructure, c'est-à-dire converger faire un projet d'harmonisation réseau, c'est-à-dire faire en sorte que l'ensemble des sites de l'entreprise soient raccordés. L'entreprise, avec le groupe IQera, c'est presque 16 localisations à travers le monde, une dizaine de sites en France, un site à Port-Louis, 2 sites en Italie et une dizaine de data centers. Donc, c'est vraiment le maillage réseau est vraiment important et surtout pour fournir une redondance réseau entre ces différents sites pour permettre aux utilisateurs d'accéder aux différents data centers et d'avoir une redondance si un data center tombe ou si une liaison réseau tombe. Donc, un très gros projet qui s'est étalé sur 1 an et demi d'harmonisation réseau et de toutes les liaisons. Une convergence également de l'outil téléphonie bureautique. Chaque société avait sa propre téléphonie et il devenait important de fournir une même solution de téléphonie pour tous les utilisateurs. Après, on a un 3e stream qui est beaucoup plus long, qui est la migration de data center, puisque c'est des opérations qui sont très longues, avec comme objectif de fusionner et de diminuer le nombre de data centers. Et donc, c'est un projet qui s'étale sur 3 ans, avec comme priorité migrer les salles serveurs qui ne sont pas dans des data centers. Historiquement, on avait certaines salles serveurs qui étaient sur des sites utilisateurs et qui n'avaient pas forcément toutes les normes d'hébergement, de redondance d'électricité ou de clim. Et donc, en priorité, on a migré ces salles serveurs dans des vrais data centers. Donc, c'est des opérations avec beaucoup de risques qui nécessitent beaucoup de présentation, de préparation, pour pouvoir réaliser séquentiellement et progressivement ces migrations de data center. Quand on parle de migration de data center, c'est-à-dire migrer des centaines de serveurs d'un data center à l'autre. Donc, c'est des serveurs soit physiques, soit des serveurs virtuels. Et donc, en fonction du type de serveur, il y a des stratégies de migration différentes. Et une fois que ces projets sont bien avancés, on commence à être capable de mettre en place un outil de supervision unique de l'infrastructure, qui est quand même la clé du bon fonctionnement d'une infrastructure, c'est de pouvoir monitorer globalement et d'identifier immédiatement les incidents qui peuvent intervenir sur une infrastructure. Et donc, il y a un stream de convergence des outils de supervision, puisque chaque société, chaque infrastructure avait son propre outil de supervision. Et donc, on avait beaucoup de difficultés à pouvoir corréler des incidents, puisqu'on avait plusieurs outils de supervision. Et donc, on est rentré dans un projet de consolidation des outils de supervision pour monitorer ces infrastructures. Je fais un petit focus sur l'harmonisation réseau. Sur ce projet-là, on avait 50 liaisons fournies par 10 opérateurs différents. Ça veut dire que contractuellement, gérer 10 opérateurs, gérer la qualité et les relations avec 10 opérateurs, c'est très compliqué. On avait une quinzaine de SPOF réseau, c'est-à-dire de points qui n'étaient pas redondés. Et le budget de l'ensemble des liaisons représentait presque 650 000 € à l'année. Et donc, pour pouvoir harmoniser le réseau, on a fait un appel d'offres auprès d'opérateurs pour réduire le nombre d'opérateurs. Et on a essayé d'innover, puisqu'on a un des objectifs IT qui est d'innover, c'est de mettre en place une solution de SD-WAN qui crée un réseau virtuel entre les sites à travers Internet, et donc qui permet d'avoir un réseau secondaire de backup en cas de rupture d'une fibre. Pour réaliser ce projet-là, on avait une équipe de 3 personnes spécialisées en réseau qui faisaient à la fois le build, c'est-à-dire la réalisation de ce projet d'harmonisation, et le run, c'est-à-dire l'exploitation du réseau au quotidien avec tous les changements nécessaires qu'il y a à faire sur un réseau dans une période de fusion. Au bout de 18 mois, on a réussi à réduire le nombre d'opérateurs à 4, de réduire le nombre de SPOF à 2 et de multiplier les débits de réseau par 3 et d'arriver à un budget annuel de 500 000 €, donc avec une économie donc, de 150 000 €. Donc c'est un beau projet, une belle success story. Et après, le dernier stream de la convergence d'un système d'information, c'est la bureautique. La bureautique, chaque bureautique était différente et par nature, on aurait pu se dire la priorité, c'est d'avoir un seul Active Directory et de mettre tous les utilisateurs dans un seul Active Directory. Ça, c'est une vision informatique. Le fait d'avoir un seul Active Directory, ça n'apporte rien au métier. Ça apporte juste de la facilité à l'équipe informatique en termes de gestion et d'exploitation, mais ça n'apporte pas de valeur immédiatement. Et du coup, en termes de priorisation de projet, on a mis en place d'abord une migration vers Office 365 et surtout déployer un outil de collaboration Teams qui ont permis aux collaborateurs de ces 3 sociétés de travailler ensemble. Donc c'était le premier projet qui permet d'apporter une valeur importante, surtout dans un contexte de fusion-acquisition. Il est important que les collaborateurs puissent travailler ensemble et d'échanger. Donc ça a été le premier projet que l'on a fait sur la première année. La deuxième année...
Salut, Sylvain. Désolé de t'interrompre. On doit terminer la session.
Oui.
Tu peux faire tout, enfin, d'expliquer tout dans 2-3 minutes.
C'est fini dans 1 minute.
Questions.
Je suis sur la dernière slide. C'est fini.
D'accord.
Parfait. Merci beaucoup.
La deuxième étape, c'était une migration vers le VDI. Ce qu'on appelle le VDI, c'est le Virtual Desktop Infrastructure. C'est le fait de ne plus avoir de poste de travail physique sur votre bureau. C'est d'avoir un poste de travail dans le cloud qui permet à chacun de pouvoir travailler de n'importe quel site et surtout de pouvoir travailler en télétravail. Donc ça fait partie de l'innovation, de l'objectif de l'innovation. Et enfin, le dernier projet, c'est la fusion des Active Directory qui simplifie la gestion quotidienne de l'IT. Je vous passe celui-ci. Je vous fais une petite synthèse sur ce retour d'expérience. Ce qui est vraiment important, c'est qu'il y a plusieurs étapes. Définir des objectifs clairs et compréhensibles, découper en stream ce programme de convergence des IT, puis en projet et en jalon et en sous-jalon. Mais faire un projet de convergence sans mettre en place une organisation et une méthode de travail, c'est pas possible. Donc c'est important de ne pas oublier l'organisation. Par contre, il y a des risques et des incertitudes quand on fait ce genre de projet qui s'étale sur plusieurs années. Il peut y avoir des risques exogènes, il peut y avoir des nouveaux clients, des projets prioritaires, des problèmes de performance d'une infrastructure. Donc il faut en avoir en tête et être capable d'ajuster. Avoir en tête que ce que l'on planifie sur plusieurs années ne se déroule jamais comme prévu. Donc, il faut être capable d'ajuster et le plan que l'on définit est un cap qui permet de donner la direction. Les pièges et les clés de réussite, c'est surtout ne pas tout faire en même temps. Il faut vraiment prioriser et prioriser pour apporter de la valeur au métier. Ne pas sous-estimer le temps nécessaire pour qu'une organisation IT soit mature. Communiquer régulièrement auprès des métiers les différentes étapes et surtout, il ne faut pas hésiter à ajuster le plan. Et voilà, j'ai fini ma présentation.
Merci beaucoup. Très bien, très bien. C'était impressionnant.
Oui. On passe aux questions et il n'y en a qu'une seule. C'est de Roshan et il te demande comment est-ce qu'une équipe offshore peut s'intégrer à cette stratégie.
Une équipe offshore, c'est le cas de IQera, puisque à Maurice, on a une équipe.
Un moment,
oui.
s'il vous plaît. Réanime votre caméra, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, désolé.
Ça doit être bon. Elle peut s'intégrer très facilement dans cet écosystème. C'est le cas d'IQera, puisque l'ensemble de l'équipe de R&D est à l'île Maurice. Et surtout, on a des équipes mixtes. L'équipe d'infrastructure est répartie sur plusieurs sites, à la fois en France et à l'île Maurice. Et ça permet des différences de culture, de fonctionnement, et le tout apporte de la valeur. Donc c'est tout à fait possible.
Très bien, très bien.
Très bien, merci. Et je crois que c'est tout comme question. Oui, tu peux laisser une note où on peut te trouver sur Twitter ou Facebook à l'audience.
Ok, moi je suis joignable sur LinkedIn. Vous pouvez me trouver facilement sur LinkedIn sans aucun problème. Et puis n'hésitez pas à aller visiter le site web de IQera qui peut vous expliquer la stratégie de l'entreprise et ce que fait exactement cette société.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Sylvain. Yes.
Merci beaucoup, Sylvain.
Merci à vous.
All contact details for the speakers are of course on the schedule, on the agenda. Just pop up the details. You get information about the session, you get information about the speaker, and you get also the social media contact information of each of our speakers. Sylvain, thank you so much for this fantastic presentation. I picked up, I think, the majority of information. The team is going to reach out to you asking for the slide deck so that we can fix the little faux pas that we had at the beginning, that we working into while the slide deck was frozen at the beginning. So nothing to worry about. The recording will be then available in the next few days after the conference as well. Again, a big thank you to IQera being a partner for the community, being a partner for the Developers Conference. And we're also looking forward then to welcome you next year for hopefully then the physical conference in Port Louis.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
All right. Have a great day and enjoy the other sessions too. Thank you.
So that's...
There's my mouse. There I am. So yeah, Aditya, what do you think about this complex scenario with the different companies, their activities, the overlapping situation and bits and pieces? I mean,
for start,
it's not an easy task.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea. But I pretty much figured it out in the first 5 minutes. But it is a really complex job, governance and all, how management grows, how to support your business growth and all. So I think for the right people, for the target audience, Sylvain made quite a good job presenting them.
Yep, indeed. So we're going to be off for about 5-6 minutes. And then we're going to have some interesting topics in regards to how coding can already be taught to the youngest one and from early ages. So I'm really excited for the next session and looking forward to welcome our two speakers.
Audience, me too.
All right.
We'll
please stay tuned and we'll be back in a tick. Thank you. 2.
Hello everyone, and we are back. So let's move to our next session, which will be Teach Your Kids to Code. And our speakers is Samira, is the CEO from SafeShafer Training Center, and her co-speaker, Dennis Morgan, which is a general manager at Raw IT Services.
Yes.
Joki, can you give just a brief summary of what they are going to talk about?
A warm welcome to you too, and fantastic to have you here. Teaching your kids to code. Wow, yeah, I actually tried this, and it's really difficult. I mean, with our two bigger ones, they are now into it, but the little one is still too small. But I think they started coding at about age of 3 years. So therefore, I'm also looking really forward to see about to get information from your session and bits and pieces. So I'm sure it's going to be a hit. Samira, please introduce yourself briefly. And what is it that you're doing? How did you get into this idea to teach kids how to code? And yeah, tell us.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So I'm Samira, the CEO of SafeShafer Training Center. I am also the representative of Women in Tech Africa and Mauritius. So my topic for today would be teach your kids how to code. So since we've started our company, we've always empowered women in the technology field. But let's say 3 years back, so we decided to accompany more kids in the technology field because we've seen the importance of technology to inculcate this, the STEM culture from kids so that they can have it until their secondary level, their tertiary level, and of course to be in their workspace. So I think this is more important that we have coding in our kids. So today's session will be mainly about kids and coding. And our team, like I mentioned again, teach your kids how to code. So we are going to go briefly about how we conduct our classes. Some of the slides will be delivered by my co-speaker, Mr. Dennis. And it's going to be brief. And then we are going to have your question afterwards. Hopefully we can answer those. Okay?
Sure.
So if you allow me, can I start?
No. Speaking of Dennis, give him also a minute of
Dennis.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Samira. So let's start by introducing myself. So I am Denis. As already mentioned, I'm the general manager of Raw IT Services, which is actually a company providing IT solutions and compliance solutions. And also I am the programming officer at SafeShafer Training Center, where actually I look at all the training needs and all the development side of new for the training center. And as Samira mentioned just a few minutes back, 3 years ago, we started in this journey in looking on how we could empower our kids and seeing that there was more and more the focus on STEM education. So we decided to see how could we empower these children, because we believe in the future that these children would need these skills. And eventually now what we see on the market is that there's a big skill gap from what is being taught from the academic side and what they need to deliver on the market. So this is why we engage ourselves in getting these type of training for the kids so that we could empower them for the future. So without delaying, I would just hand over to Samira to start going through the slide a bit more in detail.
Perfect.
Thank you, Dennis. So my topic again, so teach your kids how to code. So let's go. So for me, this is very clear. This is what normally I always say to my kids and to the parents as well. So it doesn't matter if your child has never operated a computer or a laptop. As far as they're able to play on their mobile phone, games, then coding wouldn't be a problem for them. So this is the Generation X we are talking of. So what is coding actually? What can we say about coding? So coding for me is very simple, a very simple language to understand. It's a fundamental literacy. And then coding also encourage take up challenges from very small. So in overall, the coding will encourage the kids to take up challenges, to have a good critical thinking, to bring innovative ideas and solutions. So which goes along with the STEM culture, which help them develop their critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and communication. So like we see that in the future, the near future, everybody is talking about technology-driven technology future. I think this is why coding is very important and is very useful skill for our kids. So move on to the next slide. So what language do we teach at SafeSHA and the kids overall? So we've focused mainly on two basic language. One is Scratch and the other one is Python. So why Scratch and why Python? So Python and Scratch, they're both perfect for beginners. And it's very easy to set up. And the download is very straightforward. You can have the offline version as well. And it's very kid-friendly. And if we go onto the research, we see that there's a great demand, especially for the Python, which is growing continuously and very fast. So at SafeSHA, we have different levels. So we've decided to break the levels of coding to different ages. So we have, let's say we've categorized 5 to 11 age would be the basic level of coding. And then we'll go again on 11 to 14 would be a bit more intermediate. And then 14 to 17 will be more advanced level. So I will leave Dennis now, who is going to give you a very brief and somewhere brief, but a bit deep words terms of coding to just let you know how we teach the kids for the coding session. So up to you, Dennis.
Thank you, Samira. Thank you very much. So actually, just to catch up a bit on what Samira said, one other thing that we've noticed about coding is when you reach the student who is being doing computing at school at secondary level, when you talk about programming with them, they always say that it's very difficult. It's not easy to understand. Actually, for us, coding should be, in fact, cool and also should be very much easy to work with. And this is why we believe that actually we should start the coding very early stage with Scratch, and then building up the computational thinking so that when they come to the secondary and even tertiary education, they are more, having these logical thinking, problem solving, being more creative, collaborative, and being able to communicate. Because when we talk about coding, it's not just writing the codes. It's actually improving things, trying to solve problems, trying to collaborate. Because when you code, you don't need to code alone. It's a community. So this is what we are trying to build up at SafeSHA with these kids. When we deliver the courses, actually, we don't actually deliver courses to one or two. What we do is we get a bunch of kids together, and then we make them do the coding together. So just to talk about a bit more about the coding also, why do we need to engage ourselves in coding? As you know, as things are moving to the future, we are more talking about machine learning. We are talking about artificial intelligence. We are talking about many things that would need a new workforce. And that new workforce needs to start somewhere. And we strongly believe that this new workforce should start from these small kids and growing up in this area of coding and programming. So actually now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to show you how to code actually. I'm just going to show you a bit how do we run the coding classes with the kids at SafeSha. So normally what we do, we organize this in activities. So these kids would be participating in activities in doing coding and not necessarily doing coding on a computer, because activities can be like, you know, having ropes, papers, and then we try to generate the thinking and the logical process in their mind, and then we make them move to the computers. Actually, I was a student, and learning coding was in front of a computer. The teacher used to be in front of the class, so we used to have the notes. He would explain, and then you had to actually do the job of coding and learn by yourself sometimes, and sometimes it was not easy to understand. So what we did actually at SafeSha was to rethink of how we could actually deliver the coding training, and how could we make it fun, because we didn't want to actually do a coding class that these small kids would actually go away and run away from these classes. So it's all about fun and learning in the training. So I would ask Samira, since she's got the hands in moving the slides, to just move on the next slide for me. Okay, so you will see in this example of how do we explain what is an algorithm. So basically from here, I would guess if you are in the programming side, you would already know the explanation of the explanation of algorithm. But here, what we try to do is, for example, to give the student, what did you do this morning before you arrive at school? So we start by building these activities and try to make them order it by themselves or organize groups of kids together, thinking about it and write it down. So once they know they've been writing it down, so we can discuss about it. So we have this group discussion. We have individually that they can actually explain their logic behind. So once they understand this, so now we can move forward in the class. So on the next slide, sorry, you would see a Scratch example. So those who are very familiar with Scratch, you would actually be able to know that you can move around with the coding, not necessarily writing down the codings. So you've got a window where you can actually move the commands, but eventually they need to understand the logic behind. And this is what we do at first. So if we go back on the previous slides, so we make the kids become more creative. We try to push the logic. We try to make them think about how they would do things, and then we come to this part of Scratch where they actually build things, where they actually build games for them. And actually it's really fun. So they do it in group discussion, then they come to the computer, eventually with the assistance of a teacher. We don't call it teacher or trainer. So it's someone in the class that's here to help them, to mentor them, to actually do this coding. So on the next one would be actually what they do. So when, as you say as example, it's really simple to understand. But behind this, you need to make sure that they understand the logic. And this is what we try to achieve with the kids. So if you see the example here, so when you click on the flag, it's going to ask you how many streets do you have. So it's going to wait. So you have to set the numbers to answer, and then it moves on to the next step. So just before writing down the coding on Scratch, they have to understand the logic behind of why they need to put these commands, why do they need to ask, and what's the logic behind in writing all these commands onto Scratch. Eventually, the output is going to be displayed when you play on Scratch, and this is what we try to do with these small kids. So we start very little. It's fun. Actually, all parent complaints about their kids being all the time on their mobiles playing games. So here what we try to promote is let them build their own games by being creative, by understanding the logic and the coding behind. So your kid would be busy, yes, playing games, but eventually building up their own set of video games. So move on to the next slide. So you would see that eventually in any of the trainings you have to speak about the terminology, because as they move on, things will get a bit more complex. So you need to provide a simplified language for these students for them to understand. So we've just given you two examples here of terminology of what is a sprite and what is a variable. So we would actually explain these to them. So, and then put an example in that so that they could easily understand these terminology. So just on the next slide. Okay. So what I'm going to show you now, so moving on, maybe for these small kids, 5 to 7. So as they move on now, you go to the next level where they start, understanding the Scratch, and we move on to the Python programming language. And I think Python is almost everywhere. Actually, if I take myself being in cybersecurity, Python is we write our script actually through Python. We automate our script through Python. So it's basically being used everywhere. If you talk about IoT, Internet of Things, so this is where also Python plays an important part of it. So at this stage, when they finish with the Scratch level, so we make them move to the Python language. And on this part, so I'm just going to show you again, for example, how do we explain the flowchart? I mean, if you are at secondary level or even at university level, so these are the things that you are going to need to be learning. And this is what we do here. So we make it fun. We show them, for example, the explanation of this symbol. Okay, what does it mean? And also their function in a flowchart. And I'm just going to show you as next example of how we do it with the example. So basically in a computer class, this flowchart would be like for how would you define a process. But here we are showing them how to make a sandwich. Okay, so the process starts, of course. So you've got to prepare 2 slices of bread, spread the margarine on it, add the cheese, close the sandwich, cut the sandwich, and the process ends here. So as you see, it's not related to actually computing, not telling them that, okay, you need to do a program and you need to do the flowchart and you need to actually build the flowchart. So we make it a fun way, because doing a sandwich, I think most of the kids would know how to do a sandwich, and most probably not everyone would do it the same way. So we try to give this type of example, okay, like developing this type of flowchart, showing them how to do it. So, and then we move on to the computing side of doing it through Python. So moving on to the next one. So here, eventually, is an example of a code that they would be writing on the Python. So I didn't make a complete flow of example, but this is an example where you see where we want to bring these kids. So starting by simple thing, starting by things that they understand, like making the sandwich, to come to these more complex coding where they are going to actually write the code, discuss about it, and do this coding in group, or sometimes doing it alone by themselves. Eventually, Python, you can run it online, you can have the offline version. So we give them the opportunity with materials. So we've got behind a whole set of materials that we provide to them. We have the online training that is available to them. So they've got all the support to do these type of training. And we've tried eventually to make these materials as user-friendly as possible, depending on their age, so that it's easily understandable. So this is an example of how they would be writing the codes. And if you go more, so here it's a bit more complex. So this code demonstrates the creation of call and recall of a user-defined function. So the program is basically to display the stock level from product A to E through a bar chart. So you have the set of coding written and you have the output on the terminal that is being displayed down on the right hand side. So it's just an example to show you how we take the kids at a lower age and how do we build the competency along, so that when they arrive to the secondary or tertiary education, they are already equipped with these logical thinking, creativity, and also something very important, the persistence. I think if you are a developer, one of the things you need to be very much aware of is you need to be persistent. Writing a code is not just writing 3 lines and then everything is going to work perfectly fine. So it's a persistence that you need to develop in writing the code. So this is how we do actually the training and how do we build the competencies. So here again, eventually when you do the coding, we need to actually be able to test and improve. So this is again an example on Python. How do we show them term like break, watch, step for them to learn things? And if you are already a developer, so these are the things that you already are doing in your day-to-day job. So just imagine what we are trying to do. So we are getting these kids prepared for their future jobs. Okay, so we built these earlier, okay, at the point where they can actually capture most of this information. So I think most of you started the coding most probably when you were at secondary level and most probably at university level. Not certain that it was pretty much at the lower age. So what we are trying to do is really to start something at the lower age and then build the competency up to a level at tertiary level. So again here, simple terminology that we provide to these kids for them to better understand, okay, what they are trying to do and what they need to achieve. Okay, so I won't go into details in explaining the terminology. I'm pretty sure that you would be most familiar with these terminologies, but what the focus here is about kids. So what we want to show you and what we want to demonstrate is that how do we take the kids up to a level where they can understand coding and where they are being empowered and where this can be a luggage, a plus for them ahead for jobs that may come across to them, or whether they are going to embark the SM in computer science and so on. So going more the advanced level eventually. So these are for these students which actually are at Form 5 HSE level and even at university level. So this is where it's more complex. So it's where we spend time and where they've built up the knowledge at earlier stage. So these are examples of how do we explain them about if, else statement, switch, break, and then we get on to this. So what we did here was to eventually take bits and pieces of explanation and put it in a slide. So if I had to go into details, eventually we would have to do a whole course on Python and eventually ask the platform to give us more time. So I've tried to be a bit more short in my presentation, but just by giving you some hints and tips of how we deliver these trainings and eventually making sure that you people on the other side, the audience, understand how serious we are in teaching the kids the coding part and how we are passionate about it, that we believe that we need to actually skill up these kids with these type of skills, because we truly believe that this is going to help them in the future, not so long, because technology moves fast, really fast, and we really need our kids to actually have the skills ahead. So this is another example again of how we teach Python. How do we go about the different topics under Python? So moving on to the next slide again. Okay, so for example here, what happens if you enter a password? Okay, and then it goes on like this. So as I said, I won't go into details. These are examples for you to see what type of activity do we carry out with your kids. Okay, so it's not just like reading a slides, showing them slides, but we build these trainings in activities. So we make them participate in activities. So they have to deliver these type of codings. They have to do it. They have to get their hands onto it to deliver these codings. So again, I've tried to put some example to show you how complex can we go in the coding part. Okay, so on the next one, again, about case. So most probably, if you are in the coding, you would surely recognize that these are things that you use in your day-to-day. So just to show you to where we are taking these topics and explaining them to these kids. I think eventually when they will move to their university and when they get onto their job, this is going to surely help them, and they would have a competitive advantage compared to others who have not embarked themselves in these type of trainings. So again, on the next slide. So here again, you see, this is an example of a practice. So going from the explanation, running the activity, then they need to practice. So this is where they get their hands onto it. So we try to encourage them. We do quizzes. We try to enhance the classes by making activities, by making not, competing with others, but, try to make sort of a competition in themselves by having small different groups and tell them, okay, you guys, you need to do this, the other one need to do this. Come, okay, in front of the class, show us what you've been doing, explain to us the logic behind this coding, eventually with the guidance of the trainer eventually. Okay, so on the next one, again, terminologies. So you would see that these are simple terminologies, but eventually we have the materials behind that is provided to the student for them to get more knowledge. We do have video trainings. We do have our online platforms, which I've mentioned earlier. So all these materials are provided to them, and eventually us behind to help them understand every of these terminologies. Okay, so the next one would be, so this is the slide where I need to hand over to Samira. So I hope I've been able to actually get your focus on what we do and how we do it. As I said earlier, I was not here to do a class on Python. That was not the aim of the presentation. The aim of the presentation was to show you how SafeSHA actually delivers the training, how and what materials we provide to your kids, and how we at SafeSHA are passionate about the subject, and also how do we want to make sure that the kids actually are the future generation of people here that can actually create things on the world to actually put, we are a very small island. I usually say this to Samira. We are a very small island in a big world. So we want to place something on that small island, and people from outside can say, okay, these guys, they've been able to develop that STEM education in Mauritius, and these people are going around the world and creating lots of new things for the world, and eventually making the world a better place. So that's all for me. I'll hand over to Samira to continue on the slides.
Thank you, Denis.
Yep, fantastic information. And I have to say, I really like this playful handling of programming concepts, because I mean, this is the easiest way about how to get kids into it, how to get them interested in logical challenges, and fine-tuning them in a way that actually the steps that they do and in daily life are transferable to computer instructions. So yeah, please, Shamira, your turn.
Actually, for me, from my part, it's only the wrap-up part. So I would say coding for kids is getting very popular, actually, around the world. So we need to get our kids here in Mauritius and around the regional island as well to get into coding. And the main takeaways that I would say that we need to remember about coding, especially about the Scratch and the Python, is perfect for the beginners. It's very easy to use, very easy to download, and like we say, user-friendly, but here I'm going to say kid-friendly, and coding is here to stay, never to leave. So let's inspire the next generation of the digital innovators.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, our kids also, my kids here, they started actually with all the stuff that is available on the Hour of Code. And as I said, my son, he was about 3 years when he got into that. And we also have, I was a participant or supporter for a nice campaign on Kickstarter, which actually had the concept of programming as a board game. So literally, you are completely without computer. It's just that you have a nice board game with activity cards, and literally the activity cards are like computer instructions, like move forward, turn left, repeat. And then you can actually put different obstacles and crystals to collect onto the game board, and this way they start to think in which sequence they need to put their play cards in order then to complete the tasks to collect the crystals and avoiding obstacles. So it's pretty interesting about this and what are the possibilities around here. And I can imagine you at your training center that you're offering all these kind of activities as well. So
yes, exactly.
And this is why, yes, Denis, go on.
Yeah, I would say that I think they are most welcome to come and visit us, most welcome to actually come and try. I mean, there's no harm in it in trying, just to get your kids to try it. There's no commute. Come and just try one session with us. Just try and see how, because when we talk, last time I was like, there was one parent talking to me about, said, okay, my kid won't be able to do that. It's too complicated. And I said, let him come. Let him come and try. And playing, like you said, board games. This is what we do in our activities. It's not like when we start the coding, it's a computer and then you start writing on the programs. We also build the activities. We have ropes at the training center. So we build square with the ropes, papers, writing down, and then they place the papers. And this is where it's fun. It's not only computers. And I think this is where you would get these the kids to really like what they are doing, instead of coming and sitting in front of a computer and just writing things. So this is, I think it's great. It's a great example that you gave. So this is actually what we do as our activity. Maybe Samira would just wanted to add up something on that.
No, it's just that, like I mentioned earlier, so it's just very easy. So you've said everything, Denise. So for me, from my part, it's just to get the kids more encouraged. So we've just, last week, we've just announced that we are going to have our coding competition, and it's going to be mainly about Scratch. So this is a way that we give the opportunity to the kids to learn about coding and how is it important for them, especially when they're going into the secondary, the tertiary level. And like I say, so coding is here to stay. So we have to make a must, because if we see the generation nowadays, I took it from my kids as well. So from my son, who is only 8 years, but he can just go on the Scratch and do the coding by himself. He just watched the video that I showed him, and then he just closed the video and work on the coding himself. So I think it's there already in them. So we were here to only accompany them, to make them see further what they can do with the competencies that they have.
Definitely, yes. All right. Aditya, any comments from your side?
Well, I think that it's just a really good thing what you're doing, because coding in primary level, it's not even taught at the government school. It's only private institutions. So doing that, it's really good. It's a really good thing.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Samira, Dennis, for being present at the conference. Looking forward to more interaction, to more cooperations, also in regards with the women in tech activities and other possibilities as well. And with that, I leave you, and thank you so much for your time, and looking forward.
I think it would be great to have you as well on board for our coding competition, you see? So I'll share the information with you. So that would be great to have great coders, great developers here to help our kids. So we say alone we make, alone sometimes is different, but when you join hands together, then it's very powerful.
Yeah, and we really want to especially for the kids. And I said earlier, there's one word about passionate. It's really, we are really very much passionate about it, and we really want that these kids are able to do these things and make that accessible for them, and that we grow that community here in Mauritius. So it's really like doing that in collaboration, and we believe in this model of collaboration with together. I think in the audience also, if there are people who would like to collaborate, share ideas, we are very much open to it. It's true we are a training center, but collaboration, it's what makes everything grows, and it's really important, I think.
Yeah,
and I would actually thank you also for giving us the opportunity to be on your platform. It's been really great working with you and the team together, and looking forward, of course, having more of this collaboration and growing together. And we hope that we've been able to provide as much information as we could to the audience. And we really look forward to answering questions if they have or not, or maybe drop us an email. They would see, sorry, they already have our contact details on the last slides. So we would be very much happy to answer any of their queries about that.
Yes, pleasure.
Yeah.
Okay, Aditya.
Yes.
I mean, at what age did you start getting into coding, whether it was conscious or unconscious?
Well, I think it was at age 10, because I started with HTML, and I don't know if HTML it's more like a markup language than programming itself, but at least it was a start. Then I went up with Python. No, sorry, not Python. I think my first one was Visual Basic. Yeah, it was Visual Basic. Then it was Python. it was a pretty good thing, pretty good experience. Just the only thing that I missed, I would love if I had that opportunity to learn it even before, because in primary school, but I learned it in secondary when I was 12. It was pretty good. And how about you, Joking? How's the experience teaching your kids and yourself?
I mean, let's move over. I mean, I think if I remember correctly, I think I started in first year of secondary, which would have been then in Germany. It's about 10 years old, and at the time we had exposure to Apple IIe models, and it was really like, monochrome green black screens, but I don't know, it already caught this the spark was already there, because I mean it was the possibility to be able then to actually create you could put your thoughts into the machine and see how something is developing, and that you could create something. I mean, for me, it was really encouraging to go forward. And, at the time, this was then really about that I started to, buy computer magazines. At the time, it was then the Commodore C64. And, I was then typing the listings that were available in the magazines, and took it from there. So it was pretty impressive. And then about like seeing the sprites move around on the screen, that was pretty awesome. And then it's the situation, the next real deep dive into programming and understanding was then in regards to a programming language called Logo, which means that you actually navigating a turtle, exactly like actually the board game that I bought that I supported with Kickstarter is exactly based on that turtle concept of the programming language Logo, where you have simple instructions like, put the pen down, move, and then it draws a line behind itself, turn left, turn right, etc., certain degrees. And with that, when you started to combine these instructions, at the end, I had mesmerizing, how do you call it, Lissajous diagrams, because it's based on mathematic functions that you get this kind of mandala looking like circles and bits and pieces. So it was super cool, and it was like just sitting there watching while it was starting, put the lines on the screen. It was really so rewarding and fulfilling. And nowadays, having then these activities completely taken away from the computer, like just by playing, acting, and having this gamification, it's just fantastic.
Yeah, me too. I think it's really awesome to have games act as a tool for educating about programming languages and the concepts and all. So,
I mean, one of the coolest thing and super simple is like, imagine you at primary school, and you would be the teacher. You can get those kids so super easy into programming in such a way that you just tell them, okay, I am the robot. What are your instructions? And the kids are then like, okay, they need to guide you through the classroom. And of course, if you're standing in front of the wall or in front of the desk and they tell you to move forward, you move forward and bump into it. I mean, the kids are going to have so much fun with these kind of activities. You can't believe it. And so, I'm really happy to see that Samira and Dennis are offering these type of activities here in Mauritius, and being then connected. I saw the Hour of Code using platforms like Scratch. I mean, you have all the tools at hand to develop, to nourish the next generation of coders and hackers. And you can inspire them to actually be creative and use their mind.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, the audience. So much for the current talk. We're going to be back after a short break. So please don't run away. Grab a coffee. Check out the neighboring rooms. Maybe get some fresh air. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock with the next session in the Batcave. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned. We'll be back.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank, Sasfin, Standard Bank, and Woolworths Financial Services, done in alphabetical order, not to offend. Our growth rate is 25% every year for the past 15 years. We launched the data science and engineering practice based on machine learning and AI principles. Our payments and crypto area is providing a world-first technology with Halo. Our MSP team stays up all night so that our customers can sleep peacefully, knowing their support is in good hands. We're on track to become an AWS Premier Partner, fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Ticket and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence to define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
Hello everyone, we are back with another episode of our Visual Developers Conference in Mauritius. I hope you had a good lunch break. I hope that you're still tuned in onto the stream. And Aditya, who is our next guest?
So our next guest is Dylan Haber, head of engineering at Ringia, South Africa, and he's going to tell you how do you ace a developer job interview. So tune in, make sure to watch it closely because maybe that's how you get your next job.
All right, then welcome, Dylan, and tell us a little bit about yourself. What is it? You have an office here in Mauritius as well, and also thank you so much for being a partner and supporter of the conference and our community activities. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Yes, it's so good to be with you, with the Mauritius software development community. Like you said, we do have an office in Mauritius. We're actually primarily based in South Africa. That's why South Africa is in our name. But our second biggest office that we have is in Mauritius, and I'll have a few photos in the presentation of some of the team there. So I was really hoping that this would be the final excuse that I needed to get over to your island, to be able to present at this conference and meet the rest of the team in person that I haven't met, and actually get my own photo on the Mauritius beaches. But unfortunately, COVID has let us down again, and we're going to have to do this remote. So I'll save that trip for another day, but I'm very keen to see what the island has to offer and to actually see this development community in person.
No worries. I mean, next year's conference is already in the planning, in the making. There might be good chances. We just need to wait how government is going to go forward with the regulation for the borders. Speaking of the pandemic, what's the current situation in South Africa? Is it flattening? Is it still serious?
Yeah, so we're still in a serious position. I think things have improved. Our recovery rate has increased quite significantly within the country, but we're not down to zero. I think Mauritius got there way faster than most countries did. So congratulations to everyone on your side for actually following the rules and getting processes in place that worked. But our borders are still locked down. So even if your borders were open, I wouldn't be able to leave. And when we still have quite a few restrictions during our lockdown processes at the moment. But overall, the country's in not a terrible position. We're definitely on the improvement process, and things are looking a lot better than they were a couple of months ago.
Oh yeah, that's great. I mean, that's great to hear. And I mean, especially in African countries, it might be quite difficult compared to other areas in regards to supplies, hygiene, and water supply. I mean, I also got the impression that you guys struggling a little bit with the load shedding, that you suddenly poof, power gone for, I don't know, half a day,
Yes.
full day.
Well, unfortunately, we've had some issues over the last couple of years with the generation of electricity in South Africa, and that has directly affected a lot of the businesses and a lot of the tech teams. So we've got, some of us have backup processes in place. I have an inverter here in case the power does cut, but if it does drop, it's normally on a schedule because it's some type of reduction in generation ability, and then they put people on schedules and drop you for about an hour and a half to 2.5 hours, 3 hours for a specific time period. So it's not ideal for the tech space. It really makes, especially working remotely, quite difficult. And it's one of the serious challenges that South Africa does need to address and sort out, because it is going to limit the growth that we can have as a tech team, as a tech industry. And I mean, every industry is affected, but directly, if you're working on computers, on internet processes, on the web, that directly affects everything that you're doing in a very fundamental way. There's nothing that we can really do offline. So I do hope that does get addressed in the next couple of years, and they get to stabilize it. But if not, we will make a plan, like we always do. We'll find our own solutions, and we'll make sure that we stay online for the important bits at least.
Well, I mean, similar what you have for the electricity, I think, Aditya, what is our water situation from time to time?
Well, I think
do you have water cut?
Yeah. Well, the borders is actually here only open for local airlines, but I hope that it gets better. But we're just in the flu of things. We really don't know what's going to happen with borders and all that. But I hope everything's just move for something better.
Yep.
I
hope so too. Yeah. I hope so too. And then, Dylan, even if it's not improving fast enough on your side, now you got a place then to come to. So please now let's move on. Tell us, what are the ups and downs during a developer job interview? What is your advice to the audience? And I'm excited and very interested to get some inspirations, because even as a company owner, it's always interesting to learn from others about the right questions to ask to candidates.
Wonderful. Well, I'll trust that you're going to keep me honest during this process, and at the end of it, tell me if I'm lying to everybody, because you've clearly been on the other side of this process as well. But yes, that sounds great. Let me get into it and share my thoughts on how to ace your developer job interview.
All right.
Wonderful. Can you see my presentation? Are we good to go?
Yeah, we're good to go.
Awesome. Great. So thanks for the introduction. Nice having a bit of a chat before we get stuck into it. Like we said, my name is Dylan Harbour from Ringier, South Africa, and we're going to be talking about how to ace your developer job interview. So first, a bit about Ringier, South Africa. We build the software that drives classified marketplaces. So if you're thinking about classified marketplaces, it's your traditional ones of cars, jobs, property, where you can trade in those types of entities, and also the general classified marketplaces like horizontals, which can sell anything from electronics to spare tires to cell phones, anything in between. We don't actually run any of these platforms, but we build the tech stack and the applications that do drive these platforms. And we specialize in rolling them out in emerging markets for the Ringier Group. Currently, we have quite a big footprint in East and West Africa and a growing footprint in Southeast Asia, with the hopes and dreams of conquering more of Asia and Europe in the near future as well. So a few stats, we're sitting with over 40 developers. I think we might even be over 50 developers at the moment, closer to 60, but definitely over 40 developers with a remote first approach. So although most of us are based here in South Africa, we do have a few developers that are sitting in various other places around the world, and we collaborate quite heavily with international teams. One of our main hubs, like we spoke about earlier, is in Mauritius, where Matt Hood and the rest of the gang are all based and developing the property platforms for our emerging markets directly out of Mauritius. So it's really nice to be contributing to the Mauritius ecosystem here as well, because we're heavily invested and we love the Mauritius software development community. We love what you guys are doing, and we love to see that initiatives like this conference are coming about within the Mauritius space. So far, just a few stats. This year to date, we've served over 30 million users in Africa alone. And that was a couple of weeks ago, so that number's gone up quite a bit. And that's across more than 20 marketplaces from Africa and Asia. So if you'd like more info about that, head on over to our international websites or our African websites, or chat to any of the team if you do bump into them in a future events. But it would be good to share some more of our understanding of classified marketplaces with you guys in future as well. Here's just a quick team photo, one that was shared with me from the beaches of Mauritius. I do hope to get my own photo like that sometime, like we spoke about, but that's going to have to wait at least a year for us to get this human malware virus under control before we can really travel and spend some time with the team over in Mauritius. Perfect. So a bit about myself. I am proudly South African. I'm proudly African as well. And I love to see how emerging markets and developing countries, including places like Mauritius, are starting to take more of a lead position in the tech space, stand up and be counted, and not just wait for the European markets and the Asian markets and the American markets to tell us what to do, but we can actually stand up and be counted on our own 2 feet. Originally, I come from a back-end web development background, so I'm a huge fan of PHP. I used PHP before the days of Laravel and stuff like that, but since Laravel has come about, I've really invested in that ecosystem, and I do believe that it is worth investing in. It is something that is growing, Currently, I'm digging into the tall stack, which is Tailwind, Alpine.js, Laravel, and Livewire. Really interesting stuff that's happening there. And overall, it's a great community to be part of. I highly encourage you to dig into that. This crazy photo on the right-hand side was taken about 10 years ago, and that coincides with about the same time period when I had to sit and conduct my first job interview as a hiring manager. So some poor faces had to sit across from this face and try and convince me that they deserved a job position, that they had the skills that were required, and that they could actually deliver on what the task was that we had to deliver on. And I do feel sorry for them. That was a long time ago. I've lost a little bit of hair since then and grown a little bit more, but overall it's been a roller coaster the last 10 years. Over those 10 years, I've had seasons of hiring and seasons of not hiring. So I've been in positions where I've had to sit through weeks and weeks of job interviews, and it felt like it was never ending. And then I've also had seasons where I've done no hiring. But every time I've gone back into the hiring processes, I've continuously been frustrated with the way that developers present themselves at that opportunity. It just seems like they make your life a little bit more difficult than it needs to be. There's some really basic things that you would hope that they would get right. And it just has been continuously frustrating. So that's pretty much where this talk came from. It came from an experience or continuous experiences of not being put in a position to give people a job, despite having the budget, despite having the products that needed to be built, and a desire to hire people. There has been some frustrations in the way that people have presented themselves. So this talk really aims to answer that question and guide developers in presenting themselves in the best possible light when they appear for jobs or when they apply for job interviews, and try and make it easier for hiring managers to make that decision to give them the opportunity to prove themselves. So to make sure that I was not lying to you guys and got a little bit more input from a wider audience, I reached out to a few people in my network. So these guys on the right-hand side, Neil, Stephen, Matt, and Merlin, thank you very much for letting me pick your brain and make sure that I wasn't going to present something that was inaccurate, because together I think that the five of us represent quite a considerable amount of experience in sitting in that chair, trying to hire people, trying to offer people the position. We've definitely got well over 1,000 combined interviews behind us. I think some of these guys might even have close to that number just by themselves. But definitely between us, we've got quite a few interviews that we've had to sit through, representing multiple industries, all forms of tech positions across lots of different continents. I think between us, we've worked in Africa, Asia, and Europe, and lots of different countries within those spaces. So it's definitely something that I do hope represents a wider view than just my own. I took the words that they gave me and I put it together in a talk like this, not necessarily directly, so I do hope I represent it accurately, but there's a wealth of knowledge in those four faces over there, and I think that we can definitely learn from the experiences that they've gone through. Overall, one of the commonalities that I found during this process is that in all of the conversations I had with the team, the frustrations were generally the same frustrations about getting back to basics, about the fundamentals that people don't present correctly when they apply for job interviews. And that process of just getting back to basics was common in all of them. There's probably nothing new in this talk that you've never heard before. There's nothing that's revolutionary. There's nothing that people are going to write books about. This is really just getting the fundamentals right in the way that you present yourself for your career opportunities that come about as a developer. So before we dig into it, just one last tip or one last point here. There's a few things that are out of scope of this talk. We've only got 45 minutes to dig into it, and these things are quite specific to the geographical location, your specific tech stack, and your environment or your ecosystem that you're operating in, your actual industry that you're operating in. So we're not going to be digging into too much detail on the stack specific tips, on salary negotiations, or on where to look for a job. If you have any questions about that or any suggestions, you're welcome to leave them in the YouTube chat, and maybe someone will be able to help you within your industry or within your geographical locations, but this isn't really going to be a primary focus of our talk. Rather, what I'm going to be focusing in is these two areas. First of all, the 5 things that hiring managers fear. We're all people too. We do have our own fears. We do have our own things that we have to overcome. But we're going to dig into those and see how we can overcome those 5 things that hiring managers fear, as well as an alternative checklist to complete before interviewing for a development job. Awesome. So let's get into it. Hiring managers have a responsibility to hire competent people that can deliver on the mandate that they've been given. But before they can make any recommendations to extend an offer, most of them will have to overcome these 5 fears. So if you position yourself to help them overcome these fears, they will be more inclined to extend an offer to you, and you'll be better positioned than the rest of the candidates to be first in line for that offer. So these fears are the sum of all the internal conversations that a hiring manager has with themselves before they would be willing to put their own neck on the line and recommend that you be hired. So the first fear that I've put down is, will they upset the delicate balance that we've created? Now, I can almost feel the rolling eyes happening through the streams of internet that are coming at me here, because this just sounds so abstract and ridiculous. We've got nice keywords like team player and culture fit and work ethic and values. And if you're anything like I was when I started down this road, you'd want to puke at this point, because this is not the stuff that developers thrive on. Developers like facts, they like technical solutions, they like frameworks, they like code. That's how developers communicate. That's what they like. They don't like things like culture fit. What is that even? But I think the reason that I put this as the very first fear and the very first thing that people need to overcome when they interview for a development position is because you have to recognize that during the process of applying for a job, most of the first rounds of interviews or most of the first rounds of filtering is done by a non-technical person. So generally, you've got someone like an HR person, a recruiter, some other back office people within a company, potentially some managers, or if it's a very small organization, maybe even the founder themselves is trying to find somebody to build this fancy product that he wants to build. And often those are not technical people. They are people that understand these types of things like organizations and culture fit and team player and work ethic. So they can immediately rule you out of any future rounds of interviews just by saying, hey, look, I don't think he's the right fit for us. And that may sound unfair, but this is the reality of how the processes work. And if you're not willing to accept that, you're going to put yourself in a worse position to follow through with the rest of the interview processes. So there's a saying that one bad apple spoils the barrel. And I think that also applies to developers and to tech teams, because if you've worked within any organizations for a certain amount of time, you probably have your own stories to tell of how one bad apple can spoil the barrel, of how one developer who comes with a bad attitude or is just the wrong fit or doesn't have the right work ethic or the right values can take the entire team down from being productive and being an effective team down to being ineffective and non-productive at what they do. So hiring managers are often trying to protect themselves from hiring those people, and they really do care about the delicate balance that they've created within their team. So how do you actually overcome this? This is just my suggestions. I would love to hear your own suggestions. You're welcome to leave them in the YouTube thread. And we can chat about them during the Q&A later on. But my suggestions is, first of all, show that you're a team player. If you come into an interview and you immediately say, I don't like working with other people, I want to work by myself, I don't play well with others, that's going to put you in a significantly worse position than somebody who comes with the story of actually being involved in teams and being accepting of working within a team space. Secondly, you can be a human, not a robot. You're allowed to have personality, you're allowed to have hobbies, you're allowed to have feelings. Keep in mind that this is the personality, this is the story that you're presenting to somebody who might have to spend at least 8 hours a day with you. And nobody really wants to work with somebody who has a terrible personality or no personality for 8 hours a day. That can be incredibly frustrating and can be upsetting to the way that you engage with people. So you're allowed to bring that human element into the process. You're allowed to actually have those feelings. You're allowed to have hobbies. You're allowed to have a bit of personality and not just worry about the binary facts of code and tech stack. Next up, humility is greater than arrogance. I've never sat in a job interview with somebody who thought they knew more than everybody else in the room, and at the end of it decided, cool, I definitely want to hire that person. It's an immediate turnoff. It's something that can come across really badly. And there's a huge difference between being confident in what you do know and being arrogant to everybody that's in the room with you. So keep that in mind. You can still come across with confidence. You can still have something to say about an answer, about a decision, about a direction. But if you're going to bring arrogance into that process, there's generally going to be a bad vibe, and hiring managers are going to not want to hire you for that. Next up is to know your audience. There is significant differences in different industries. If you're in a corporate space or a startup space, what the values are of that organization, if they're huge fans of open source code, if they, how they choose to run their teams. And if you can just do a little bit of homework in knowing your audience, you can pitch towards them in a way that will convince them that you won't upset the balance that they have within their organization. Next up is to learn to communicate. Now this is a tricky one because developers are also not known for communication. We are generally speaking the language of pull requests and code, and we like to troll each other on Slack, but that doesn't necessarily form part of the basics of what type of communication you need to have to be able to function within a team space and to be able to get the job done. Even if you're the only developer on a project, there's a good chance that you're still going to have to communicate with product managers, project managers, clients, QA resources, and having that ability to communicate, showing that you have that ability to communicate will go a long way. This might not come naturally, especially if you're very young in the industry, and it might be something that you actually have to work on. But just put some time in, practice, try find resources that can help your communication process, and try and become more confident in the material that you're presenting so that your communication of that material is more succinct and more well represented in the way that it comes across. Lastly, in how to convince somebody that you're not going to upset the delicate balance of an organization is to actually show some interest in the company or the product. This is something that some developers actually don't believe is a requirement. And some developers think, hey, look, I'm here to write code. Why should I actually care what the product is? Why should I care what the company values are? But like I said before, you've got these roadblocks that you're going to have to go through during the development process that are often manned by people that are not technically focused, and their responsibility is to protect the company from interests that are not benefiting the company. So you need to show a bit of interest in the company and in the product, ask some questions, do a little bit of homework, and keep in mind that interviews are a two-way street. So this is your opportunity to also find out if the company is a good match for you. You can find out if they match your own values, if they are an organization that isn't going to abuse you with ridiculous work requirements and project requirements. You can go through that process of also interviewing them during this process by asking some questions and showing some interest in the company and the product. Believe it or not, you can be rejected before you even get to present yourself technically, you can be rejected from a first round of interviews by just not being interested in the company and the product enough for them to have confidence in pushing you through to the next round of interviews. Perfect. So that sums up fear number 1 and how to overcome it. Let's dig into fear number 2. Can they continue to learn and grow? Now, again, if you've got a bit of gray hair like me, you've been around for a while, you'll probably have stories to tell. I mean, I heard the stories earlier on about Commodore 64s and from back in the day, and that really, I mean, that's maybe a little bit just before my time. But the reality is that the tools that you're building with today are not the tools that existed 2 or 3 years ago. And likewise, the tools that you're going to be building with in 2 or 3 years are not the tools that you're learning right now. Technology is changing super fast. We're in one of the most fast-moving industries in the world, and you have to be able to keep up. So hiring managers' responsibility is not only to hire somebody who can do the job today, but also to hire somebody that has the ability to grow into what is required to do the job in 12 months' time, in 24 months' time, in 5 years' time. And you need to overcome this fear before they would be willing to give you the opportunity to work for them. So how do you overcome that? First up, I recommend developing a track record of continuous learning. If you don't have a track record that shows that you have the ability to keep learning, you will battle to try and convince someone that you have the ability to continue learning. How can that look? It could be in doing courses, in playing with new frameworks, in contributing to open source code, just showing that you actually are engaged in actively continuing to learn and grow and develop your career as a developer. Next up, engage in your developer community. This A and B kind of go together in a way because if you are continuously learning, you're going to be doing it through engaging with your development community. You're going to be doing it with your tribe. You're going to be doing it with within the space and the resources that exist within your community. One of my favorite job interview questions when I'm interviewing candidates is to ask them how they go about learning new technologies. And very often, most candidates can come up with an answer to that question. It's not a very difficult one. So, for example, they might say, I do courses on Udemy. And I'll immediately follow that up with something like, give me an example of something that you recently learned on Udemy. And you can immediately see the difference between candidates who actually or candidates who think that they have this attitude of continuously learning versus candidates who actually do have that attitude of continuously learning. So if you have a candidate who isn't able to give you a decent answer to an example of something that they've recently learned off of Udemy, then there's a good chance that they actually haven't logged into Udemy in the last 6 weeks at all, and they haven't actually been engaging with anything. So it does separate quite quickly the people into 2 different groups, on those that think that they do have this attitude and those that actually do have that attitude. On engaging with your developer community, there's so many different ways to do it. You can contribute to open source projects. You can speak at local meetups. You can just attend the local meetups or start them if they don't exist yet. But really just to show that you have that yearning, that desire to engage with the community and grow as a developer. All of those kind of sum up into the word passion, and showing that you have a passion for what you're doing rather than just a desire to get a paycheck and a desire for a job. Now, in all of the hiring managers that I chatted to earlier, they all said that this passion is something that you can identify quickly. It's something that you can see in somebody when you're conversing with them, when you start to chat to them about what they're actually doing. And passion is a bit of a strange thing because it's kind of like being funny. You can't tell somebody that you are funny, you can tell them a joke, and by telling them a joke, they will know that you are funny. But by just saying, I'm a funny guy, you're not actually going to convince them that you're a funny guy. So passion is very similar. You can't just say to them, oh, I'm passionate about being a developer. It means nothing. It doesn't have any weight. But if your career is developed around showing that you have that passion, in engaging with the community and continuously learning, you will be able to convince them that you do have that passion. And if you have that passion, they're going to be a lot more interested in trying to get you on their team. So that sums up number 2. Let's move on to number 3. Can they get the job done? Now, personally, this is my number 1 fear when I'm hiring people. There's nothing worse than working in a team of people that are always busy, but nothing ever gets done. And our product manager in Mauritius, he always says, you need to not only do the first 99% of a task, but you need to do the next 99% as well. And it's so true, because there's a big difference between having the first 99% done and getting it almost there versus actually getting it over the line. So how do you prove that you have that ability to get something over the line? These are my suggestions. Again, I'm keen to hear what you have to say about this. But first of all, I would highly, highly, highly recommend that you have a finished product to show in your portfolio. Now, that could be in the form of a portfolio product or project that you've worked on at previous employment. But personally, when people show me that, it's nice. I'll look at it. I'll ask some questions, but it doesn't really carry any weight. Because if you've been working in a team of 5 developers and you manage to get an amazing Android app launched, I don't actually know if you were the developer that got it over the finish line or if the other 4 developers were the ones that got it over the finish line. So it carries a lot more weight to me if you have your own personal project, your own personal product that you've managed to build and deploy and put somewhere and show that it is finished and show that it is at a skill level that can represent what you have to show or what you have to offer to an organization. It doesn't have to be fancy. It doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be a great idea even. It just has to be finished, and it has to represent your skill level of what you have to offer. The next one, a personal peeve for myself. I really get frustrated when people just list all the skills in the world on a resume, something that they might have clicked a button once on AWS, so they call themselves an AWS or they give themselves an AWS skill. That type of thinking is going to count against you in the long run. Just throwing lots of words in there isn't going to help because it's going to dilute from the skills that you might actually have. So rather focus on the skills that you do have, and where you have skills that don't have an equal weighting, have a clear skills matrix that shows where your skill level is for each of the different skills that you put down on a resume. Next up, make some code public. If you can do A and C at the same time, that's a double win. That's something that's really going to count towards people being more confident in what your ability is, in having not just the product to show, but in actually being able to show the code of how that product works. So put some code on your repo, on your GitHub profile. Make sure that you have something that's public. And if you don't have anything to build, that's completely fine. Find an open source project, contribute to that, help test, help with issues, and try and contribute through those processes to open source projects to try and represent your understanding of how these technologies work accurately through code examples. Next up is to be prepared for technical assessments. I know this is another contentious one because they can be huge time wasters for developers who are applying at lots of different companies all over the place. But the reality is that these checks and balances have to exist for organizations to have the confidence in you to go through that offer process. And if they don't have enough confidence in you, or if they have certain checks that they have to just fulfill, unfortunately, it's just part of playing the game. I would recommend that you do A, B, and C first, because if you can get especially A and C right, you have less chance of wasting your time with technical assessments that aren't going to end in a successful offer. But if you have already accurately represented your competency, then any reasonable hiring manager is not going to waste their time getting you to do additional technical assessments. But unfortunately, technical assessments do exist. We're in a technical space, and this is one of the best places to try and test for the skills that we need. So I'm not a huge fan of the old school whiteboard assessments, giving you a crazy loop to try and figure out on a whiteboard. I think that's a complete waste of time. But like I said before, you've got lots of different players during the interview process. You might get an old school senior developer who sees that as being valuable, and that's their little party trick that they like to do. And maybe you're just going to have to jump through that hoop. But don't be offended by technical assessments when they do come up. Rather embrace them, be ready for them, and do your best when they do come up, and try and get them done as quickly as possible and to the best of your ability. Also, make sure that if you do get a take-home assessment, get it done or don't hand it in, because doing a take-home assessment and then not getting it finished is not useful in showing your ability to get something over the finish line. I've heard quite a few stories recently, especially during this global pandemic, where a lot of the interviews are happening more remotely. I've heard lots of stories of guys or girls phoning in to a job interview, and then suddenly they're asked to share their screen, check out a repo, and start coding or correcting a bug or explaining some code to the person on the other end. I don't know if that's fair as well. Personally, I've never asked anyone to do that, but these things are happening. So be ready for them. Make sure that your screens are cleared. Make sure that your Slack is closed. Make sure that you're in a position to be able to respond to whatever's coming your way for technical assessments, so that you can be best prepped to give a good response when the questions are asked. Next up is to be responsible for your own upskilling. This sounds self-explanatory, but I think that there are a lot of people that have a mindset that it's the responsibility of an organization or a company to teach you everything that you need to do a job. In our industry, in our day and age, I don't think that that's the reality. You can take pretty much any topic that you want to learn, and you can learn that almost for free or for very little money through the online learning platforms that exist, through the communities that exist, through YouTube tutorials and things like that. So take that on yourself. And make sure that if you're going to apply for a job, for example, we do a lot of Laravel development. We're a big fan of PHP and Laravel. And if you apply for a job with us as a Laravel development job, but you have never started or created a Laravel application, I'm not going to be interested in giving you a job, because there's nothing stopping you from doing that on your own time before you even apply for the job. And if we're looking specifically for Laravel developers, even if your skills from Symfony and all the rest will transfer, that's completely acceptable. But you do actually have to put a little bit in from your side as well, and make sure that you have a bit of an understanding of what you're getting yourself into, and take that responsibility on for your own upskilling. Lastly, to try and overcome the challenge of can they get the job done, there is the question of certifications and qualifications. And again, this is going to be very different for different industries, for different job levels, for different locations. I know that in some countries that we've operated in, qualifications are viewed very, very highly and very respected. And in other places that I've seen, qualifications are like, gets you in the door, but it doesn't really count for anything. So you need to kind of weigh that up yourself. I know that there are a lot more certification programs out there these days. Some of them are more formal, like the AWS certifications or the Laravel developer certifications. And some of them are a little bit more informal, with some of the online learning platforms where you can just do courses and do tests and get some type of certification for that. This may or may not count in your favor, but I think it never hurts to just investigate what is out there for certifications and qualifications in your specific industry and with your specific stack, and try and use that to back up your position, and convince them that you actually have the ability to get the job done that they are looking for. Fear number 4, are they worth the salary? Now, like I said in the beginning, I'm not going to dig into salary negotiations all that much, but this is a legitimate fear that hiring managers have. You don't want to hire somebody for a certain amount of money and then find out that you could have gotten a better developer for less money later on. It's the same as if you're going to buy a product. If it ends up being on sale the next week, you're going to be super, super sad, and not like developers are products, but it's a very big fear in whether the salary that people are expecting is a realistic and a reasonable salary to pay. So just a few quick points. I'm not going to dwell on this too much, but be realistic about your skill level. Don't oversell yourself. I don't believe in the fake it till you make it type of mantra, because especially in the development space, I think there's no excuse for you to not just learn the skills that you need to at a certain level, and then back yourself up in that with real skills without actually having to fake it. The next one is to know the salary ranges in your industry and location. Try and do a bit of homework, chat to some recruiters, chat to other people in the industry and get a grasp of it. Discuss growth opportunities during the interview process. And then also consider the total package. So don't just focus on the monetary value, but also look at other things, other benefits, other perks that might come with it, and try and consider the total package that comes with an offer from an organization. Lastly, this is my last fear that I personally have, and that I think a lot of other hiring managers have, is will they ride the storms or just jump ship? Any organization, any team, any development product will go through highs and go through lows. There's nothing worse than when you're going through a low, you lose some developers, and it has happened. I think most people with a bit of gray hair probably got that gray hair from doing things like that, but it does happen, and it's something that you want to protect yourself from and be a little bit defensive on when you are hiring new people. So you're looking for people that have a little bit more of a long-term view within an organization. Generally, it takes a couple of weeks, it takes a couple of months in some cases to really onboard people properly, get them familiar with the product, get them familiar with the workflow, get them familiar with the tech stack, before you'll actually get productivity. And if you're continuously changing people all the time, it doesn't really help to increase productivity and keep good development team health. So it's also a good question on the flip side, if you're being interviewed, to ask how long the rest of the team have been around, because this can also be a good indicator on what the rest of the team is like and how long they've been part of the organization. But this is definitely a fear that you're going to have to overcome before a hiring manager will be willing to give you an offer. So how do you overcome that fear? Again, keen to hear your tips. These are my suggestions. First of all, don't jump around jobs too often. It never looks good when somebody has been at multiple jobs in a very short time, because you have to start asking questions on why they left those jobs and if they will actually stay with us, if we choose to hire them and if we choose to invest in them and train them up and get them onboarded successfully. If you do end up leaving, I know companies shut down. I know this pandemic has hit a lot of industries and a lot of companies. I think for the most part, our industry has been quite well shielded compared to some of the more non-digital spaces. But if you do end up leaving companies, just put a short reason on your resume, just a one-liner on why you left, and that might just avoid some awkward conversations that might come up if you don't have any justification for that. Perfect. So those are my 5 reasons for, or my 5 fears that you need to overcome, the five fears that hiring managers have. I'm going to go through 10 very quick things through a checklist, and a lot of this is repetition of what we've already gone through. But as I go through this, you can kind of internalize this, think about it, and see how you fare on the way that you're portraying your career and your profile to potential hiring managers. So first up, check your online profile, LinkedIn, GitHub, Stack Overflow, any Stack specific communities, Facebook, all of those bits and pieces. Those spaces are they can be can be a little bit contentious. So, for example, LinkedIn, I know developers hate, and personally, I'm not a huge fan of it myself. But some HR people will not be very impressed if you don't have a LinkedIn profile, because they want to see your connections, they want to see your career history on LinkedIn, and maybe if you just want to play the game, then just activate a LinkedIn profile while you're looking for a job or going through to some interviews. You don't have to keep it on the whole time. GitHub, really important one, I think, for developers. That is our primary community, it seems, between GitHub and Stack Overflow and all of those spaces. But check your online profile and try and get an external perspective of looking at how your online profile looks to somebody who might be Googling around for you and seeing what they find. There's a new trend that is coming, or it's basically already here with a lot of companies. If you're familiar with something called an ATS, an applicant tracking system, there is a trend where ATSs are being built that include a lot of machine learning and AI algorithms that pull together all of your online profiles and all of your online places and present them together with your resume, and try and use machine learning to filter out candidates immediately without any human having to be involved. So that's going to be an interesting place to watch. There might be some little nuances that you pick up if you start to apply through ATSs, especially those that have machine learning that's backing it, because you may never actually get your profile to a human. It may be rejected immediately by a computer or by some person's algorithm. Whether that's fair or not is a whole nother question, but just keep in mind that all of these things are happening within the industry, and you can Google around for it. I can share some links of some good articles that dig into that. But generally, it's just something that you need to be aware of, and you need to be cognizant of. Next up, we're going to go through these very quickly. I am aware of the time. Identify and engage with your tribe. I think we've gotten into that already. Mock interviews. So have 5 to 10 interviews from a variety of people. Update your resume. So keep it short, to the point. Follow traditional templates. Add a detailed skills matrix. Include short reasons for leaving. We've covered the ATSs already. Always be ready for technical interviews. Number 6, include a finished product or project. We've already covered that, but keep that on your checklist. Number 7, do you know your audience? So research the company, research the product, and research the competitors. Number 8, don't be late. That's self-explanatory, and the pun or the rhyming was not intentional. Number 9, investigate certifications. We've already covered that. And number 10, overcome their fears. So take your own profile, look at it against the fears that I presented already, weigh it up, and see if you've done enough to overcome the fears that hiring managers might have before they can offer you a position. So that's it from me. Hopefully short and sweet. There's my Twitter handle. I'm not very active on Twitter, but you're welcome to send me some messages and share your thoughts with me on there. Emails there as well if you want to reach out to me at all. But if you have any questions, let's shoot.
Yeah, let's shoot. I mean, thank you so much for this strong overview and strong arguments during the interview process. I have to say, your fear number 3, everything that was mentioned, that came really like you were reading out of my heart, because these are the bullet points and aspects that we are kind of preaching within the community, you know. Be engaged, show that you are passionate, code, assist in community projects, check out open source and bits and pieces. I mean, be realistic and go forward with that. And also the part in regards for certification and qualifications is actually that I spoke about that topic yesterday as the last session in the Batcave. So I'm really, what you mentioned was really speaking to me. Aditya, what's going on your side?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good really interesting session presentation. I hope that you have helped. I'm sure that you have helped lots of people here for the next job interviews. And actually, we have one question from YouTube chat, and it's from Percy. So his question is that do you think that a GitHub account and contribution to open source is a requirement to get hired as a developer nowadays?
I think it depends quite a lot on what the organization is and what their tech stack is. If you're working like we do with a lot of open source code, GitHub is a requirement because it shows that you have, first of all, the ability to work on GitHub. That's a big one because it immediately shows that we're not going to have to teach you how version control works and specifically how GitHub version control works. So that's a big point in your favor already. The second one is that open source really needs to be part of who the person is, if they do believe it or if they don't believe in it, and if they are contributing towards those processes. And the best way to prove that is with a GitHub account. So I think I would consider it for our organization, I would consider it almost mandatory that people have experience, especially if they coming in as intermediates or senior developers. Maybe we can be a little bit more lenient with juniors, but if you're coming in acting like you know what you're doing, you should have engaged in those community spaces already, and I would consider it to be mandatory.
Absolutely right. And I mean, GitHub also gives you the tools that you can have your personal portfolio website on there free of charge with hosting and build it up. I mean, this already is not only you get a free account, you get a free online presence. And I think this is a very good business card for your professional career. I have another question in regards to what you mentioned about the job jumping situation, because I am partially under the impression that this is eventually a serious problem here in Mauritius, because in the past I had it that according to certain resumes from applicants, it's like they make it a must to change company every 11 months. And for me personally, that's a no-go for my business. But how do you see that? What is your advice for this kind of scenario?
I think that it's a bad attitude to get into because most of the more fruitful years that I've had within organizations have not been within the first 12 months. They've been in the second or the third year, once you've really stabilized, you've understood the dynamics of the teams, you've understood the tech stack, and you've got into a position where you can actually add weight to your arguments that you present. I think also what does count, something that people could maybe substitute job jumping with is trying to find growth within the same organization. So try and place yourself in a position where you're staying within the same team, but there's a growth opportunity for you to, a career opportunity, a career progression for you to be able to advance your career without having to move companies, because that will give you the boost of advancing your career and potentially getting some movement through the ladder, if you put it that way, but you don't necessarily have to move companies to get that. If you're in a position where you're stuck, if you're not growing, then definitely don't let this be a reason to stay in a bad organization. But just be cognizant of it and be careful about jumping too often.
I mean, the reasons in that case was actually very, how would I say, profane, banal, because it was simply the reason to jump company was that this way they can actually get a raise easier than negotiating with their HR department, because literally, like, jumping from company to company, they got a raise of about $150 or about 4,000 or 5,000 rupees compared to negotiating with your HR department. So I'm not sure, because I mean, you as a company, you are investing into them, that you grow together, as you just said. And to my opinion, it should not come down to something as simple as just salary.
Definitely.
All right. Dylan, thank you so
There's
much.
one more question in the chat, but I don't know if you have. I don't think we have more time to.
Just pick it. Just pick it.
Okay. So it's Elias from YouTube, and he or she wants to know what's your opinion on overstaying in a company compared to job jumping.
So I think we've spoken a little bit around that already, but I would try and position myself more for growth within a company, and try and just have frank conversations with the people around you. I think if you're in an organization that is worth staying in, those conversations should be easy to have. It might not be something that comes up every month, but it should be something that you can have on some type of regular basis. And rather try and figure out a growth opportunity within your current organization before looking externally.
All right.
Okay, cool.
That's fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dylan, thank you so much for your time. It was really very informative. I see the comments as well on the live chat. Looking forward to meet with you when the borders are open, that we might sit together for a cocktail or for a cold beer, depending on your personal preference. With that, again, thank you as well to Ringia SA to be a partner of the conference, to support the community, to see that you are putting so much emphasis on community activities, and really looking forward to welcome you at one of our future events, hopefully next year's conference again. And with that, have a great time and enjoy the rest of the sessions, please.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me.
Pleasure.
You're welcome. Bye.
Cheers.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Cheers.
All right. Yes, I see there was great interaction at the end. That's cool. We're gonna put in a short break, and we'll be back in about 2-3 minutes. So please stay tuned, stay in the chat, stay in the stream, and we'll be back in a minute, in a tick. Hello, everybody, and we are back for another interesting talk in the Batcave. I mean, I'm still kind of blown away from the previous talk by Dylan, and yeah, I mean, it's going to be, the topics are getting better and better, and I'm really pleased to welcome our next speaker, Aditya. Who do we have coming into?
Today, now we have Ilka from Sonatype, and he's a global director there, and he's going to demystify what DevSecOps is to you and how it is important in our ever-increasing in a world where cyber attacks are ever-increasing, and what is DevSecOps, how do we, well, he will have a better idea and explain it to you, how things go there.
Hi, Ilka. Great to have you.
Hey. Happy to be here.
Pleasure, pleasure. So how's it going on your end? You're in the UK, I've seen, huh?
That's exactly it. I'm in sunny London, where long it may last, but very optimistically to fit in with the theme. Wore my T-shirt, kind of thinking that I would be in a warmer place, but I think we can pull this off this way too.
All right, let's tell us quickly a little bit about yourself, and then about the topic you're going to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Ilka Turunen. I'm the Global Director of Pre-Sales Engineering here at Sonatype, which is a lot of ways of saying I customers, and I make sure that whatever we're putting into place in their software development environments works as is intended and does what it says on the tin. So my talk here today is really kind of a synthesis between my personal experience about what sort of behaviors do teams that implement DevSecOps exhibit, what actually those behaviors, but it's also a collection of a couple of pieces of research my employer publishes every single year called the State of the Software Supply Chain, which kind of brings in the science of this talk. So I hope by the end of this all, everybody listening here will walk away with a little bit of an understanding situations are actually developers encountering in terms of cybersecurity, and what they're doing in order to mitigate that. You know, what are the kind of activities? Not everything is as intuitive as it seems, and a lot of it is much more simpler than you think. So hopefully, by the end of it, you'll all be well and truly educated.
Fantastic. So please take the stage.
All right.
Show us what you got.
All right, brilliant. Well, no better introduction than that. So I actually had a slide to have that exact discussion myself. So, you know, I've been at this for the last half a decade or so. And during this time, what I've witnessed really is this kind of renaissance of software development, right? You know, we've seen organizations move from just software craftsmanship into really thinking about it as an engineering process and kind of moving it along in terms of their works. So one of the things that I've been very privileged to be able to contribute some of my thoughts into over these past years has been this State of the Software Supply Chain recent report that kind of brings out some of these experiences that we're feeling straight into the marketplace. To start off with this, and you know, to start having a discussion of what actually DevSecOps is, that I have to kind of let everybody know in order to get us closer to the line of thinking. So there's something called the software supply chain. The software supply chain is a thing that everybody who writes software has, but not a lot of people actually really think about it in that sort of term. So the software supply chain really is the chain of things that you're pulling in or using in order to write the piece of software that you actually produce in your builds that you package in your containers to your customers, right? It's very similar to other types of manufacturing. If you think about it, manufacturing a car, for example, right? No company does every single part of that car themselves. There are specialist manufacturers, for example, producing brake pads. Those brake pads get put into warehouses or suppliers that then sell it off to the organizations that actually manufacture the cars and provide you with the tools you need to assemble the final finished good. Similarly, in our software engineering environment, what we're trying to achieve, developing software using as much pre-manufactured parts as we can, and this actual chain happens in our world as well. In our world, it's the software dependencies that you're pulling in into your package JSON, it's the containers that you're pulling in to support the building of your software, and it is the source those from the large websites, the GitHubs of this world, the npm JSs. So all of these forms a full chain, and actually this chain is a very meaningful analogy when we're starting to look at how can we secure the final finished good, right? It's a very useful analogy to be thinking about. So let's talk about DevOps itself. DevOps, at this point is about a 10-year-old term. It's kind of came into popularity in the early 2010s. It's a synthesis of development plus operations and bringing those two parts into their better ways. So what that has done is it's demonstrated time and time again that speeding up your software development process, just the mere act of from keyboard to production, speeding that cycle up can be better for the enterprises. We've had several pieces of seminal research that help us do this. For example, Dr. Nicole Forsgren has been one of these influential characters who's published, for example, her 2018 book Accelerate, that very specifically describes what kind of benefits we can see. Dr. Forsgren has also been very, very influential in championing the State of DevOps report. That I think it's on its 8th year by this point. And one of the kind of tangible benefits that we see from the State of DevOps surveys is that organizations that are kind of classed elite, in terms of their performance, exhibit a couple of interesting signs. First and foremost, they're much more frequent to be into production. In fact, when we compare them to the lower end of organizations, we see that they deploy almost 200 times more. They're typically 100 times faster from commit to deploy compared to the laggard group, or the group that doesn't operate as fast. And they're almost 2,500 times faster in recovering in incidents. What's also interesting is that speed from commit to deploy allows them to have about a 7 times lower change in their failure rates, or chance of failure rates. So what that really means is that kind of incidentally, what DevOps has kind of surfaced for us is time to market and time to deploy is also pretty much related to our ability to recover from incidents, to be able to create software of higher quality that has less incidents. And when incidents do occur, they build in methodologies that help them recover from those incidents on the spot. So why is this important? And how does security fit into this picture? Well, the number one thing to understand is that if we didn't have adversaries, we wouldn't need any security, right? The only reason security is because there's a very real scenario where software that's being deployed across the world is being exploited. In fact, cybercrime is the fastest growing segment of crime. If you think about it, right, which type of crime or mobbing or things like that, or cybercrime, where we can install, steal data, sell that for a profit. We can install crypto miners, sell that for a profit, and we can scale that infinitely, right? We don't just have the region where we're operating in, we have the entire world and the internet as our playground. That's the reason why security has become such a big thing, and why over these past few years, DevSecOps, introducing security into this DevOps lifecycle, has become such a big thing. The thing about doing DevOps is not just us as developers who are doing DevOps, right? It's not just us running sprints having sprint plannings, having release times, having deadlines set upon us. It's also the adversaries that are doing the exact same thing. And just like for us, time to market is beneficial, so too is it for our adversaries as well. This is probably well exemplified by looking at a couple of scenarios of how some cyber attack campaigns have played out in the past. My world very much is in the Java world. So one of the first things that I wanted to talk to you about is an adversarial tactic that has been kind of out there for years and years and years. It's called wait and pray. Essentially, this case study takes us back to the year 2017. In 2017, there was a big series of security breaches, probably the most famous one of those being a company called Equifax in North America, which caused about 300 million pieces of personally identifiable data to be leaked. What's interesting, though, is if you look at the background of that situation, that security attack actually was caused by a piece of open source they were using to run their websites. It's actually something, a well-known framework, one of the best frameworks in the Java business, called Apache Struts. In 2007, on the March 7th of 2017, they published a new security vulnerability on Apache Struts, which was a remote code execution flaw. What that means is any adversary is able to, with relatively low skill, take about 20 lines of code, send that code to any website running that version of Apache Struts, and essentially run their own code on that server. So not the code on the website, their own code on the server that was running the website. Now, what's pretty interesting is that Apache is a great example of a project that does the right thing. They found out about it, they did an immediate fix, they did a huge publicity campaign to the world about that security vulnerability. Well, one day after that security vulnerability was released, the NSA, the National Security Agency in the US, actually later revealed that they'd already started seeing their Pentagon servers being scanned against or being opportunistically targeted for potential implementations of this security vulnerability. The very next day, Cisco, one of the world's largest networking gear manufacturers, reports that they observed a very high number of these exploitation events occurring across the world. By March the 10th, so 3 days after, four different companies have since reported that they actually got compromised because of this vulnerability. This included Equifax, but it also included things like the Internal Revenue Agency of Canada, the taxman of Canada. We also saw it in the Statistics Bureau over there. We saw it in a payment gateway over in Japan. And from there, a couple of days afterwards, Okinawa Power and Japan Post both reported that they got compromised by the exact same attack. We saw similar situations occurring a month later over in India. Now, the thing about the story, we can see this attack kind of trickling through the timeline. Since then, we've seen this exact same security vulnerability being used to, for example, run crypto mining campaigns. Instead of running your own code, what you do is you use this vulnerability to install a crypto miner on the server, and you get whatever cryptocurrency kind of comes out of it. We saw India's Aadhaar system a year later being exploited by the exact same situation. And as custodians of Maven Central, which is one of the largest copies of open source on the internet, where most organizations download the Java open source, we've actually observed that to this day, almost 65% of Fortune 100 companies are still downloading these vulnerable versions of Apache Struts. What's also significant about this attack, though, is that it only really took 3 days from the vulnerability being published and a fix for that vulnerability being published to it actively being exploited and companies actually getting hacked by this issue. Now, in all of these cases, this wasn't the thing that led to the exfiltration of data, but this was the window that let the attackers enter these organizations to find other exploits, to find other software to manage. So it's a very, very influential piece of code that you're running when you're running it running on the front end. So that was 3 years ago. So what's happening today? Well, the truth of it is, today we're seeing the exact same scenario play out with new and different types of open source. The number one example of this happened this year in May with SaltStack, which is another hugely popular to provision servers instead of running the servers. Now, SaltStack in March found that there was a security vulnerability thanks to the responsible disclosure of a security company from Finland that helped them understand. In April, they published a new version of their software with fixes to this. And again, once that issue comes out, it took about 3 days for the exploits to be actively observed in the wild and to be seen happening in the day. I'm not going to read timeline, but you can see that there's plenty of these documented campaigns that can be attributed to this particular vulnerability. So the number one takeaway is it's not just you that's reducing their time to production. It's also the other side that's doing similar things. And this is now a phenomenon that we're seeing across the world. The average time to exploitation is probably now hours. The average time to be compromised by these issues is probably days after they're being published. So that puts new pressures on us as developers to be able to react, because there's a lot of this stuff out there. Now, one of the surveys that we run every year with Sonatype is something we call DevSecOps Community Survey. In that, we ask every year, have you had an open source related security breach? And every year, about 20 to 30% of respondents breach, and yes, we can attribute it directly to open source. So we can see that this is a fairly large quantity of attacks that are happening towards developers. And kind of looking at a larger picture, this is a picture and a visualization of all the largest data breaches over the last 5 years on record count. Now, that's a lot of personally identifiable information that's out there, and I don't think it's a surprise to anyone. But what's pretty interesting is when you look at just which ones were hacked, actively exploited against each other, we can actually see that most of these occur from direct campaigns, such as the ones that I've described earlier. So this means that that this is a very real concern that we as developers need to be taking into account actively. Well, why is this happening? Part of the reason for this is security isn't really something that you can justify in terms of return on investment. The return on investment for hiring a security person is that you don't get on one of those lists. You don't get to go to the congressional hearing where your CEO needs to answer to the legislators about what's happening, and you don't get to be on the newspaper front pages, right? What instead is happening is, and what's happening because of that is that organizations aren't hiring security to keep up with development, right? Development helps us push stuff out, helps us reach new customers, get new features. It's easier to justify. So in most organizations that I work with, it's fairly common to see a ratio of about 1 security person against 100 developers. Some organizations are more mature. It's not uncommon to see 300 developers to 1 single security person. So that, if you think about it, right, with the increase of speed of production, puts a huge amount of pressure on all the security activities to be occurring in order for stuff to get stuff to remain secure. And as a direct correlation of this, we're seeing this sort of increase in these sort of exploitation events. Another kind of direct statistic that you can actually see is when we ask developers in this DevSecOps community survey, how quickly can you fix a security? The most typical answer is it takes them between 1 week and never, right? So most developers say that they'll fix it either immediately or they'll never get around to it, or it takes them over a year. And almost half of the respondents kind of come to this sort of statistic. So it kind of tells us a pretty grim tale that when to our own devices, we're probably prioritizing the value and the good stuff instead of the checking and the let's make sure that the thing is still running. So we as developers are getting faster. There's evidence of this elsewhere as well. One of the more interesting statistics to look at, right, is to look at how much open source we're consuming, because open source forms a lot of our software nowadays. In fact, it's probably more than you think. The first statistic I want to draw your attention to is the download counts from npm.js, which is the largest ecosystem on the internet for open source. They report about 22.5 billion downloads every single week nowadays. And if you annualize it and you sums up to a year, this year we're looking at 1.14 trillion JavaScript packages being downloaded by developers across the world. That's 1.14, 12 zeros at the end, right? That's a really big number, more than your mind can boggle. If we look at other ecosystems, just such as the MAME Essential, in exactly the same and similar pattern, although the volume is a little bit lower. This year we're expecting to see about 376 billion, just shy of 400 billion, just 9 zeros downloads of Java from MAME Essential. What's interesting about this is when you look at the graphs, the growth rates of both of those ecosystems are pretty much logarithmic. So we're seeing, about 40–50%. And what that has resulted in is that on average, about 90% of the code in a final piece of software is actually not your own code. It's stuff that's been written by someone else. It's either external or it's open source. And that kind of makes sense, right? Because in our speed, what we're trying to do is not always reinvent the wheel. We're trying to not reinvent cryptography, and nobody I know nowadays, when they start a new project, started without a boilerplate project or a framework or something like that. What that results, though, is that the average NPM project can easily be 300 to 400 dependencies, plus the dependencies of those dependencies as well, because it's not just you using the open source, it's also the suppliers of your own code. And as you can start seeing, that forms a long chain, which is very hard and opaque for us to actually fathom when we're finally trying to put the software together. Think about this from an attacker's perspective. I'm an attacker. I'm looking for the easiest path to get into your organization. And that means I'm not just looking to figure out what your personal logic is, right? One of the easiest ways for me to get in is to say, okay, does that look like it's running on Struts? Does that look like it's running on Express? What is the framework that might be behind this? Once I figure that out, probably the easiest thing for me to do, figure out all the known attacks, try everything, see which one sticks, right? One of them is bound to stick because there's myriads of them, right? It's much more efficient for me to do that than to try and figure out you specifically, get to know your specific logic and try and figure out what kind of common programming mistakes you might be making in your own code. It's much more efficient for me to look at the hundreds of open source that you might have there and see if they have any potential security issues. And this type of attack is really the type of attack that we're observing more and more and more. Now, the attack itself is evolving. We're seeing kind of evolutions of this type of attack as well. There's basically two forms of it. There's downstream, which is trying to find your software that runs it, runs a piece of open source like Apache Struts and attacking that directly. And then there's upstream, which is attacking the open source projects themselves in order to introduce some new security vulnerability that only I know about, that gets spread far and wide and gets distributed to customers. Probably the easiest thing to illustrate this point, right, is to look at these two graphs. The first graph tells you what is the combined influence of the 100 most influential maintainers in Java. We can see that 25 influencers, 25 maintainers and their projects cover about 50% of all of Java open source, right? They reach about 50% of all the developers consuming open source. And a similar situation can be seen in NPM. In fact, the top 5 packages account for 150,000 downloads each, right? So it's no wonder that we're starting to see the attack pattern shifting from me as the operator of the software being attacked to the actual piece of code that I'm running being attacked instead, because then it just compromises automatically, tons and tons of software without me even having to figure out where they are. Probably the most alarming stat about this is this year's stats around this. So by July last year, we had seen 216 instances of this type of attack. When we peel back the clocks and look at this year, that number had grown 430%. In fact, this year we counted almost 1,145 next generation supply chain attacks. So this stuff is going to be increasing, right? As you're bringing in this sort of third-party code, that's probably the easiest attack vector for them to come to. And if you're a maintainer of any project out there, you're probably going to be finding very, very helpful strangers that might not always be doing helpful things. So to answer the question of why, this is why. Because it is happening already, and it's happening at an increasingly high pace, and it's probably going to be speeding up as we see the year go by, because this year the digital economy has really, because of the prevailing circumstances, we're probably going to see much more of this stuff being consumed. Now, we do publish a timeline of this, but that's quite a lot to be looking at. So probably the easiest thing to do is to look at what sort of attacks are we seeing at high level. So we see things that steal credentials. So things that run on your as you download the package, it steals some credentials from your credential files. We see them stealing passwords. Sometimes we see them install crypto miners, but more increasingly and more recently, we started seeing them acting in more traditional cybersecurity ways as well, things like introducing backdoors onto your own systems and hijacking your own development tools to poison your own code to vulnerability further. That means that these are acting much more like viruses than they ever have before. And I think this kind of brings into us developers closer to the traditional cybersecurity realm that we've probably ever been before. It's not just our software that's a target, it's also the machine on it, the tooling that we have around it, because those are also very good targets, especially for crypto mining, right? I can just use it to generate currency, and that's free money for me, right? And nothing away at all. So what can we do? Well, the answer really is DevSecOps is what we can do. So to answer the question of what do DevSecOps organizations actually do, probably one of the more interesting pieces of research from this year's report was this research into what do high-performing open source projects do with regiments, right? So one of the things that we can do is we can draw some parallels from open source projects to how an organization's software team might run. We can, for example, say that the release frequency of the open source project is the same as the deployment frequency. We can say that the popularity of the project is the same as the release phase of an organization. We can say that fixing issues is probably the same to restoring from an incident. So the first thing that we saw is when we look at this open source project at large, there's about 25,000 of them. We can see that the best projects had both a very, very quick update time. So they were very quick to introduce updates when they came out, typically in the first 100 days. And we saw a very similar time to remediate security vulnerabilities as well. So when a security vulnerability was introduced into the software, they were also quick to align. In fact, these two are very strongly coupled, and there's a strong correlation between the two. So, one of the more interesting findings is probably because when we have the tooling and we have the automation of DevOps, that sets us up for being able to just introduce tooling to help us with DevSecOps. The second thing that we did see, though, is that security teams weren't necessarily small teams. One of the biggest objections about introducing DevOps at large and DevSecOps as a side effect is that our team chooses our own tools, right? And we need to keep the team small because then they can be agile and choose new tools when they need to. Well, it turns out that larger teams are actually quicker to release, on aggregate. And I think this is because when you have larger teams, they have to create a process instead of just working amongst themselves in order to release things. That means formalizing, automating, introducing different types of tooling to automate more and more and more. And that results with them being much faster to upgrade and much more frequent with their releases as well. So if we were to take some guidance from these projects, we could see that the focus should be on accelerating and maintaining this sort of mean time to upgrade. Committing some specific resources to, for example, managing dependencies instead of letting developers manage it on their own, or at least putting someone to be responsible for these dependencies. It also brings to light the fact that most organizations that are performing really well release at least 4 times a year. So if you're going to be starting off with DevSecOps and you're trying to think what my first step is, you probably want to be looking at your release speed as the first stage, because that's a very good leading indicator of your ability to introduce security checks. Similarly, when we kind of take this at a higher level and we look at other guidance for DevSecOps, we can see that choosing the right open source projects can be very influential to your security regimen, right? Having the right guidance on what kind of open source to choose can be a very important metric. And we can use these same metrics that we're leveling ourselves against to also measure and say, do they release often? Do they have a big team? What sort of things are happening? That tells you a little bit about their ability to fix the issues upstream when they happen to you as well. So when we kind of all draw this out of a map, it can be a lot of different types of activities. But the high-performing DevSecOps teams that we see, on average, update their dependencies almost daily, right? They look at their dependency management as a daily activity. They try and use the latest open source. They have some sort of process to help them decide on new things to bring in and new pieces of code to bring in. And they also have a process or automation to help them remove proactively these unused or problematic dependencies. What's interesting, though, is most of them, they're almost 10 times, 12 times more likely to have some sort of automation in order to remove this open source and help them in doing this sort of decision making. Now, that's quite a tall mountain to climb, doing stuff daily that, seem to be like not really a big thing. But actually, when we look at results set, we can see that they actually consider updating a lot less painful, almost 3.5 times less painful than the non-exemplary groups. We can see also that when a security vulnerability does happen and the proverbial hits the fan, so to speak, they're much more easy. They have a much easier time upgrading their software and introducing, either new enhancements or new fixes. In fact, they're about 2.5 times less likely to consider this updating of these dependencies of their code much less painful. And again, that is because introducing a speed to production forces you to think about what the process is, forces you to create automation to enhance on that process. And once you get it to that point, changing it is much easier than communicating against each other and trying to do that. So not only is doing the right thing from a speed and time to market perspective good, it's also good from a security perspective. Now, there are tools out there that help you do and automate all of these things. There are plugins, for example, for Chrome that help you npm.js as a thing. There are IDE plugins that help you as a developer see what your code is at and help understand any sort of security vulnerabilities that might affect you. And of course, and these are probably more influential, that actually help you see when you're committing code and you're kind of releasing your upgrades in line of those releases to actually comment and help you change these vulnerabilities away. Automation is important. More important is the practice of actively doing this, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to have tools, but tools do help. Unfortunately, tools do not equate culture, right? So the culture is much, much more important, which is being able to release things. Finally, of course, you have CI services as well that help you do similar things, and those are kind of what we've been traditionally thinking about as security. But DevSecOps really says that it's not a one-time check. It's a comprehensive suite that happens from the first commit all the way into production, and it's a several set of steps that help you make sure that you make the right choice in the beginning. If something goes wrong in the middle, you still have alerting and a support network to change that away. Finally, we also see that the research suggests that being fast and introducing this sort of automation to cut corners and cut times can be very, very good for you. In fact, when we look at the research published by the DevOps Research and Assessment Institute, or DORA Institute, we can see that the exemplar organizations are almost 200 times more frequently deploying organizations, but they're also almost 2.5 times faster to recover from these situations. What's interesting, though, is you would think that introducing these sort of security steps make people more miserable. But actually, it also correlates with happier employees. They're also likelier to be using these third-party components. So looking at the stats that I showed you earlier, your initial gut reaction might be, let's use less of open source. But actually, when you look at these exemplar organizations, we see that they're more likely to be using these third-party pieces and being even faster. And that's because once they have that automation in place, they're able to just introduce these security checks along the line. The average consumer of Java nowadays consumes almost 300,000 open source components a year, and we can see that about 10% of those have some sort of security vulnerabilities there. So, can we marry this security and speed aspect of it? Of course, and that's what DevSecOps is all about. There are several types of behaviors that we're in order to be able to respond to these sorts of issues. But generally speaking, when we look at the wider market and we look at the survey that we ran for all DevSecOps applications, we split them into 4 groups. We can see security-first groups, security-first organizations that prioritize security and have a very, very strict security segment. On the bottom right, we see companies that prioritize productivity, so who don't have security but have prioritized this time to speed. On the bottom left, we kind of have organizations that have done neither. These are kind of your traditional waterfall type of organizations. And on the top right corner, we have a very high segment of organizations that both, they have automation and they're really focusing on time to market and time to release, but they're introducing that sort of security in between. Now, what's pretty interesting is when we look at the transitions between what's, for example, the difference between this high-performing organization and a low performer at the bottom. Well, the truth of it is, when we look at what's happening, again, we the top-performing organizations are much more frequent to deploy. They're much, much faster to detect vulnerable open source components, and more interestingly, it takes them a lot less time to approve open source for being used. On the top right corner, you usually see organizations taking new pieces of open source in a matter of seconds or a matter of minutes. On the bottom left corner, if they do open source checking, it'll get new open source put in. Similarly, when we look at security prioritized organizations that do just security and don't think about productivity at all, we see that they do have tools and they do have some automation, but they use them as point checks. We use them. We see them to be more likely to automate some security steps, but they don't really take care on the productivity side, which can lead you to in these detrimental situations because they think that doing one point check or another is enough, and that leads them to be much slower in their ability to be pushing things out into the market. So this sort of thing. One of the other things that you see is that these performers actually cluster quite nicely as well. They have kind of overlap with each other, but the respondents that belong to each cluster very, very distinctly belong into that cluster. But time and time again, when we look at trying to get to that top right corner, we see that organizations that introduce this security automation into their tooling are better at risk management outcomes. They're better at developer productivity, and most importantly, the developers are happier, right? Introducing this sort of releasing and the grudge of trying to get things up, and the grudge of doing security checks makes them happier developers because we can probably focus a lot more on the things that actually matter to us in terms of software production, which is getting software out into the market. So the guidance for everybody thinking about what can I do in order to do DevSecOps is really simple. Look at this supply chain. Look at your open source supply chain. Look at your entire software supply chain, and identify the gaps that you see. Right? It might be a productivity-related gap, in which case start with automating your release pipeline. If it is a gap in your security coverage, as in you identified tons of known security vulnerabilities in your code, then it's a good chance that you should probably look at securing your open source supply chain. Now, what's uniform with all of these organizations when we see improvement from one segment to another is that they go for the quick wins. They think that's easy to implement, the tool that's easy to slot in and automate across the line. Do that first, but finally pursue speed, right? Speed actually increases everything, right? Gearing yourself up for speed, practicing for speed, releasing faster, even if it's one more release per quarter, faster every quarter. What we find is that trains you to be able to react to these sort of situations when security comes and security happens. That's what true DevSecOps is. DevSecOps is not a set of tooling. It's a set of culture that prioritizes both, because actually it turns out we have better outcomes. So the summary of this talk really is going faster is a lot better. Going faster is also a lot more secure. Hey, going faster also makes us happier too. So if there's one takeaway to take, DevSecOps is all about the speed and productivity. Make sure that you're looking at this thing holistically. It's not just about introducing security. If your production speed is slow to begin with, it's not just about introducing production speed if you're bogging your speed down by doing excess security. It's about finding a happy balance with both and automating the hell out of everything that you can. So that's pretty much my talk here today. Thank you very much for watching. If you did get interested in the science behind all of this, a State of the Software Supply Chain report that you can find on our website. I recommend everybody to take a look at that. Thanks very much for watching, and hey, please don't forget to give me some feedback once you're done with it. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ilkka. I mean, there are lots of bullet points and interesting aspects in regards to the security when working with public libraries, independent of the application, the programming language or the framework. And quite frankly, I find it really, really painful and to know that I'm using, for example, node packages, and then I get the dependency chain. And even so that I might be aware that, okay, this is the top level, I have no idea what is happening 3, 4, 5 levels down of the dependencies. And, you know, sometimes it really can cause you sleepless nights, like, okay, are we safe? Are our websites okay? And I mean, we are just running this as a community, which does not have, probably not having a financial deficit or financial issue or a data breach issue. So
yeah,
I mean,
exactly, and you know that's actually one of the reasons why we're seeing these upstream attacks occurring, because you know, it's the typical JavaScript story, isn't it? It's the prodigal developer that comes up with a library that has a couple of million downloads a week, right? You know, they're doing it independently, they're doing it on their own and trying to kind of keep the thing maintained. So when someone then comes in and says, hey, I can help you, that can kind of be a blessing, right? But it can also be a problem if these other sorts of situations happen. So really, it's the complexity that makes it very hard for us to even think about it, right? It's kind of almost too big to keep in your head as a developer, but it's a very real issue, and luckily, you know, we can automate it.
yeah, I mean, it's a welcoming addition, and I mean, I really like the fact that when you run your updates on your node packages, for example, that you can run the audit, you can eventually fix it a little bit. On GitHub now, since about end of last year, you get feedback if you are activating, I think, the Depender bot, so that does an analysis of your repositories. I mean, there is already movement in general towards the situation to improve the security, the stability, the reliability of packages in general. But I mean, having a product like what you were talking about is absolutely interesting for companies to put it into their own pipelines in order to have peace of mind. And I think the confidence and the happiness of the developer, I mean, this would be a really major plus point in my case.
Yeah. Great to hear, and you know, that's exactly it. It's not about one single check either, right? You know, if I check it today, it might be bad tomorrow. So it's all really also about comprehensive, right? And so one of the kind of key things about the value stream analogy is to really think about what does it take from keyboard into production? What are those steps? What are those automation pieces and deployment timelines that we're having? Because that usually helps us get us to the end and introduce these checks along the way.
All right. Aditya, you're a front-end developer. What's your experience in regards to what you just saw?
Data analyst, not front.
Oh, sorry.
I don't have so much experience in security, but I do know that Python packages tend to go obsolete really quick. In fact, Python 2.1 it's reached its end of life, and I have to update those packages mostly every 3 months or 4 months. Check. Now, if DevSecOps can automate this, it's really cool and diminishes my work in checking for packages, checking for dependencies, fixing security issues. So that was a really cool presentation and helped me learn more about what DevSecOps actually is and not just some word thrown in here and there.
Ilka, just tell me a little bit about Sonatype. What are the platforms that there's integration possible? What are the package observations? What are the programming languages that we are looking at?
Yeah, fantastic. And I'm glad to tell you, actually. So Sonatype are really actually we are the original founders of Maven Central. So to this day, we actually operate that registry for the community. So like I said, we're seeing tons and tons of open source being adopted. From a commercial side, we're probably most known for our Nexus platform. So if you've ever used something called Nexus Repository, that's actually also us. So really, as an organization, we focus in managing that open source. From a security perspective, our tooling, the parts of our platform around that particular topic are tools like Nexus Lifecycle and Nexus Firewall, which kind of help you introduce these checks across the line. We have about 60 different integrations to various different types of development tooling, things like Visual Studio Code and GitHub and GitLab and Jenkins and Azure DevOps, and you name it, we probably have a plugin for it to run this open source analysis. Today, we cover about 15 different programming languages from security, licensing, but also, interestingly, we've started looking at the quality of these open source projects, right? Are they big projects? Are they releasing suspicious releases or not? And we're helping our customers kind of not only fix the issues once we discover the open source, but also to make better choices about their open source before they put it in. Because as it turns out, the fastest way of dealing with the security vulnerability is not to have it in the first place, right? If you can make the right choice in the beginning, then that helps you a lot with the pain further down the line.
Okay. Now coming down, as we are a community, we have our public repositories on GitHub. We are into open source. We are largely non-profit. Do you have any packages like for students, like for communities, where it is a possibility to actually use some benefits of your products or services that you're offering?
Yeah, absolutely. So go to a website called the OSS Index. The OSS Index is the free offering that we provide to all the open source communities to help you get started with this. So what's pretty cool about the OSS Index is we have developer tools. For example, for NPM, we've got a package called Audit.js that allows you to actually put it in as a dependency in your package JSON and check your builds as you're building them. So kind of enhancing NPM audit. We also have tooling for other programming languages available, about 15 different programming languages again, and the vulnerability database is free for everybody to look at. So even if you just get a security issue highlighted, you can get some of the benefits. Once you kind of get started, it's a great set of tooling to get started. You can also just use the same tools with our enterprise software. So if you ever do want to pay some money, very easy to do and almost little to change. Finally, if you just need to begin somewhere, may I suggest starting with Nexus Repository OSS, which is our warehousing solution. So in that supply chain analogy, that helps you at least understand exactly what open source is coming in. Again, that's completely free and open source and supports everything that we support in general.
That sounds awesome. I mean, I'm definitely going to have a look, and even considering about putting it into our MSCC repositories, so that at least we get some members here in the community get a chance to actually have a look into that when they clone or when they pull the repositories. I think this might be a really good learning experience, and yeah. I hope that also then a few companies here in Mauritius might pick it up and see into your professional solutions.
Hey.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for your time and a fantastic talk. great having you here
Well,
around. And also, I think you are in collaboration with 9th-bit, which is also one of our partners for the conference. So would be great, maybe in the future, to welcome you in Mauritius. And yeah, looking forward to it.
I look forward to it too. Thanks very much for having me. I really enjoyed it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye.
Cheers. Wow, that was so much information. And I mean, security is definitely a topic that always comes up. And I was so, fascinated and captivated when he actually brought up the aspect of the Equifax situation, because it clearly showed that a lot of breaches could have been avoided easily with proper monitoring, auditing, and analyzing of dependencies and packages, and of course the right update strategy, because there have been other projects as well that had breaches, and it turned out, yeah, guys, there was an update 3 years ago, and you didn't apply it, you didn't patch it, and this is why you have a breach.
The most dubious thing, I think, it's the still run Windows XP from whatever year that released on, and wait for packages. Or there's so many exploits in there, and just and forget the basic OS itself has not been updated, and now on top of that there are other layers of security that needs to be checked and be up to date. So I think it's a really interesting topic, and it will be there for a long time.
Definitely, it's only growing. I mean, it's only growing because I mean, software is getting better, but software is also buggy. You can't separate those two. All right, let's give it a quick break. Dear audience, it's great that you're still with us. We're gonna play some videos from our partners, and we'll be back in about 5-6 minutes with our next speaker. Stay tuned. Cheers.
There's a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
And we are back for another exciting talk in the Batcave. I'm feeling more and more that I should go forward and get one of those caves and masks. You know, it's really exciting to get all this information. I'm still on the previous talk with the security aspects, but on the other side, you know, with this kind of analyzing things and bits and pieces, I feel like a superhero that is acting and working behind the scenes. Aditya, what is your excitement? Are you still fit? Are you still active to welcome our next speaker?
Yeah, so our next speaker is Harold Campbell from MCB, and he's going to talk about a different way, ground up, a different way to access, see, and think about data. So he's going to make us show us how we can explore a data set, visualize and make and use these visualizations to make informed decisions. I'm a data analyst myself, and I hope to learn a bit more about data with Harold Campbell. So
all right, Harold, welcome to the Developers Conference.
Thank you so much. Cool. So today, as I said, I'm going to talk to you a bit about, you know, a different way to see and access data. More specifically, I'm going to introduce you to an early preview of a project that I've been working on the side. So before we jump in, a bit more about myself. I'm Harold Campbell, I said. You can find me on all the social webs. I used to be an engineer many, many years ago, and presently, and then after that, I started a couple of companies, and then I moved to South Africa, and I became a management consultant, predominantly working with engineering teams and doing Agile with those teams, helping them to improve their different Agile practices. Presently, I'm at MCB as an agile coach, doing the same kind of thing, helping teams to become more performant and helping them to deliver better value to their customers. So related to the talk, I had this idea that I wanted to help teams or companies to be able to take their data and make better informed decisions, and doing this in reducing the time it took them to actually make those decisions. And I plan to do this using what they call lightweight computational notebooks on top of a JavaScript visualization library that I wrote, and then using Docker as my kind of CI build pipeline process. Now, when we talk about the computational notebooks, I'm talking about things like Jupyter Notebooks, Apache Zeppelin, and Observable HQ. So there was this plan that I had to go through and build these things. And the plan kind of looked like this. I talked to some customers, understand what their pain points were, what tools were they currently using, and how were they solving these problems. And then take all of that information, and in a couple of months, make this magical tool that I could just push out to the world. So I actually started talking to the customers. And around mid-March, as you know, COVID came along and threw everything up into the air. And from talking to the customers, especially during COVID, and observing how things were happening, I kind of realized that, just having data by itself is not enough, right? If you have the data, but you can't make decisions in a timely manner, then the data is useless. The key point here is that we need to act timely. And for me personally, that meant that I needed to get to the market sooner. So this grand roadmap that I had to create this lightweight computational notebook, reuse the library, use Docker, it wouldn't fly. I wouldn't be able to get to the market in a timely manner. So I was talking to friends, thinking about what was the challenge that I was trying to solve. I figured that the best way to solve this problem was to find the simplest way to get CSV data from customers and push this into my engine. The idea being that CSV data is accessible to everyone, everybody regardless of their size, especially small companies, they have access to some way to generate CSV data. So based on this, I had to rethink what is it that my goal was. So the goal shifted to the focus being, help medium to large companies reduce the time it takes to make decisions. But we've been talking for a couple of minutes now, but we still haven't spoken about what is GroundTap. What's this thing that I'm working on? Well, there's two things. The first is a simple tool, right? It's a web-based application that's easy to use, and it helps people to make decisions. That's the part that, we help people to make decisions. And it's still very, 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 very early in development. So I wouldn't even call it a product or a tool. It's much more like a prototype, like a proof of concept. The second part is a visualization engine that resides within the tool. And that's a flexible JavaScript library that I wrote that renders CSV on the client in real time using the data that you feed to it. And then this library is pluggable despite the fact that it's composable. And we'll talk more about what that means. Now, the library is still in development, but it's fairly mature. It's something that used to be open source, and I moved it to closed source. But it can do really amazing things, even though the tool that's on top of it hasn't exposed those features yet. So let's jump into a quick demo to see what the tool looks like. All right. So here, move the face. Here we have the starting point for the application, or the web application. You hit create project, and then you're given this interface, right? It's a SPA app. It has the typical components. We have some tabs. We can upload some data. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, before I upload some CSV data, let's take a look at what some of the data looks like. In this particular case, we have this sales data, this tiny sales data set. And as you can see on line 5, on row 5, so let's see what would happen when we upload this into GroundTap with that invalid data. So we drag it over. It gives you a quick notification that the data has been uploaded. If you double click on the file that you uploaded, it can show that there were 3 rows that were uploaded. And then we want to start exploring the data. So we'll drag the data across, and immediately we can now see the rows for the particular data set that we uploaded. Now, key to note, I didn't call this Excel files. I called it data stores, because the intent is that in the future, I'll be able to connect to different types of data, not just CSV files, right? Nonetheless, let's go ahead and drag over some profit data. Let's drag over some margin data, and let's drag over some sales data. Now, you notice that even though we have the invalid data, the tool was still able to go through, parse the data, and give me back some values, right? And what it's doing is an aggregate. When I click on it, you see that it's giving an aggregate, and on the side panel, it updates accordingly. So we can look at the count, we can look at the average, we can look at what was the maximum sale. This one, we can keep it as an average. But let's look at the more meaty example. So let's go back again, find the window, drag a larger sales set. Now notice how quickly it goes through and processes your data and pulls this up. So now we have the sales data, the larger data set. And again, we have more columns, right? Let's just go through and drag the first three. So in the future, you'll be able to snap to the grid. Right now, I don't have it, I just have the grid. So we have your profits. We have, I'm going to drag through the cost of goods. Maybe put this one over here somewhere. And also let's drag the inventory. Now, it's great if I can take aggregates, but what about trending data? So let's set this to trending, and then, let's see, make this a pie chart. Well, doesn't really help, so maybe a bar chart. Let's look at the cost of goods, and I know as a business person, you tend to want to see this as a line chart. I tend to want to see, how are my costs going? How much money am I spending or losing? And then as inventory, again, let's make this trending, and maybe let's make this some arcs. Doesn't really help, can't get enough visibility into this. Maybe a bubble chart. No, it'd be good if I could resize this. Well, that's kind of what the S in SVG means. So if I set this to 480, it automatically resizes. And if I set this to 150, again, it resizes. And I can do the same thing for the cost of goods. All right. And the inventory is kind of munched up. Let's make this a bit larger. So let's make this 780. Now, what just happened is that we were able to rescale, upload some data, then scale the data. Eventually, I'll be able to drag this and even do more of these types of activities. But again, it's very early. So let's switch back to slides and continue here. So what did we just see? We saw a web application where we took data that was row-based. So we have record 1, and record 1 had 4 different cells, as an example. Then we uploaded that data from the web client to the Golang server. I'm using Golang for my backend. And then we pivoted the data. So we went from going row-based to a horizontal pivot, where the rows now go downwards, and we have cells going across. But in conjunction to doing that, apart from just the data that was contained in the files, I then enriched the data with the actual table information. So the data now contains or now includes the cell and row information. I'm in a conference. Okay, I'm sorry, it's cool. So the database now contains not just the data that the client would have uploaded, but we also include the metadata for the particular data. The value of doing this, as trivial as it seems, is that I can now do data transactions or data merges or even future types of analytics on data that I haven't even seen yet. And I can do this across different types of data sets and also across different types of databases, maybe even in different regions. The tech behind this, kind of simple. It's a basic web application. There's a front end, there's a back end. Right now, the front end is web only, it's not responsive, and it was not designed to be mobile first. My thinking for this is that this type of work, when you're going through trying to build a data set, explore the data, or what the data semantics are, you're potentially going to need a larger screen space. When you're consuming the output, the visual report, then it may be okay to use a smaller screen. And for that, I can design that later in the future. Now, before I go further, I have like one principle that, or a couple of principles, but my main principle that guides me in how I think about doing work or prioritizing work. I need to be lazy, right? And this comes from Agile principle number 10, simplicity, the art of maximizing the amount of work not done. So for me, I don't want to waste time doing things that add no value, right? So I have, and based on that, I have a simple web app, a simple web server. On the web app, I have TypeScript, JavaScript, CSS. I have on the server, Golang, MongoDB, Babel, Webpack. I don't want to spend time having to try to figure out how does this library work, or how does this framework work, or whatever. So the simpler my stack, the easier it is for me to use, which is kind of the be lazy, right? The fewer things I have to think about, the easier my life is. I forgot to mention that with MongoDB, there's also JavaScript on the server side. So I have some JavaScript on the front end, JavaScript on the back end, makes my life easier. And then similarly, I have Docker right across the stack. I use Docker to build, Docker to package, and then when I deploy or release, I use a Docker Alpine and I push my native builds or my native assets using that. So why did I choose Go? Well, if I had to pick like one slide to summarize everything, this would be the slide. Go is great for building tools. And it's great for building tools, especially server-related tools, because of the last three things, right? The three first ones are important too. But for me, I found the last ones to be super important. There's built-in concurrency, and it's easy to think about how do I manage concurrency in Go. I have race condition detection. I can easily, while I'm compiling the code, check for race conditions without doing anything else. And this is super important, especially when you're dealing with concurrency or doing things at scale, when you need to try to figure out, are we having race conditions? And then finally, the other cool thing is that you have built-in testing, right? I don't have to add another layer of complexity just to test my code. I get that for free with Golang. How I currently use Go? Well, I use it for data orchestration. We upload the data, we do some munging in the data, and then we push the data out. We may need to hoist data from one environment to another environment, all of those wonderful things. That's my data orchestration. I use it for GUID creation, and I also use it for the web server and everything that's related to the web server. My future plans for using Go, well, security, that's super important, especially if we're dealing with other people's data. There is automation, some form of intelligence, whether it's machine learning or AI, because I want to be able to do some type of assisted learning on the data sets that I'm going to be uploading, and then trying to make recommendations for different types of ways of visualizing data. There is MapReduce, microservices, based on what's in my web server. As the application becomes more complicated, I potentially will have to extract those things into microservices so I can scale more. And of course, batch processing. And why MongoDB? Well, here's the $1 million slide also. MongoDB by itself natively is great for data analytics, right? You have native MapReduce built in. MongoDB easily handles millions of records without a problem. You can scale it easily. So right now I have one instance running on my machine, and if I needed to run multiple instances, it's not hard to do. It supports server-side JavaScript, yay. And of course, there is plugin for Hadoop, right? So when if I ever become successful at this, and I have billions or hundreds of millions of data to ingest, then it's not a problem. The next thing I want to talk about briefly is this idea of creativity versus the tool, right? What are the things that should constrain you when you're thinking about building stuff? Is it your creativity? Is it your tool? Let's look at this by way of an example. Now, not the biggest football fan, but I know that there's a feud between Arsenal and other teams, Manchester and so forth. This is a poster that was done for Arsenal. This is the visualization that was done, predominantly the hero image, where we have this arc and we have this very beautiful visualization. So the question that I'm asking, what would be required to build this in your current tool, right? And we're talking about that thing in the center, not the shield, but the visualization that goes around it. If you had to do this in your current tool, quick second and think about that. And I'm thinking like tools like Power BI, Tableau, Excel, Matplotlib, D3JS. How would you build this? In fact, is it even possible for you to easily build this or just to build this at all? And if you look closer, just to give you a bit more perspective, we just have not trivial information, but we have pertinent information. Which matches were played, how did they win, when were the goals scored, and the visual elements are kind of trivial, right? It's text, it's arcs, it's some kind of line graph, it's a bubble chart. How would we build this? Well, let's look at demo number 2. Ooh. And now what I'm showing you now is the visualization, a gallery from the visualization library that I wrote. And all of these things were written or can be written by the existing library. So even though the tool that I showed you earlier doesn't have a rich set of visualizations yet, I just haven't had a chance to expose them, but it can be done. Here's an example, pretty trivial example that was built with the tool. We have a stacked polygon, we have some donuts, we have some bar charts, we have a segment chart. This was on the cover of Time magazine, and I recreated it by using some arcs, which resulted in this. And just to show you the code, that's a highlighted code. We use this arcs code here to generate that image. This is the data that we then use to generate the rest of the actual things that we're trying to highlight in the visualization. We're able to merge them, then we styled it, and presto, we would have had the cover of Times if we needed to build this. I saw this image on Dribble, and I was like, gee, how would you actually build this? Well, if you think about and decompose it, it's just some arcs, right? For me, I want to then add some labels. I'm a huge fan of the type of hero movies, Avengers, Star Wars, and so forth. So I want to see what would the data look like if I had to put that using this visualization to see where the money is being made. And that's what it would look like earlier, or a friend of the red one from Arsenal that we saw earlier, right? This is a visualization that was made using GroundTab. So let's go back to slides. So this design person, when I first saw this, I was blown away. I was so intrigued because I really want to know, how did they do this? What was required to do this? So if we think about this that I just showed you, that I created with GroundTab, if we decompose the visual elements, right? So this is the big thing. If we decompose the visual elements, that gray bar, there are a couple of those gray arcs. There's some text that flows along the gray arc. There are a list of months, and each month goes along a gray ring, which itself is another arc. Then we have a dot on each month that shows when the project was done. And then we have a line just for aesthetics that goes down to that particular dot. Then we have a bigger red circle that shows how much money he potentially made relative to the others for that particular project. Then we have some more accents, which are those green arcs. And then on the outer part, we have some smaller arcs that show the distribution of time across the entire, for that particular client. So the question is, what does it look like in code? Well, we have arcs. Now, if we stop a minute and read this, it reads GTAP arcs, there is some data, then there's some kind of XY, so we're setting some kind of X. We set the arc radius, we set the spread, and there's some other things. There's some styling and some other nice things, right? We want some text along the path, so we call something that's called text along path, and then we want to actually just wrap the text. And of course, there's something where we can vertically align the text, which is there on the second line. This is a two-part block. The first part says, hey, I want some ellipses, which are the gray arcs. And then along the ellipses radially, I want to be able to put some text, and then we style it with a red. And also we have things like, I want the short form of the month names. Next, we want to have the lines, and we define where the points of the line should be, and of course we style it. And then the black dots, they themselves are just ellipses. We set their size to 1.5 pixel, and then we say where each of them should be. And then of course, how much money he made, the relative sizing is done based on, again, another set of ellipse calls, visualization calls. We set the size, we say where it should be, we set the color. And of course, there are the green accents, which are again arcs, and we can see where we're setting the style to be 60. And then there are the outer arcs, right? And it's just a bunch of arcs, and you've seen this pattern so far, right? We set the position using some actions, we set the radius, we potentially rotate it, there's some style, and there's style. Now, if you have to think about this, you don't have to change your mental model from what we described earlier. The code describes its intent. We want arcs, we want text along a path, we want more ellipses, we want text, so forth and so forth, right? So regardless of what you have in your head or how complex it is, once you can decompose it, you should have a tool like GroundTap. You should have a tool that can actually help you to think in your mental model, right? So what we just saw is that we had some individual components and individual visual components. We took those visual components, we applied some data to them, then we applied some actions, and then we got a visualization. For me, this is super powerful because it's super flexible. Because then I can build any visualization I can think of. And of course, I can also make templates for future use. So the perspective is you should be limited by your creativity, not by your tool. Right? And that's super important because nowadays what I find is that a lot of our tools are baked in and everything is rigid. You can't change it beyond what the designer created. And that, for me, kills your creativity. So next, for the rest of the time, I wanted to share some of my learnings and of course, some of my failings. So the first thing is, what does good enough mean? Good enough for me spans three things. The thing must be working, right? If we build it, and we're going to give it to customers, whatever we're pushing out, it must work. So it must run without major errors. And each thing, even if the entire thing isn't finished, like what I showed in that tool, it must be able to do something meaningful. It must be able to add value. So the mindset for me is that every build should get shit done, right? Now, to make sure that the thing that you're building is usable, it means that it can't have major errors because then it won't be able to provide value to the people you're pushing it to. The design should be obvious. So let me ask you a question, or just think on this. When was the last time you had to think about using a spoon? Right? You pick it up, you use it. The design is implicit, it's built in, you don't have to think about it. Here's another question. For persons who have like the most recent smart devices, the iPhones and the Android phones, Huawei and so forth, when was the last time you had to read the instruction manuals to these devices? So, and I think the answer would be, well, you've probably never read it, right? The reason being is that when we're designing for others, when we're designing our tools, we need to design for others. That's where empathy comes into play. We need to design an experience in mind of the other people. And then we need to abstract away the complexity from the user so that the design is obvious. And this thing, obvious by design, is hard, by the way, right? The final thing for good enough is, there's a known fact that 80% of everything that we build is not used. So for me, the question always is, what's the 20% of things that I need to build? So I don't spend time trying to make the perfect application or trying to make sure everything works exactly as I have it in my head. If it's usable, if it adds value, then that's good enough. And I'm also actively always trying to figure out what are the core features that I need? What are the necessary features I need? And then build those. The next thing is, you want to version everything. Version control everything. Version control. Now, I'm not saying you have to use Git per se. I'm saying that you need some kind of version management And I'm also saying that your version management should also kind of dictate how you work. So what this means is that you don't want to be spending 2 days, and at the end of 2 days, that's when you push something to production. Not really, right? What you want to be doing is, from my perspective, again, this is just my humble perspective, you want to have small commits, and you want to commit frequently. The reason for this is that if you go down a path that doesn't make sense, you don't have that fear of going, Jesus, I can't get rid of this code because I've invested so much into it, right? So you treat your version control as a part of, it's like a partner. You know, I write some code, this looks good, it adds value, check. All right. It's not this admin tool that I have to do, oh my God, now it's time to check because somebody told me I have to use version control. Types, especially like for me, I in my system, the fewer moving pieces, great. And for quite a while, I tried and I avoided using TypeScript. A couple of months ago, or a couple of weeks ago, August 16 to be exact, at 8:07 p.m., I was struggling with GroundTap, specifically because I couldn't keep everything in my head anymore. And at that point, I was like, you know what, to hell with it. It's time to actually move to TypeScript, or the newest version of TypeScript, and stop struggling with so many things that a tool can help me with. And for those who haven't used TypeScript before, TypeScript is just JavaScript plus types. More specifically, it's ECMAScript plus types. And why I'm calling this out instead of listing a version is because almost every year we have a new version of JavaScript. And not only do we have a new version, the browsers are also now keeping up. In most cases, they're around 6 months behind after a new version comes out. So let's look at this piece of code that I have here. Don't need to read it. The point is, this code is failing. There's a problem. When I mouse over without having to run a build, I can immediately get an error from the type system that says, hey, there is something that's wrong. And the reason why I'm getting that is because of this particular type annotation. The particular error that I got when I wrote this code, and that was real code that I wrote recently, right? It's an insidious piece of code that would have taken hours and hours and hours on end to find if I didn't have some form of type annotation. The type of error, I forgot an S. So instead of saying arcs, I had arc. And typically, especially when you're working with multiple environments, it's kind of painful to find these kinds of errors. Thankfully, if you're using something like TypeScript or some typed language, that's reduced. I'm also not a big fan of front-end libraries. It doesn't mean I haven't used them in the past. But from my perspective, it's just, and again, my perspective, I don't code a lot anymore, right? So when I'm writing code, I need to get in, get out. And I find that there's added complexity using most of these libraries. So again, I think with ES6+, you don't need fewer libraries in the future. My favorite feature, however, from JavaScript or modern JavaScript are your arrow functions. With this one line of code, I can go from having square charts to rounded charts like this. So my perspective, the future of the web is TypeScript, is types, and JavaScript. I also didn't use React, as I said, but I'm using Babel for JSX, and this is what it looks like for me, and I also created my own generator. I do have frustrations with JavaScript. It's still JavaScript. We still have problems with numbers and precision, and you still have browser inconsistencies. So the tool that I showed you at the first demo doesn't work in Safari. Don't know why, have to go figure it out. So some tips if you're rolling your own library, make it usable from day one, right? And also think about your users, think about the UX and make it reusable. The bars that I just showed you, it's obvious what we're trying to say here because of how it was written. The intent is clear. I want some bars. I want to position them at the X location. There's a maximum height, blah, 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 blah. So it's both usable and reusable because I've spent quite a bit of time on the UX, the use of how others would consume this library. The solid principles, they're your friends, right? And I do know that solid was written for object-oriented libraries. but particularly these two, the single responsibility and interface segregation. And I'm not going to go into them, but I've literally used these to guide how I think about writing my library. In future-proofing your library, there are a couple of tips that I have. Refactor for simplicity and readability. Adopt as much functional programming patterns as you can. Prefer declarative over imperative. Be opinionated and have intelligent defaults. I learned that from Rails. Have a basis for good test hygiene. So let's quickly look at some of these. So when I talk about adopt as much functional patterns as possible, this is kind of what I'm talking about. So think about having pure functions. Think about immutable data. Think about avoiding shared states. You want to have your data versus your behavior and how we modify the data to be separate things. You want to treat functions as first-class citizens, which is great for JavaScript, and if possible, functional components. So let's look at immutable data and how it works in Java in GroundTab. So firstly, we have this thing we call a container that gives you a context. We pass it to the render visuals, and then from there, I create a new container, and that's what I mutate when I call these two highlighted functions. Inside of the create visual that I pass the container to, what I'm going ahead and doing is just cloning the existing container and up-cloning the children. So I'm making a deep copy. And then that's what I pass back out. That's mutated, right? So if I call this render visual function several different times with the same data, I'm going to get the same result. Functions as first-class citizens, all right? This is a good example that I found on the web. I didn't have time to copy my own code to show you, but I can actually treat, because of the arrow functions, I can actually pass around functions and then wire those together. When we talk about prefer declarative over imperative, if you look on the right-hand side, imperative describes the how. So if you were to read this code at 2 a.m. in the night, it's kind of hard to figure out. By the way, I don't advocate programming at 2 a.m. in the night. But this code is kind of hard to figure out what you're doing. On the declarative side, which describes the what, it's much clearer that we're trying to get just the adults from the students. And then once we found the adult students, we want to format their names. And this is something that I've applied in my own code. So I consistently go through my code, look at what I have, and then go, are we seeing patterns? Is it hard to understand what is being said or what is being done? And then I refactor those into actions, right? I try to make it more declarative. So in the past, it wasn't really clear. Now it's kind of clear. I want to align the visual to the bottom. Intent is clearer. So declarative programs promote better engineering practices. It gives you simpler logic. It improves readability. I have found that it makes it easier to test and faster to debug. Personally, I use a text editor. I use VS Code. I don't use an IDE or a bugger because I predominantly write using declarative practices. So I don't find the need for a heavy, bulky IDE. If we look at this visual, right, when we try to understand what are the things that are here, well, it's a bunch of visuals that were declaratively described. We had some arcs, there are some connecting lines, there are some ellipses, there are some segments, there are some labels. Which takes us to when I say be opinionated and have intelligent defaults. Well, what does that mean? All of the actions that mutate the visual nodes in the visualizations fall into one of these three categories. And the naming is predictable. If I want to update the X, there's an X. If I want to increment the X position, there's an X. If I want to talk about the maximum width, there's something called maximum width. If I want to talk about arcs, most of the actions that mutate only the arcs are prefixed with arcs. And each of these actions have a predictable default. So in closing, what I want to say to you, right, is don't be limited by your tools. If you find that the tools aren't helping you to achieve the things that you want to do, then go forth and make something awesome. Challenge the status quo. And with that, I'd like to say thank you for listening. I'm Harold Campbell. And if you want to follow along what I'm building, you can visit GroundTab here and drop your name in the waiting list. And the slides are at the bottom of the screen. Cool. Thank you so much. Gents, I hand over to you for questions.
Thank you very much, Harold. Unfortunately, we don't have questions on the chat, but I would like to ask you, in fact, I would like to reply to one of your questions that you asked about that chart. So I would not do in fact, in my job as data analyst, I just prepare the data. I will just leave it for the front-end developers to make those charts, and I'll fill the data in with my API. But in your experience, do you think that this is possible with Python libraries such as matplotlib or pyplot?
So I'm trying to find the initial plan. The initial plan was to create this thing that we're seeing here. So I think it's possible, right? But I think it's hard. This thing that you're seeing here on the screen, this was a part of the early version of the computational notebook that I was creating. And what I find that with things like matplotlib and these tools is that it's kind of hard to go from cleaning the data, creating a pipeline for cleaning the data, then merging everything to give me something like say this entire screen, right? Because from my perspective, this entire screen that you're seeing could be a report. You can do this chart, this one visual here with matplotlib. You could easily do that, and Keynote just died. I don't know why Keynote just died. But you could do this one part, but it would be difficult to say, hey, I want to build this entire page along with the data and then share it with somebody to go and consume the data.
For actually that piece of work, I use, well, personally, I use a Python notebook or Jupyter or even Google Colab. So
exactly.
That way, you can include reports, code, notes, or charts, pictures, even pictures. Yeah, I think it's cool.
And for me, I was competing with those applications. I was actually going, hey, how could I actually do this, but do it better and easier than what they were doing? Because Jupyter, I find, when I spoke to data scientists, it's great to explore data in Jupyter, but then it becomes difficult when I need to package that and release it. And that's my phone when I spoke to data scientists, because I did speak to a couple. It's hard to go from, I've explored the data, I've created the model. Now, how do I share this to my peers or to an executive? You wouldn't have had that problem if I'd continued along this path.
Exactly.
That's a good question. Thank you so much.
Questions? These are really just the few questions that I had. Joki, do you have anything to add?
Yeah. I mean, the concept about picking up different designs and then seeing how it can be put into your own projects. It's pretty impressive about what you already achieved here on an early stage. One of the things that I'm a bit curious is it seems that you are using a number of open source software, possibly MIT licensed libraries. What gave you then the impulse to actually go forward with closing your previously open source activities?
Yeah. So for one, maintaining was a problem. So the original version is still there, right? But then once I decided I want to go a for-profit, there was some of that, and then how do I keep the two back and forth? So the libraries that I'm using there's Babel, there is the MongoDB. So at some point I may ground tap the visualization library back into open source. But for now, I think it makes more sense for what I'm trying to do and how do I support the community in making that part closed source and focusing on it. That's a super good question.
All right. In regards to compatibility, scalability, I mean, you were mentioning that you're using MongoDB. How do you see or how do you position then GroundTab in regards to operating it on the cloud, or would this be the wrong environment? I mean, there's something like Cosmos DB available by Microsoft. You can easily run MongoDB on other cloud providers. What's your position into this regard?
I'll show you. No, let me not say that. So at some point, right now what I'm doing, I'm using DigitalOcean, and that's my primary provider. At some point, as the library grows or as the application grows, and I need more horsepower or more scalability, I will have to think about one of those things and not do my own ops, right? Right now, I find it to be easier. Mongo has great support, as you said. There are other providers, other cloud providers that can help with the ops and help with scaling it. But for me to think about it, how do I build this? How do I release it? I can easily go and manage this by myself, even as I get to like hundreds of millions of records. Over the last 2 weeks, I got up to a couple thousand records, and it was quite easy on my machine. And I think that with this one-man development person coming home in the evenings, banging on the code on my keyboard, working on the weekends, even when I get to a couple million records, it will not be a problem. But as soon as I pass that threshold to like a couple 100 million, then I need to find a better, suitable enterprise-type solution, because I am not an ops person. I wouldn't even call myself a good engineer. I'm an okay engineer.
All right. We have here a nice question from the chat. Do you mind showing your last slide again, please?
Last slide.
Yes, the last slide. Put it in full screen.
There you go.
Where did you get that jersey?
I actually made that. All right. So I do knit. I promise.
Oh, awesome. Is it then to I can imagine it keeps you distracted, that you can actually reflect on a couple of things, that you get your thoughts together and actually be creative.
Yes. So I do carpentry, and I do knit, and I do bake, and I do cook. So I do little things.
Awesome.
Amazing. Awesome.
Yeah. On the other side, I mean, you're saying your tool is at the moment in a very, 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 very early stage. What's the roadmap for the next couple of months, maybe years? Where do you see yourself maybe then by the end of 21?
So right now, I can only merge. I can only work on. I want to become OLAP compliant, but OLAP compliant at scale. So the measures that I showed you when I dragged those column names into the visualization, each of those was just one measure. So I want to be able to go to the average SME or the average business owner and say, here, upload some data and tell me what you're seeing. And without calling somebody like a data expert or a data scientist, they can easily move around in the tool themselves. They can merge visualizations, they can merge data points, they can explore and tell a rich picture or story about their data. And of course, they can share reports both with their clients, both with their staff. So that's kind of what I'm planning right now. Finish the tool, make it more usable, make it more user-friendly. So how I had to type in the width and the column. Next week, I'll be able to get that done. Allow people to connect to not just CSV, but to also JSON APIs that give you JSON type data. There's quite a bit of open source data repositories. I want to be able to include that. So if you're doing something like Kaggle or you're a data scientist and you want to practice your own data models or your own visualizations, you should be able to do that from within this tool. For some of the clients I spoke to, having a semantic layer is super important. So how do I automate ETL? How do I ensure that there's auditing? How do I ensure there's governance? So there's an entire design that has been done for those particular elements. So your governance, semantic layer, security, reporting, and of course it's a bit for end users. So after I've designed a visualization or something that's pulling from data, I can give it to an account executive and they can go and say, hey, I need to chase this target, or a sales executive or a senior executive. So it's all of those things that are on the roadmap. So I hope to be able to get most of those done by mid-2021. I'm continuing to talk to customers, so it is being driven by the conversations I'm having with customers. So I talk to them, they tell me what their problems are, I listen, I go, how would I solve that? Kind of like that iterative loop.
All right, wonderful.
Wonderful. Yeah, cool.
Right, Harold, thank you so much for your talk. It's looking impressive already at this early stage. From our side, from the community side, definitely thumbs up, and wishing you all the best on your side project. And yeah, also thank you so much that as a with your own project, but also in regards that one of our partners, MCB, gives us here the ability to run this kind of event. With that, I hope that you're following the other sessions and also the track then tomorrow. And again, thank you so much for your time, and looking forward to meet at the Digital Factory one day again.
Yeah, man. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day, Jack.
Again, thank you.
So, Aditya, data engineering. I mean, this looks like a pretty interesting project and tool that you might be considering.
Well, considering, I think it's a big word right now, the state where it is, but it is an interesting project. The only factor that I might not consider it is because it's not Python, and it just limits my abilities and flexibility that Python and its libraries provide me.
I see. Well, I mean, as we are in the Batcave, I think it's not too bad also from time to time to peek out of the cave and see what the neighbors are doing.
Yeah, sure. I will give it a try.
All right. Other than that, dear audience, thanks for staying connected with us. We're going to be back after a short break, and then we're going to have some really interesting talk in regards to bots and their presence in the current real world. So stay tuned and see you at around 4 o'clock.
Fingers crossed. We're proud to give back to South Africa and work with partners, Africa Tickling and Girl Code, and run a hackathon with gender-based violence to define us is to lose the essence of who we are. We believe in our people, we believe in our clients and their business. In 120 seconds, that is Synthesis.
Synthesis Software Technologies always gives you more. That's who we are in 127 seconds on a treadmill.
is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa's students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
Welcome back, everyone. Here for our next session, we have how well do we know our bots? And previously, we just went through Harold and his his take on data visualizations with a new tool. Now, let me leave the floor to Yuki, who will introduce you the session and our speaker.
Yes, hi everyone. It's a great pleasure to welcome Howard Feldman, who is the head of marketing and people at Synthesis, one of our partners for the Developers Conference. And Howard, I mean, reading through your bio, you seem to be really a colorful personality. I'm seeing here News 24 columnist in a regular fashion, morning mayhem show, like 3 hours on Chai FM. What's going on? Tell us a little bit more about yourself.
All right. So actually, it gets even worse. I'm a lawyer by profession, by trade, and I ran a commodity trading company for some years. But I've always absolutely been drawn to people. I love people. I love traveling. I like understanding people, and I've always been a student of human nature and how things operate within society. And when I took a decision a couple of years ago to move away from the normal conventional business and start looking at other areas. So in fact, I've written a couple of books. I've written 3 books, and I write weekly for News 24. I've got a number of other publications that I write for, and I'm on the radio every day. I've got a morning show from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. And then after that, I'm at Synthesis, where I am the head of people and the head of marketing. Now, that in itself sounds a bit odd, because what are people and marketing? But actually, it works so closely together. And it was looking at certain things one day that one team called me and said, we're trying to design a bot, and we just battling around it. And I just got drawn into this whole world, because actually it's a world of psychology. It's a world of human behavior and human nature, which is so fascinating. We always think of the worlds of technology and the worlds of human nature and feelings, and we don't always bring them together the way we should. And I started designing bots around looking at personalities, looking at what people are drawn to, and that's how I land up here today.
All right, great. So let's see. You're going to speak about personality in the technical world. Is it more like giving bots some kind of human character, some oddities, something like that?
So it is and it isn't, because ultimately, yes, that is what we're going to be looking at. But at the same time, we need to make sure that we get buy-in from people. And how do we get buy-in is to be very, very transparent as to who it is that they're talking to. And that's why I want to go through a little bit of a process. I want to talk about pet videos. I want to talk about animated movies and have a look at what they have got to do with the world of bots.
All right, fantastic. I'm looking forward to it. Howard, please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. All right, so thank you for DEF CON Mauritius for giving me this opportunity. Very excited about it. If you had told me a couple of years ago that I would be speaking at DEF CON, I would have said you're completely mad. But in many ways, I feel like I've really now arrived, that I could actually present to DEF CON. But I do ask you to be gentle with me in the questions, not gentle at all in terms of the psychology and human nature side of it. But I'm not an expert. I'm not a technologist. technology expert, but absolutely drawn to this world. So what do pet videos, animated movies, and chatbots have in common? That's obviously what we are going to be looking at today. Just to give you a quick overview, lawyer, I'm an author, a columnist, I'm a daily talk show host, and in fact I study body language. I'm often asked by the TV news network Russia Today to comment on world leaders. So if, for example, Putin and Donald Trump are meeting, I'm the guy that they call in to break down that meeting and have a look at how things are going. So, for example, when Donald Trump was meeting Kim Jong-un, I could predict, and I did on the air, that this meeting was going to fall apart. Things weren't going well. So these are the types of things. And as I said, I'm a non-techie. I am a little bit of a bot creator, which I'm absolutely loving. I'm also head of people and marketing at Synthesis, and that for me is where all of this comes together. All right, so let's look at this. Let's start at the beginning. Why do we need bots? Why do we even bother with it? Because people have a very ambivalent relationship with bots. But we know that bots improves efficiency, it reduces customer waiting time, and that's going to be a very important factor. Customers, we're going to see a little bit later, will abandon their cart, will abandon anything that they're doing if they don't get the help that they need when they need it. It saves costs. We're not putting people there. We're not having people manning our site 24 hours a day, because we could have the bots are there to be able to answer many of these questions. It's an incredible amount of, it's an incredible tool for collection of data. It provides real-time information to customers. It allows us to scale because we aren't limited by people, and it creates accountability. Why is that important? Is because we can have a look from a company perspective. You can look back at your interaction and see what went wrong. Was it a delivery issue? Because people are able to connect and record that information. So there's many reasons why why bots are very, very important. If done correctly, it builds customer loyalty. Why? Because I'm on a site, I can ask the questions, I can get my real-time information. It makes it that much easier to work with that environment. What is the downside? So I've looked at a series of studies. Most of them are done in the United States. That seems to be the area of most of the research. The biggest issue around bots is mistrust. And unfortunately, people that are experimenting are not doing us any favors. So there was a recent study where what they did was they created a speed dating site online, but but at least 50% of the respondents or the participants weren't real people. In fact, they were bots. So that was when people found out about it, obviously they were very, very angry. The worst part was they couldn't tell the difference. So unfortunately, that didn't lead to anything positive there. So we've got a mistrust of when we're communicating, because people feel as well they miss that human factor. And then as well, there's the studies that show that the more simple the questions, the more people rely on bots and are happy to work with bots. In other words, where is my tracking order number? What's happening with delivery? Those are the questions that people are comfortable with bots answering. As those questions become a little bit more complicated, so they now want to talk to a human. And that's, of course, a very important part. The other factor is when there is mistrust, what we've seen is that people test the bots. They want to know, is this bot real, or is it a bot, or is it a person? And we see a tremendous amount of that happening when there is mistrust. So just remember this, and we're going to come back to it in a short while. Of course, the most well-known bots that we all relate to are Siri, Amazon Echo, Google Alexa, and again, we see a lot of that. People testing Siri all the time to try and understand if they can trip her up, if they can do something weird and wonderful. So we know bots are here. We know bots are part of our environment. Here's some useful stats that I thought are relevant to understanding why we need and how we need to implement bots. 83% of shoppers surveyed said that they needed some form of support during an online experience. Now that's a very, very important factor. We know that people need help, and it can even increase up to 90%. While shoppers say they need help, they don't always go for it. They don't always try and get the help. And that's the problem, because once you don't get the help that you need, even though you don't really try, at least 51% said that they'll either try once or give up immediately before completing an online purchase. So that's a very, very important factor. And it's also interesting that if you look around the world, different countries have different almost tolerance levels. So in Germany, 57% will abandon their cart if they don't get help after one try. In the UK, it's 55%, Australia 54%, and in Italy, obviously, interesting, they're a persistent bunch. That drops down to 36%. So they will maybe try a little bit harder before abandoning their carts. If they need help, shoppers are prepared to persist for a little bit, but after that disappears. So that's also very, very important, and we need to bear that in mind, because that means that a bot needs to be quickly accessible, answer questions effectively. Otherwise, there's a real significant tangible cost to any online environment. So here's the dilemma. We hate the idea of chatbots, but we need them, and they're useful. How do we fix it? How do we find a way to marry these worlds together so that we can get the usefulness out of the bot, but also encourage people to use the bots? And this is where I think it gets very, very exciting. And I want to talk about pet videos for just a moment. Now, we all love pet videos, and the question is why? We can watch, I mean, the most popular things on the internet are dog videos, cat videos, and for some reason we can't stop watching them. I can't stop watching them. And let's look at this. Let's look at what appeals to us about them. We know that pets aren't human, but we identify with them. We connect to them, and very importantly, we impose our own emotions on them. That is going to be a key factor with how we deal with bots. There's a word for that. It's called anthropomorphism. And it's a horrible word and hard to remember, but the idea of it is very, very significant. We do this all the time. Anthropomorphism is when we impose our feelings, our emotions, our values on a pet, on an animal. And this to me is when researching it. I mean, I haven't seen it written anywhere, but it's an idea that I came up with because I think that it answers a lot of our bot questions. Let's put the animals aside and let's talk about animation. So in the beginning, so let's say in the 1930s, when we started to produce a lot of our animated movies, they were never based on a person. They were always based on the idea of the imagination of the person who was the cartoonist. So somebody would sit in a studio and they would design somebody that would look like Snow White, and that became the characters. And that stays fairly constant throughout the 20th century, but by later on we start to see a shift. And what is that shift is where we see real actors with their voices and their personality traits, maybe their look, something about them gets imposed in our world of animation. Now, why is that significant? Is because what that does, obviously, is it makes them box office hits. But why? Because we can identify with them. We laugh at Eddie Murphy playing the donkey in Shrek, because the donkey takes on the personality of comedian Eddie Murphy. And we all relate to it. It's his voice, it's his style, it's his personality, and we absolutely love that. Nobody thinks that Eddie Murphy is a donkey or is playing the role of a donkey, but somehow we get drawn in to this world. So the lines become blurred, and we understand that although he is not a donkey, there's this blurring of reality. Hollywood moves in this direction to enable us to identify with the characters that they are starting to put out. And that is very interesting. Those are 2 points now, the pet videos and the Hollywood approach, that I believe have the key to what the answer is to creating a perfect, not that there's such a thing as perfect bot, but a bot that is powerful for us. So why am I telling you this? And now you need to follow me. We know that people don't like to be tricked. I've told you that already. All of our research says that. If they think they're going to be tricked, they're going to test you and test you and test your bot until they find out if they're being tricked or not. When people are comfortable that they're not being misled, because they know in a pet video that a dog is not human, then they can relax. Once they've done this, then they can identify and feel what that bot is feeling, even though the bot isn't feeling. It's what they're feeling. They're imposing their feelings on a bot. Okay. We also like familiarity. We like to connect with something that is a voice that we know. Now, a voice doesn't necessarily need to be audio, but also it's a style. And we're going to use that when we start to look at the communication style or type of communication that we're going to use when we design our bot. So where do we go wrong? Sometimes people either don't know that a chatbot is real, they're distrustful, and they need the distrust leads to all sorts of problems. So here's the irony. By disclosing that a bot is a bot, we make it more relatable and therefore more human. Let me say that again. By disclosing that a bot is a bot and not human, we make that bot more relatable. And that's a mistake that people make, is they try to very often create a bot that seems human, but in fact isn't, and therefore that makes it non-human. By disclosing that it is non-human, we make it relatable. Then, because once we know that, then once we've disclosed it, then we can now create a history, a personality, a style that people can expect from a real person. That's the irony on it. An image of the chatbot and link to his bio, to the bot's bio, completes the whole irony of the approach. So what I like to do is create a little bit of a history. Who is this person? What the bot? I'm telling you that it's not real, but in fact got a whole history. So when I was looking at this, creating the synthesis bot, I started to look at what this person would seem to be like. And his name happens to be Alex. This is a picture of Alex. When you pop onto the synthesis website, that's what you will see. Hi, he says, I'm Alex. Alex says, hi, I'd love to be of assistance. I'm new at this. I'm learning all the time. If you want to read more about me, let me know. Otherwise, let's get to it. So Alex discloses that he is a bot. He says, please just be gentle with me. And here we go. He says, thanks for that. What is your company name? We'll get to the contents in a moment. I just need some information. Let me know what you're looking for. And so he goes. But he discloses very, very quickly that he's a bot. And if you want more information, then you can get it from him. So what we did when we were looking to create this bot is we tried to make sure that that he had a bit of a job description. So here we go in terms of that. We said, what is Alex's job? Well, he's website frontline support. That's what he does. His job is to answer basic questions on rates and kinds of projects, answer basic questions on experience and skills, and to facilitate the communication and direct to the correct vision. So what we were trying to achieve here is be very, very clear as to what Alex's job description is, because very often we don't even think about that. We put the bot on, we have them answering the frequently asked questions, but in fact we don't really know what does and doesn't fall within the scope. The way in which I approached it, or we wanted to approach it, was to create a job description around that expectation. We also created a history. So Alex is actually not a particularly personable guy, unfortunately. If he had friends, I would call him Al, but he doesn't have friends. He's socially awkward. A brief history. Born too smart for his own good. Alex has always had the gift of being able to quickly understand how things operate. His love for innovation caused his parents immeasurable frustration, but made him the go-to guy for all things technical at family get-togethers. That's our Alex. He's not personable, but he's quite techie. He's very, very eager to help, and he lives by the motto: face every day with the confidence of a 4-year-old in a Batman cape. That's Alex's motto. And yes, I see you can relate to that, so that's cool. His medical history, mostly Alex is healthy, aside from a narrow brush with mortality from a deep vein thrombosis caused by 16 hours of non-stop gaming. His language style, although he can be a little condescending at times, Alex does try to help and is quick to acknowledge when he's out of his depth. He's intuitive and he is eager to assist. That's Alex. Now that we know who he is, we understand his language. We understand how he's going to communicate. We know what his job is. We've created a little avatar of what he looks like. And we know how to, we know that he can be a bit condescending. He's not particularly much of a people's person, but he really does try and help.
I think he would be an excellent buddy here in the Batcave.
So there we go. And that's the point, is immediately you can relate to him. You know he's not real, but he's got a history. I con you. This is who he is, and his conversational style is going to reflect all of that. So here he says, "Hi, I'm Alex. I'm the synthesis chatbot. I would love to be of assistance. I'm new at this, but I'm learning all the time." And why is that important? Obviously, because through machine learning, through with a little bit of assistance of AI and data, he's going to get better at what he does. But he discloses fully that that he isn't perfect. And by doing that, what that does is the person who's now corresponding with him doesn't want to test him, because human nature says he's made himself vulnerable, Alex. He says, I'm new at this, I'm learning, but kind of just be gentle with me. And even though we know that Alex is a chatbot, in our minds, the shift is by making himself just that little bit vulnerable, he makes himself human. And that's, of course, the irony in the whole thing. Right. So now you understand my approach to bots. Let's look at, and many of you participating in the session today will be from different environments. The important questions are as follows. What is our bot to be used for? What are our brand guidelines? And who is our ideal customer? So if we're the tax authority, we are the brand guidelines. It's going to be quite governmental. It's going to be informative. perhaps a bit more formal. What is it used for? It's used to communicate citizen information to them, etc. And the ideal customer, okay, it's quite broad, but it's people that are filling in tax returns and maybe need some assistance along the way. If you're a spare parts car manufacturer, or you're going to be saying, well, I'm going to provide information on deliveries of car parts, brand guidelines. Well, I'm in the mechanical space, ideal customer, etc. And so you'd go. These are the questions you have to be able to answer before you start designing your bot. Once you've done that, then you could look at the different personality types: friendly, funny, sarcastic, polite, helpful. Going back to the tax authorities, that would be polite. Certainly, it's not going to be sarcastic. I mean, I think it would be quite funny if it was, and perhaps if I was designing it, I would do something just a little bit off the wall. But I would say, and you'd have a combination of this. So let's say, going back to the tax authorities, you'd say maybe friendly, polite, and helpful. That's that kind of an approach. If you are something in a media space, maybe you'd be funny, sarcastic, etc. The younger you aim for, and there's quite a well-known site, a bot in the United States, which for Planned Parenthood. There, so if the bot asks you for some information, and you don't answer it in time, you start to see it falling. It just doesn't have the patience for that. So it depends on. It does depend on the environment. You need to know what your environment, and again, back to your brand guidelines. That's very, very important here. Opportunities to express personality through the greeting, humor, manners. Manners are always important in sign-off. So greetings, it's, if it is, again, something a bit more formal, it'll say, good day to you. How can I be of assistance? If it's appealing to the youth, appealing to somebody different, it might say yo instead of saying hello, for example. And again, now the advantage of this and the advantage of looking at language styles is that if you having people access your site from different environments, you could tweak the bot to be able to speak in a much more local or colonial type, local or localized. So they can be able to respond more to the language style of the local participant. So that's also important. What type of greeting? Is humor appropriate? Now, in many ways, humor is dangerous. I love humor. It's my style. Gets me into trouble. I promise you, more often than it doesn't. People take things the wrong way. It doesn't always work. I like to be risky just a little bit, but you might not want to be risky with your brand. So that is something very important. Manners is always important. The pleases, the thank yous. You're going to offend somebody, no matter how casual you are, if you don't. The sign-off is interesting as well, because I know I'm somebody like that. If I've engaged with a bot, I will still say thanks, and that'll be that. I don't know why I ever thank a bot. I know they don't expect me to, but somehow when we're participating in a conversation, we need closure to that conversation. So I don't feel good just ending the conversation. That's my own need. And I think that many people actually are quite similar in that way, in that you need some form of closure. So sign-off is also a good way to so here's some of the do's. Keep it simple. The more complicated you get with your chatbot programming, the more opportunities there are for things to go wrong. And start off smaller, start off slower in terms of the type of dialogue. You'll start to see what type of questions, and that's why that data is so important. Think in terms of if, then. So when programming a chatbot, you need to think like an engineer. I probably don't need to tell this audience that. You could probably tell me that, but it's the if then. So if they ask the question, what is the answer? Where can the conversation go, etc. Make your chatbot conversational. No one wants to feel like they're having a conversation with a robot, even though they know they are. And again, that's back to this whole irony. Use chatbots as a supplement to human conversations, but never as a replacement. And I think that's part of a company culture more than it is simply about the chatbot. When you're putting a chatbot in place, understand that it has limited use. Do not think that you're going to be doing away with human interaction. If you do that, you are making a tremendous mistake. And also make sure that at any moment, at any time during that conversation, a person can opt to have a real person contact them. Again, that's the beauty of disclosing that it's a chatbot. There's no expectation other than saying, I'm going to try and help you. If I can't, I'm going to get a real human to give you a call or to email you or to contact you, because we really do want to be of assistance. So that kind of transparency is exactly the thing that will provide the confidence for people to engage with you. If at first you don't succeed, try again. I hate the cliche, but it's absolutely right. Chatbots are a brand new technology. Like any brand new technology, it's going to take time to get it right. And every company is going to have a different experience, depending, again, who their market is, who their brand, and what their brand is, the conversational styles, etc. And very, very important, as I've said a number of times, define the bot personality and language style. That is absolutely critical to understanding, to the success in this way. Most importantly, no repetition. When people get stuck in a loop, it is absolutely infuriating. And think about when you've made a phone call and it says, for account information, hit 1. You hit 1 and then it asks you to hit 2, then it's 3, and then you're back at the main menu. You actually want to you want to destroy the brand, never mind not have loyalty to them. Be careful of the loop and just make sure that that at any time you can access a real person. The other important thing is answering unrelated questions. People need information at the right time when they're asking that question. Answering providing an inappropriate answer to a question, all the research shows that does huge damage to the brand. So summary and conclusion is chatbots are here. They are going to be here for the foreseeable future, and we know that they work. We also know that people don't like to be fooled. It's not a good strategy ever to try and hide the fact that people are talking to a bot. A bot needs to reflect the personality of the company's culture. You need to understand what it is, but mostly have fun with the bot. Let it reflect the personality of the company. Let it reflect the personality of the audience. You're going to get things wrong. And as long as you stay within certain guidelines and you do things with thought, you'll change them. It's not the end of the world, but go into it understanding the psychology behind how people communicate and how they want to communicate, and the fact that they want to feel for some sort of connection with the bot whilst knowing that it is not real, that it is really just simply a string of code. So I hope you found that interesting, and just that it provided a little bit of a perspective as to how we function and how we could look to function with bots today.
Yes, definitely. I mean, this was fantastic presentation, and I mean, there were so many, how would I say, aha moments where it's like, yeah, it's obvious, it seems like.
Well, seems obvious because
no, for most people not. But I mean, as a consumer, it's like you get frustrated if the response is not if the expectations of your opposite are not set right. If it's like, you know, somebody tries to play you, and I totally can relate what you mentioned about the cultural difference based on the country, because in my case, I'm raised in Germany. And, you know, it is the way how you get educated during your childhood, how you grow up in your environment, and then you have different perception of a response pattern. And quite frankly, on my side, it's like, okay, why should I waste my time if I'm not achieving it in the first place? Whereas, as you mentioned in regards with Italy, that they are more tolerant, well, I can relate with lots of sunshine, like here in Mauritius. They are more like easygoing, peace.
Let me try.
Let me try again. It can happen, you know, had a bad day. So yeah, I can totally relate to that. And I mean, it was pretty impressive. Aditya, did you see yourself in here?
Yeah, actually, we had a little project at the company building chatbots, but it was closed because there was not much progress, and programming, defining its personality was a bit difficult. We are all just techies here, didn't know anything about psychology and all. But what you said was actually kind of surprising. It's just human behavior, but we don't pay attention to these little things.
Yeah, so interestingly enough, another project that we were involved with that we designed was a Synthesis was involved with the build of the technology for a company called GovChat. And using the AWS, a lot of the AWS technology, they built GovChat, which is really a communication tool between South African citizens and government. So you could, you know, you're driving past somewhere, there's a pothole in the road, you could set your location and just send it, and there's this interaction. When COVID-19 started happening, GovChat became also one of the areas where people could apply for grants. They could find out where a close testing station was, get their results, etc. And we needed to create a personality around this. And at that stage, my co-host on the morning show, her name is Zinati, and I said to her, would you mind if I took a little bit of your history, your kind of a vibe, to create a bot, because I could picture exactly that type of personality. She was on top of things, smart, quick, helpful, and she said, great. And so we built this. We built the bot called Unati for GovChat, using a person as a model for it, and she became the symbol for what GovChat, the GovChat bot, and how that became interactive for South African citizens. And now millions upon millions of South African citizens are communicating with this chatbot called Lunati, who's actually based on my co-host named Zinati. So it's just quite, it's an amazing thing, and people know that it's a chatbot, but they can relate.
Yep, fantastic. I mean, this is exactly where it thinks that the success of an automated system, of a bot, can be found. That really it's that the peripherals, the parameters are set up front, that there is this background story. I mean, I interrupted you earlier on about the Batcave with the Batman cape. I mean, this makes it, as you said, relatable. As a human being, you know what to expect, or you change your level of perception in regardings to the response. And I would actually like to take one of the questions that came up in the chat. Adit is asking, what are the maintenance considerations for these type of systems?
So the off-the-shelf ones, and I can't talk to the technology again, just to be clear, that's not my field. But the off-the-shelf ones can be tweaked, so you can. It doesn't need to be too expensive, because you really can mold it to your own information to your own style. And what you could do in order to save costs is create the background and the history and the personality that doesn't necessarily sit on the program. That's just your communication. But behind the scenes, you need to know who that is. So that information can sit on your website. The history of Alex the bot, the personality, job description, etc. That can sit on the website. It doesn't need to sit in the communication tool. So you could take all the off-the-shelf products and tweak the language around that to suit the personality that sits elsewhere. I can't answer you about the actual cost. I don't have that knowledge at my fingertips. But you certainly can use what is available relatively cheap.
Right. Okay, then instead of covering it in regards to cost, where or what is your experience then in regards to, let's say, the time frame about, going like from having the idea, having the starting point about, okay, we need a kind of bot system to help our company, maybe as a help desk frontliner, to actually get the system operational. And on the other side, what is the maybe average time to spend per month on tweaking, maintenance, and improvements?
Right. So the way in which we've worked at Synthesis is we decided we wanted to look at experimenting with it. And again, I think that's the right way to go, is to start off very, very slowly. But we didn't start until we had done our own research. So that went off to marketing, and marketing sat down and said, right, what represents the company? And then we went through this whole exercise of looking at the personality. That can take as long as it takes, that doesn't take that takes as quickly as you're able to do that. And then to implement one of the system, ManyChat, for example, it doesn't take long. It's actually very, very quick. It's not something that needs to take too long, but you have to keep an eye on it. And if you're not monitoring exactly, you could use TARS, you could use Snapbot. There are many, and I think that a lot of them really do the same thing. You can find what works for the company, but it shouldn't take long. It's actually not complicated. What is difficult is making sure that your flow, your if-then scenarios are correct, and that the right people are getting the right information. So what we've done is we like to send it off to the right department, that somebody will contact them. And again, careful how many questions you ask, because people get tired of it. What is your name? What is your company? What is your email? What is your cell phone? By the time you've finished, if you don't get the answer you need, you've actually left in a rage, rather than saying, okay, let me just quickly fill these in because that's information we need. What we also employed on the Synthesis bot was to say, I know these questions are irritating, just one more so I can make sure that I've got everything here for you. And again, then people are, oh, okay, fine. We're part of a conversation. We're not pushing it to a point, we're just gathering data. Because that's the other thing. Remember, there's this mistrust factor. So the minute somebody's asked to say, hold on, why are you asking me all of this? All I want to know is where my order is, or when you can get back to, I need somebody from sales to contact me. If I ask too much, I'm going to start feeling a bit irritated about it. So be careful of that, because immediately they're going to start assuming that it's just about data collection, and you certainly don't want that.
You mentioned just something very interesting, and I find also very important, is about the constant monitoring and keeping an eye on your bot, because seeing one or two recent examples where an AI-enabled bot was literally just running wild on Twitter. It was an interesting observation that, starting from a friendly perspective, then suddenly after a few hours, that same AI-driven bot was kind of extremely radical and, offensive and had to be taken down. What's your point of view on this kind of AI-driven self-learning bot systems?
So, are you sure it was a bot? Because that sounds like a regular day for me on Twitter.
Apart from the daily rage.
Exactly. You start off having a normal conversation, we're all rational, and then sort of 4 interactions later, we're calling each other terrible names. So you can't blame the bot for learning that, really, because that's how we interact. No, I think it's absolutely critical to keep an eye on the whole AI part of it, the machine learning part, that needs to be that's got to be very, very, very carefully monitored, because you really can do your brand tremendous damage if you aren't fully in control of this. And it goes to not only sort of out of control and being offensive, but again, things that repetition of answers and going into a loop or a circle, that does your brand damage, because then the perception is that this is what the brand is. You phone a company and you're on hold for 20 minutes, you immediately think that this is not an efficient company. And no matter what they tell you, you're going to think that, because your experience is one that says you're inefficient. So now if you have a bot that is answering inappropriate answers to the questions, or they're in a loop, or they're offensive in some way, that is going to do your brand tremendous damage. Take it down. Take it down and start again. And that's what I'm saying, that you will make mistakes. Everybody will, because and sometimes it's hard to see. We had this experience with the GovChat bot Uniciti, where we'd answer a question and we realized we knew the context of what we were answering, but actually the user didn't. And so therefore we had to flesh it out a little bit. And we saw people were getting irritated with it because they weren't getting that answer, or they were getting the answer, they just didn't understand the answer, and it was fully our fault. We needed to explain it clearly and contextualize it. So you've got to almost look at it and you've got to test it. You've got to get people outside of your environment testing it, because otherwise you don't know what you don't know. We assume a context, and we don't always know that understand the level that other people have a context that we don't. And that's also very, very very designing of the language style of a bot.
Yeah, I think that goes again into this direction about maybe regional or even country-specific constraints. Because, I mean, if you say you set up a bot in South Africa, there is a high probability, to my opinion, that it's not going to work in Mauritius, or even then something like in Mozambique as a neighboring country. And yeah, Aditya, what's going on your side? All aspects satisfied? Any more questions?
Really enriching.
You're very quiet. All right. With that, let's conclude the talk. Howard, thank you so much for this presentation. I really like this human touch on bots, the aspect that things have to stay relatable, that you cannot just put a system out without having a background situation, a little bit of explanation, or if you try to fake something onto your audience, because actually, as you said, this is actually going to cause more damage than actually bringing you any benefit in the long run. And yeah, with that, thank you so much for being a speaker at the Developers Conference. Also, thanks again towards Synthesis being a partner and sponsor for the event. You might know 21 is already coming up with the physical conference here in Mauritius. Synthesis is automatically part of it because literally here this virtual conference is like a little bit icing on the top of the cake. Unfortunately, that with the pandemic we had to postpone our originally planned event in April. So depending on health situation, depending on border situation. It would be great maybe then next year around March to be able to hopefully welcome you in Mauritius and have a little bit more in-depth conversation on bots and their personality.
Absolutely, I would love that. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you so much. Wow. So Aditya, which aspects did you see in relation to the project that you did with your own bot development?
Really, for us, the beginning of the bot development, we really didn't look at it like a person or. And I think that was the first thing that anyone should do when building a bot, because it's going to engage with people, and to talk with people, you have to have at least some level of personality.
Yeah, you need to have a story. I mean, even when you, see it like this, you meet somebody at a networking, at a community event. One of the questions that comes up always is like, what are you doing? What's your job? You want to know background about the person that you're actually communicating with. It's not like just like, oh, okay, yeah, blah, blah, blah. And then after a while, it's like, who is this person? You want to know more material, more flash, so that you actually also build up a memory about, hey, yeah, that was a cool conversation that I had during one of the last meetings and things like that. So, yeah. So building up, would you go forward now with this aspects? Would you go forward again, building a bot?
No, I would go again, but I think that this time we should have someone with a background on psychology with us who building this bot. Because technically, we are not so good at these things.
Yeah, especially as a technical person. I mean, psychology, machines. It's like two worlds clashing against each other. And I would also not be capable to do this kind of work. And it's good to have experts like Howard on that. And it's pretty amazing about the summary that he gave, the ups and downs, the observation, what worked, what failed. It was pretty interesting.
So take a small break, then to our last session today, which is on web components.
Yep. Audience, please stay with us. We're going to be back by the full hour, so in about 7-8 minutes, and enjoy a quick refreshment. Cheers.
Skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.
We're SD Worx. Nous sommes SD Worx.
Teamonite.
To disrupt is to disturb. To disturb is to unsettle. To unsettle is to dislodge. To dislodge is to challenge. To challenge is to reshape. To reshape is to play. To play is to create. To create is to invent. To invent is to innovate. To innovate is to succeed. We caught up with Managing Director Michael Shapiro and asked him in 120 seconds or less to tell us all we needed to know about synthesis software technologies. It helped that he was on a treadmill.
Who is Synthesis? Let me tell you in 120 seconds, starting now. Synthesis is your ultimate technology partner. We live and breathe innovation. If you're looking for us, don't look anywhere near the box because we're so far out of it that we hardly remember what it looks like. We haven't forgotten that technology is all about people. Our team is our family, and we live by the adage that culture eats strategy for breakfast. We employ over 150 people. We have offices in Melrose Arch and Sandton, and an office at the foot of Table Mountain in Cape Town. Our tickets are booked for Mauritius, and as soon as COVID allows, we'll be set up on the island. True story. Our focus areas are intelligent data, cloud, academy, labs, regtech, digital, MSP, payments and crypto. Our technology partners include AWS, Confluent, Cloudflare, HashiCorp, VMware, Thales, and soon to be announced, Salesforce. Our client base includes enterprise in the financial services, retail and healthcare sector. We are proud to stand alongside South African banks as their technology partner, to name a few: ABSA, AFGRI, Afrasia, Capitec, Discovery, Investec, Nedbank.
Hello everyone, welcome back. And we have some few questions left actually from the previous session, and we're going to cover it really quickly. Then we can move to our next one. So the question was about here in Mauritius, we are a multilingual country, so we have English, French, and Creole. And the question was, how do we cater for these when making a bot?
Yeah, I mean, this is really something difficult. I mean, even for the thing is not only that you have the different languages in with French, English, Creole, it's also that you get this mixture about, French grammar in English conversation. You get then the Creole speaking with spiced up English words. Actually, it would have been a really interesting question for Howard from the previous session, because even in South Africa, you have, I think, 11 official questions. So I think this might be something for the audience, that you see, that you reach out to Howard, maybe via his Twitter handle, or connect to him on LinkedIn. And we can be on our side trying to figure out to get an answer from him, and maybe then add it into the comments later on into the recording. So yeah, without further interruption, we would like to welcome our next guest here in the Batcave. We have the pleasure to welcome Kenneth. Kenneth, welcome to the Developers Conference here in Mauritius, or being worldwide and virtual. If I understand correctly, you are residing in Denmark?
Yeah,
am I right?
That's correct. Copenhagen area. Yeah.
Fantastic. And it seems that you have quite an interesting position and professional background. So if you don't mind to introduce yourself a little bit, and we take it from there then.
Yeah, actually, my name is Kenneth Christensen. I work for Intel, so it's a semiconductor, but I'm a software engineer, because today hardware is nothing without software enablement. So like more and more the optimization we're getting, the improvement as well is based by software. It's basically like software first. So like I'm assigned to work on the web platform, both from a strategic point of view and making sure that it runs well on our hardware, as well as we make it capable enough that it still exists for the future going forward. So my interest in the web that's basically what got me interested in computers, being able to use like Mosaic and the Netscape, and meeting people with the same interest online, and then like getting this interest in technology. And then like when I got the opportunity to actually work on the web, working on WebKit, that was like so exciting, working with some of the people that I've been idealizing, and then like actually going into standards and actually improving the web itself. So that's kind of my background.
Okay, cool. I'm also seeing in your bio that you are an elected member of the W3C Technical Architect Group.
Yeah,
so that sounds pretty amazing, actually being connected and related to W3. I mean, that's the consortium that drives and runs the internet, the future of the internet.
Yeah.
How is that?
It's basically a lot of work. I've been elected twice, so this is my second term, and we basically have like we meet like 4 times a week, but I meet in 3 times because of different time zones. So we're having 2 breakout calls where we discuss like new upcoming specification and features, give feedback. It's called like kind of a wide review, and then we have a plenary session where everyone gets together. It's normally at odd hours, like very early or very late. And that's like basically every week, plus of course a lot of preparation. And actually very soon we're going to have a whole week of conference calls, like a virtual face-to-face, just making sure that everything on the web is kind of aligned, so that developers don't get too confused, and that it kind of makes sense in the direction we're heading.
Fantastic. And yeah, Aditya?
And that's a really cool thing that you did, because that's at the backbone of everything that we will be having the conference on. It's really awesome.
Thank you.
And speaking of web, I think this is a great keyword to bridge the gap and to go into your presentation on web components. So Kenneth, what is it? What's the story about web components? What are you going to show us today?
Oh, I'm going to go a bit through like history lane, look about like how it started, like what were some of the issues, and and what is like the status today, because I believe that web components will just become increasingly more popular and more important. A lot of people have been like a bit critical because it's really difficult to do something on the web and coming with a new solution. There's a lot of things to consider. There's a lot of like where it can go wrong, and getting that feedback and getting something in there and out in people's hands takes a long time. But I think it's basically there today. A lot of people are adopting it now, including big companies. Of course, like Google is one of the founders, right? But even like Microsoft, SAP, Salesforce, everyone is adopting web components in some capacity and having great success. So I think we'll just see more and more of that going forward. So I think it's nice to know about some of the history and get people to play around with it again, and because it will become more and more important. So with that said, I think I'll just start. And if you can see my slides, it should be, I'll get going.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Take us through.
Perfect. Yes. As they said, my name is Kenneth, and I will be your presenter today. And I work at this company called Intel. So I work on standardizations in W3C, but I also work on browser implementation, especially on Chromium. So that is the engine behind the Chrome browser and the Edge browser at this point. Before this, we used to work on WebKit, which was then at that point used by both Chromium, like Chrome, and as well as Safari. So let's talk about web components. So when people build UI elements, they often think in terms of objects or components. Because that kind of helps you conceptualize what you're doing. It also improves encapsulation as well as reusability. So if you build a component, it's kind of nice, like a button. You don't need to build it every time you need to use a button. You can kind of like reuse it across your website, even across multiple websites. But when the web was designed more than 25 years ago, it was designed for documents, basically getting text online and linking to different sites. So like a lot of things have changed since then. And a lot of people say like, well, there's all these nice elements in the web browser itself. They might not be exactly what I need, but they kind of have access to all these things that I don't have access to. So it's kind of like the engine itself and the web is sometimes a kind of black box. So it would be nice to expose some of that. For instance, it has been very difficult to implement something like the video element, which works really nice. Internally, it's actually built up using the DOM, just like you would build a website. So why can't people do that themselves? So people try to figure out solutions because people really want us to build these web experiences, especially after seeing things like Gmail and Google Maps, Outlook, etc., coming to the web and offering these web like app-like experiences. So people created frameworks offering convenience, reusable components, and as well as easy way to create these components. But they're not always like great and flexible. Like I remember like playing around with jQuery UI, and I found it super inflexible at that point when I was working at Nokia. But like things has gotten better and better over time. Unfortunately, at a cost, because as you have to implement a lot of things that's already in the browser, that is a lot of code. And that also meant that maybe before this, like today, the browsers are faster, the computers are faster, the phones are faster, so we can actually run that at big amounts of code. But it still needs to be downloaded, right? It also means that every time as a browser engineer, I go and make an optimization, that might not be used at all because these frameworks, they implement the same framework as the browser. So frameworks require you to ship a lot of JavaScript code. And one thing that's very important to know is that every byte is not equal on the web. Downloading an image, say 100 kilobytes of an image, is pretty fine. It's pretty quickly for a browser to actually take that and render it on screen. But with JavaScript, 100 kilobytes of JavaScript is much more expensive. There's a nice article about from Adios Osmani. It's called The Cost of JavaScript, which I really encourage you to check out. So the thing with fast JavaScript is that it needs to be fast at downloading. So it needs to be small, but it also needs to be parsed, and that also takes time. Then it needs to be compiled or just-in-time compiled, and it needs to be executed. All of this takes time and makes JavaScript quite expensive. But new efforts arrived. People came up with this thing called the Extendable Web Manifesto. Basically, kind of decided that when we're working on specs and the standards, we should look at trying to to explain how the web is working today in the browser, in the engine, instead of just like building something on top, so that people had the same abilities as the browser to implement things. So the idea was that why shouldn't we create like a low-level API that frameworks and library can build on top of, and basically try to explain the black box that is the browser. So this was the idea of web components. So at Google, they brought together a team that thought about how developers could create their own like platform native elements. Something like the video element. Why shouldn't you be able to create that yourself? In the browser, it was implemented using something internally called Shadow DOM. So the idea was, could we expose this Shadow DOM to the web developers as well? So four specification proposals were made: the template element, the custom elements, Shadow DOM, and the now dead HTML imports. And it kind of worked okay. So in order to really make sure that this was the right approach and getting this in developers' hands, some people from the NEO team, like I think like half of the team working on WebOS, they actually joined Google, and they created this new project called Polymer. So the Polymer team's idea was to create some polyfills so you could play around with these features without it actually being in the browser, and then actually getting a lot of feedback that could feed back into the standards. But like any major feature, some mistakes were made. The specs became very, very complex. Actually, people in the team working on these specifications, they went around and asked all different kinds of teams inside of Google, like, what do you need to create the perfect thing? Like, and if you ask developers what they want everything. So they ended up becoming very, very complex, thus meaning it was really difficult to polyfill, and the polyfills became very big and very slow. I also think that it took a bit of overhead, like the Polymer team tried to play around with, well, maybe we should make an element for everything, like even like connecting to Bluetooth devices, which I don't think makes a whole lot of sense. And they've later abandoned that idea. They also found out that actually they created also an element collection called paper elements and iron elements, etc. And just to maintain this, that took a lot of resources for a small team. Like you can imagine if something like YouTube adopt these elements, you need to maintain them because those sites need to be running all the time. Also, other browser vendors were kind of negative for like, this is a major feature. This is really complex and really hard to implement in the browser, and then to make it efficient. So actually when Google decided to branch off of Fog WebKit and create Blink, the WebKit project removed all of the web components code. But then luckily things changed. Apple got really interested in web components again and proposed a simplified version. We also got ECMAScript 2015, also known as ECMAScript 6. So we got classes like JavaScript became much better. And with Apple's changes, the Shadow DOM spec became much simplified. No longer they were inherited into multiple shadow roots. Also, custom elements got redesigned in the new world of ECMAScript 6 classes. And HTML import basically got put on hold because people were working on ECMAScript modules and ideas around that. This got to be known as Web Components version 1, and the old kind of Google proprietary version got rebranded as V0 and has now been removed from Chrome itself. So both Chrome and Safari, they actually implemented this version 1. The Polymer team updated their implementation, Polymer 2, and a few other web components frameworks started to see the light. But then things got even better. Mozilla got very interested in implementing the whole browser UI using web components. So they implemented and shipped web components as well. The whole like template thing already got very early on added to the HTML spec, but custom element and Shadow DOM then landed in the DOM spec itself. So it's actually part of the whole DOM and HTML specs. So it's not something like it's a separate spec any longer. Then we also had the very company called Ionic, a very popular. They provide some kind of elements and components that people could use for building like web apps, especially hybrid apps that people would put into the App Store. So they decided, it was all based on Angular, but they decided to base it on web components so that it worked in Angular and React and Vue, and they had a lot of success doing so. Then you also saw big companies as Salesforce and SAP creating web components element, even like Adobe. One of the things that really held down web components was Microsoft's Edge, because Microsoft was way behind. They really said that they had to do a lot of refactorings inside of Edge actually to be able to implement web components. But Microsoft has since then moved away from Edge HTML to use Chromium as well. And by that, they got web component support for free. When they did so, Microsoft started working on extensions to web components, such as HTML module, something that hasn't shipped yet, but is a long-term plan to get into the platform. Microsoft also created something called OpenUI, kind of like a website or like community where they're trying to look at different element systems and try to figure out whether you can make some standardized new elements that eventually can end up in HTML, be extendable by the web components specifications, and have like really good theming. Microsoft also recently launched something called Fast, which is their like new components that are all based on web components. So you're seeing more and more companies are adopting it. Also, Google have like the mature web components as web components as well. So with that said, and with the old Edge out of the question and a new Edge based on the same base as Chrome, you basically have support for web components everywhere today. So you might be wondering, what is the advantage of using web components? First of all, I think it's very important that this is a standard, because as a standard in browser means that it's going to stay there for now until the end. Basically, like this is something that if you invest in this, it's not going away from one day to the other. Like maybe if you invested in jQuery UI, maybe you find out that at some point like it's not being maintained any longer, and you have to like move away from it or maintain it yourself. Also, like browser optimizations, we can make optimization inside the browser, and that's just going to improve performance of everyone using web components. One example of this was like constructible style sheets. It will also play nicely with other browser features as web packaging, CSS, etc. And this is also one of the things that we care a lot about in the W3C Technical Architecture Group. It also provides proper CSS scoping. And as you don't have to download this framework because it's shipped with the browser, it's really fast. So you can create like websites that are super fast by using web components. So here's one example of Adam Bradley from Ionic. He adopted, with very little changes, he adopted constructible style sheets in Ionic, and he just got like pretty good performance improvements. And I think that's really, really nice. So let's have a bit of a look at how all of these web components actually work. So there are a lot of different features. There's custom elements, shadow DOM, template, and newer specifications such as shadow parts, custom CSS properties, and constructible style sheets. So let's look at that. So this is how the DOM used to look for a lot of people without web components. You got this thing kind of called div soup. Because the frameworks did everything, and like reading this code, like the view source was very popular in the old days, it's kind of useless in this sense. So we often think in components. So if you look at this very nice site by my friend Sherry, you see that she marked areas of how she would construct such a website in components. You have a sidebar, you have these cards, you have menu items, and you have a search bar. So common developer request would be some way to do componentization to encapsulate styling and styles so that you don't import a styling and suddenly it changes colors elsewhere. It would be nice to still be able to use view source. And you want to share these elements across teams and frameworks, as well as having something that's easy to understand even by designers, as well as being small and fast so you can create really fast and engaging experiences. Web components solve a lot of these requirements, such as CSS encapsulation using Shadow DOM, easy debuggability by having something that's really close to the middle, and you can share these components across teams and frameworks without having to worry about styling and problem with integration. And there's also theming support coming via shadow parts, which is getting more and more implemented. So let's look at some of these features like HTML templates. So templates kind of allow you to create some fragments of markup, which is kind of passes HTML, but it's inert. This means that if you have JavaScript inside it and stuff like that, it's not going to be executed. The idea is that you can take this kind of inert code and you can stamp it out. And the browser doesn't have to parse the HTML every time. So for instance, for this example you're seeing here for these cards, you could create something like this. So I'm just using a template. So this is not being rendered or shown on the screen, but what you do instead is that you get a hold on this template, and then you kind of like you can change some of how it is, some of like what is the source, some of the content of it, and then you can kind of like clone it and insert it into the DOM. So that's kind of what we have done here. And that is fast, but it's basically kind of optimization for the browser, so it doesn't have to redo that every time. So custom element, that allows you to create your own tags, HTML tags, or even extend from existing ones. There's a few like lifecycle calls. Here I'm comparing them to common frameworks, like there's a constructor in the class, it's connected callback, disconnect and attribute change callback. So here's an example of an element in use. So you see BB red strawberry. I'm even using two attributes like image and description, or imp and description, basically like to change how it should render. So the way I'm doing it is that I create a class that extends from HTML element. If I need to do anything in the constructor, I need to inherit from, I need to call super. That's very important because I'm extending from HTML element. When I'm done, I call this custom elements .define, where I give it a name, and I associate it with this element class. What's important here is that all the names need to have a hyphen, like a dash inside them. This is so that when we create new elements in HTML, they will never have a dash in them, so there won't be any conflict. In the connected callback, this is when it's actually inserted into the DOM. One example here, I'm just like getting my template and I'm cloning it and inserting it. So that would be like a common way to do that. If you need to act on attributes, like we use imp and description, you need to implement like the static getter called observed attributes, which returns an array of the attributes that you care about. This kind of sets up like so that every time these changed, or when they're used the first time, it will invoke the attribute change callback. In this example, I'm just like taking those attributes and adding them directly into my object itself. Like you can do whatever you want to do with them. So looking at this example again, now you see I get a BB red strawberry, and you see that the image thing gets used inside of this like of the template itself. So one of the problems that people have is that when you go and define some CSS, like here I'm setting for a paragraph, I'm setting the color to red, it leaks. So you see, I want to set this inside my element, and suddenly it's leaking outside. So the paragraph outside of my element also got red. Not really what I was intending to do. So Shadow DOM provides you some style encapsulation so that this doesn't happen. The way it works is that you attach a Shadow DOM. It has two modes, open or closed. If you have it open, then you can call this.shadow root and get access to it. If it's closed, you cannot. So you need to store it yourself because the attached shadow function also returns the object itself. Most common is just to use open. So here I'm creating this shadow DOM. So instead of just adding things to my element as child elements, which is called often light DOM, I'm here adding it to my shadow root. So it's called like the shadow DOM. So as you see, I get hold of my template, I clone it, so I got a new node, and I pinned that to my shadow root. So, for instance, it could look like something like this. What is really interesting about Shadow DOM is that it has this new element inside it called slot. So slot is basically when I have an element called BB red strawberry and I put some children inside, where should those element go? Normally they will go to where you have an unnamed slot. You can also give them a name, like have here like the name title, name description, and we'll go to those specific places. So this means that when I'm instantiating or using my new element, BB, I actually have the ability to add these slot children, and what I have in there will be put into specific places inside of my Shadow DOM. Very, very flexible. If you do styling, you can just do that inside of your shadow root as well, and that will only be used in your shadow root and won't leak outside. What is interesting here is of course that that you see the var, and you can use something called custom properties. I'll probably get back to that later. That still allows you to style something from the outside. So you see in this example, I'm setting the dash, those custom CSS property. So I'm setting these on this element, and these will then propagate into my local shadow DOM. So this means that if I'm setting the background here to white as the color and the background color as red, you see that is applied to my card element. So if we try again to set the color red with the shadow DOM isolation, you see that it doesn't. Oh, I did that outside. It doesn't leak into my DOM, my new shadow, my new custom elements here. So that's kind of like the summary. We looked a bit about templates. We looked at custom elements with lifecycle hooks. We've also looked at using shadow roots, using slots, which cannot be named. And we themed a little bit using CSS custom properties. But there's also coming something called shadow parts. So this is definitely implemented in Chrome and also Edge. I believe it is implemented in Safari, and I believe it is shipping with the next version of Safari. So that should be within a couple of weeks or so, I'm hearing. So this kind of allows you, because you can imagine if you have a custom element and it embeds other custom elements, like I'm doing a my dialog and it contains 2 of my bottoms inside, then I might want to like style my bottom. So instead of having to go in and like doing like special custom properties for all of these thing, I can basically just like name these elements inside it, and that allows me to theme them directly. So this is what's called shadow parts. So in this example, you can see the span. I give it a name, part. Text span is kind of like exporting that, and that means that from CSS, I can call the name of my element, and then I can do : part and the name of it, and then I can theme it directly. So that's really nice. One of the other things that is really nice about a new standard is called constructible style sheets. So one of the issues you had with any framework out there today, and even with web components, is that every time you're applying this, you're doing new CSS, and it's going to be duplicated for every element because it might be different. You might not ever change it, so all your bottoms might look exactly the same, but it means that the CSS is duplicated and kept in memory. The browser tries to be very smart in sharing the CSS memory, but it's very, very tricky and very difficult to keep track of. So constructible style sheets allow you, the developer, to control that. So here we have one example where I'm creating a template with some CSS. So the idea is that instead of doing this directly, you create a CSS style sheet, and then you add all your CSS to it, and then you just adopt that by all of the components that needs to adopt it. So all your my bottoms will use the same by default. So here's one example of how to do that. So here I'm creating a CSS style sheet. Then I'm setting I'm calling replace sync, which just sets the content. And after that, I can just I can like adopt it here. I'm adopting it to the root document, so it doesn't only work with custom elements. It also works with the document itself. And as you see below, I'm actually using it and we're using a shadow root. So that is really, really a nice thing. The other thing is that you can adopt more than one style sheet. You might be able to adopt multiply. So this allows people to create some kind of theming systems. One thing that's new in JavaScript, it's pretty new. It's called public and private class fields. So this is also coming to most browsers. I don't know the exact. I believe it's in Chrome and Edge, but I believe it's also in Safari today. So this is a nice feature that allows you to create like fields and even private fields. So let's look at how this looked in ECMAScript 6. So you see I'm creating this underscore count. I have to do this in my constructor, and then I can modify it. Using these new class fields, I can create this outside or just inside my class, and even instantiate it. So this is just a nice, especially people that use TypeScript will be used to using this. But the cool thing is that you can also make these private by adding the hash sign in front of it. So if you do it this way, you cannot access them from the outside. As you see in this example, I create my new increasing counter. If I try to access them, like, I'll get a syntax error. So this makes it possible for me to do something that is really private. You can even use it for methods. So you see here, like, methods are not, you cannot call them from outside. And this is kind of like really interesting. So here's another example that shows you like how you can it even like makes code much smaller. But the cool thing is, we talked about earlier before I mentioned that shadow root could be open or closed. The big difference was if it's closed, you don't have access to this .shadow root. So also no one from the outside can call and get access to your shadow root. But as attached shadow returns the shadow root, by using closed, you can now still get access to it by keeping it as a hidden or like as a private property or a field, as you see in this example. So I think this is kind of nice if you really care about this being encapsulated. So summary, we have today looked a bit about the history of web components and its complexity. Web components are today part of the HTML and DOM specs, so these are not specific specs. This is a standard, and they are widely available and getting pretty good adoption, especially in the enterprise and for design systems. But there's still things that could be improved upon. So we have gotten shadow parts. It's many places today. Constructible style sheet is in Chrome, but it's not in Safari yet. And there's even other things coming soon that will solve even more issues, such as CSS module, HTML module, scope registries, and even something called form participation that allows you to create elements that can participate in form submission. So you don't have to build all this kind of infrastructure around forms just to getting elements that can be submitted. So one of my own preferred libraries or mini libraries or micro framework, as some say, for creating web elements is called lit element. I was one of the first adopters of something called lit HTML, and I actually created the first lit element class, but then like Google did their own, that's very similar to mine afterward, and I abandoned my own. So I just wanted to show this because Google is using this in all their mature web components, and even Microsoft is using it for many projects such as the PeterRayBuilder.com. And even the Microsoft Graph toolkit. So you see here, they're also using lit element. So lit element is really nice because it's very, very small, very easy to use. And you don't need to deal with these things as creating a template tag yourself. It's kind of like a much nicer developer experience. It also makes sure that all the renders are updates in a batch. So kind of like the same advantage you have of using something like React. It doesn't use virtual DOM, but instead it knows exactly where you have these insertion points. So it's actually using less memory and it's actually faster. And like it's pretty small. It's like around 7K now, like compressed, and they're working on a new version that will be even smaller. So here's like, for instance, like one small example of something I implemented. I did this grocery list example. So you see, I'm also using this is done in TypeScript, so I'm using some decorators as well. So you see, I'm using a custom element decorator to say what should be the name of the item. I set styles directly using these new features of class fields, and I'm setting up some properties. Whenever these properties change, it will automatically trigger a batched re-render. So really, really simple and a very nice developer experience. It's also very similar to React. So you implement a render function where you return this called HTML tag string literal, where you basically do all the HTML and you have these insertion points where you can use JavaScript or refer to JavaScript properties. So very nice. And with that, I would like to say thank you for listening. And if you have any questions, feel free to hit me up on Twitter at Kenneth Rhodes. And I hope you've had a nice conference so far.
Yeah, amazing. I mean, the situation about web components with the new features regarding scope and having the ability then to declare functionalities, properties as private, I think this is going to help to get way more clarity and flexibility, and also portability in your code, so that you can actually easily reuse it and have your components. One of the questions that I would like to know is, as you are saying, okay, you have the adaptation in Chrome, in Edge, Safari, and so on. What's the situation for the mobile platform?
That is the same for the mobile platform, basically. So
okay.
I think that's also why you see the adoption now. Like, I think what was hindering was the required use of polyfills. So like people say, yeah, it's really nice, but I really depend on Edge, for instance, or a specific mobile browser, and like having those polyfill and being like slowing down like the advantage, like killing some of the advantage of using web components, was like keeping some people away from using web components. It is still an issue with the IE 11, but like lit element, for instance, they have polyfills, so you can make it work on IE 11 if you really have users. It's kind of the thing is like, okay, if they don't want to upgrade, well, they won't get the best experience, but they'll get a working experience. But I think with Microsoft having the new Edge that works for Windows 8.1, Windows 7, and Windows 10, like IE 11 is gonna be gone soon. Even Microsoft announced that like Microsoft 365 will not use or not support IE 11 from next year. So it's a time for people to just like forget about IE 11, I guess.
Well, I mean, IE has been officially declared as out of life by Microsoft themselves. So I mean, the major tracking point is that it is part of the operating system. As soon as they get it out, if they would get it out there, it would be solved, or it would be faster solved, and the adaptation onto modern browsers that are supporting web components and other aspects would be way quicker. But I mean, if you see some web statistics and web server statistics, is that you're still seeing people popping up with IE 7, IE 8. It's just kind of, what are these people doing?
But I think like the nice thing is that like using lit element, for instance, you can support IE 11 if you care about those users. They won't get the best experience, but like, hey, they're not getting the best experience anyway because they're using IE 11. So
no, that's very good.
I think that's good to keep in mind. But like, I think the future looks pretty bright. There's a lot of excitement and focus on fixing the remaining things around web components to make it really, really good. I see that Microsoft came up with this, as I mentioned, openui.org, where they're looking at all kinds of existing design system and frameworks and see like, could we create like a, let's say a common element, like a table that works the same? What does people need for like theming and features? And with that, they really want to, when they have the right solution, they want to turn that into a new element in the HTML spec. They're actually already doing that, and as an experimental, I think a new select element, which they're proposing for Chromium. So that's kind of the first element. What is interesting is that Greg, who kind of started and spearheaded this feature at Microsoft, actually left and joined Salesforce. So Salesforce is heavily invested in web components with their own Lightning web components. And they're like now working together with OpenUI. So you'll get that like Microsoft's fast elements and Salesforce element will probably have the exact same properties and attributes and theming things in the future. And then like the next step is that these will just go into the browser itself and look the same. And I think that this is pretty exciting, that we might actually end up with good elements in the browser itself. These will then be extendable using some of these technologies as the shadow parts and the like of using web technologies, like web components technologies, if you need to change them further. So it's not like you can say like, oh, let's abandon web components and wait until everything lands in the browser in 5 years.
Okay. I mean, what is the current situation about available web components in regards to UI functionalities? I mean, a common pain point from the past, I don't know how many years, is always about having a proper or a quick UI element in the browser to actually display data in a grid format, to have proper localized date time selections and things like that. So do you see that there is going to be a greater adaptation, that there might be new components being introduced that are still kind of missing a little bit on the web platform?
Yeah, definitely. That's also the point with web components, is that you can mix and match, right? So someone can create like a date widget that is better than you have today. Like even like JavaScript now is adding like new like temporal things and date time, so it's going to be better. And like that web components could solve like accessibility and whatnot. And like a lot of people are doing this. So a lot of companies that work on web components, they do try to make like a low level. So we have the ING bank, so they create like unthemed elements that you can just use and reuse and adopt. So that is also the whole idea, is that a lot of companies is gonna, sometimes they need their own web components because it's specific to the experience. Sometimes it's more like generic, so they try to make this more generic. And that is when you got the OpenUI, because an OpenUI will come in and try to, if they can see that like both what Salesforce is doing and SAP and Microsoft is very similar, maybe they could standardize that and then implement that inside of like Chrome and get experience. And if it's good, eventually it should end up in HTML spec. That is good. Like the dream. It's not going to be for everything, but it's going to be for the most common thing, so that you will get like accessibility by default, good localization by default, performance by default, and all of that.
Yeah, I mean, the good part is also that based on the fact that the functionality is then built into the browser, having the reduced amount of data that goes over the wire is definitely a big advantage in regards to the performance, snappiness, responsiveness of the components themselves, because it's in the browser. You don't need to, download it all the time. All right, that's great.
But even today, if you create, like I've created like a lot of experiences using web components, and even like using something like the material web components, they are so tiny and they're fast. So even those are not built into the browser, but they're using a lot of infrastructure that's built into the browser instead of reinventing all of that in JavaScript. And that just makes them kind of fast by default. So I've been using these, and of course you only import the elements you need. And it's just been fast enough. You run like Lighthouse and like, yeah, it's good. Those work well. They have good accessibility. They use the right sized images and everything. And I'm like, okay, I don't need to do anything else.
That's true. That's true. I mean, we had last year during the Google Dev Fest here in Mauritius, we had actually GDE Mike Geiser presenting about lighting up the web with lit. And it was super impressive about what happened, what he showed, were capable to show some like 10 months ago. And it's clearly, I think, the way to go to get faster internet, and also, reducing the load on the networks itself. And especially then in regards to mobile devices, that you will get a better experience, because you simply can focus on the development. You don't need to worry about, optimization for loading sequence and all the kind of front-end handling in order to get your controls probably displayed and activated.
But it's also just like to finish off, it's also going to be a requirement soon, because like the Google team in collaboration with others went out and looked at metrics. Like, how do we make sure that the web is fast enough so people actually care about the web and doesn't like, it's loading too fast, too slow, so I'm just using a native app. And they came up with what's called Web Vitals. So they're having like different measurements that might change over time. and these are being built into like Lighthouse, so you can audit your page, and it will give you like grading. And the important thing is that the Google search and maybe others will like look at these numbers when they're gonna rank you. So if you want to get your experience out there and getting ranked nicely on Google, which is like the search engine of choice for many people, like you need to make a fast experience. And web components is just gets you like really far in that respect. Instead of having to, some of the old libraries, like they're so big, and like they're trying also now to slim down, but in many cases it's really, really difficult because like unless they deprecate a lot of the functionality and move to more adopting web components technology, they're just not gonna get there.
All right, Aditya.
Thank you. So, well, as for me, I don't really have any questions because it's not my cup of tea for start. But it was really interesting to see that more things were being built with the browser instead of loading things up and consuming more bandwidth. So faster internet for everyone.
Yeah.
Just one more thing to catch up or to put some light on it. With the development of WebAssembly, WASM, how do you see there I mean, it feels like it's kind of competition, different approach of technology, because literally with WASM you can get your own runtime environment, you get your own components with the programming language that you are familiar with, not necessarily being bound or restricted of using ECMAScript or JavaScript. So where do you see this combination with web components and WebAssembly?
I think a lot of people misunderstand WebAssembly. First of all, you need to compile it into a WebAssembly binary. So loading time is often not that good. So it's not something you want to use for your UI components. Like you can imagine something like Autodesk. So you want it to load fast and show the UI. Whether you then get the editor view, that can take a few seconds or even like half a minute, like the first time for it to load. Because WebAssembly, like you still need to download a lot of binary data, and it needs all of it before you can start to execute. There's some streaming going on, but that's generally the pain. The other thing is that it's tied together with JavaScript. So if you have a function in WebAssembly and you want it to call it into the DOM, well, then first there needs to be pulled in some wrapper code between JavaScript that kind of maps the DOM API to JavaScript to the WebAssembly API. So when you're calling a WebAssembly function, it's going to call JavaScript, it's going to call the DOM, it's going to call the JavaScript backend into the WebAssembly. So there's definitely a lot of overhead there. This kind of makes it so, yes, you can create a Rust language where you can create DOM, but it's not going to be fast because there's a lot of overhead. There is work going on bypassing some of this overhead by linking directly to what is called WebIDL. It means that you can directly from WebAssembly call the C++ implementation of the DOM APIs. But it's still a way out. The next step, next issue you get is that WebAssembly only supports non-garbage collected languages. This means that you might say, well, you can run Go in WebAssembly or even like .NET, yes, but then you take the whole runtime, the .NET runtime or the Go runtime, and compile that to JavaScript, to ECMAScript, to WebAssembly as well. So for Go, for instance, it's more than 30 megabytes. So like you're not going to create a very fast loading experience using Go. It's more like a proof of concept at this point.
Yeah, but in this case, it's just a one-off because I mean, as soon as you come the second time to the website, it is cached in the browser.
Yeah, you still need to load it. You still need to load it into memory. You still need to run.
Do you still then, even that let's say you're using WebAssembly because you say, okay, you will want to do like input validation and things like that, you still have the capability that you can actually use the combination of web components with functionality that comes from WebAssembly.
Right. Yeah, you can do that. Like WebAssembly is really great for like bringing existing code and libraries to the web. Something like image decoders and whatnot is really great. The For like C and C++, people normally use mscripten, because you can imagine if I have a C++ application that is drawing something to the screen, I'm probably using a library for that. I might be using SGL. So what mscripten does is that it converts SGL to WebGL using the Canvas stack. It converts common audio libraries to web audio. So it also provides a lot of like boilerplate code that makes it nice for bringing existing things. So if you want just to write like use WebAssembly to speed up calculation, for instance, then you probably don't want to use C and C++ because mscripten provides all this extra boilerplate code that you don't want, that will make it slow and big. For this reason, you might want to use Rust that has more a direct compiler, but it doesn't have access to all of these audio and the like. Or you want to use something like specific language as AssemblyScript, which is kind of a version of TypeScript created for WebAssembly.
Yeah, well, then you really go down a little bit more to the metal. But on the other side, I mean, if I take something like Unity into consideration regarding then web development or game development in the web browser, because I mean, as far as I understand, is that Unity uses then kind of a combination of the C++ and Mono environment to bring you that kind of rich UI and UX experience in the web browser. And I mean, Mono runtime, it comes through the WebAssembly approach. And well, I guess both technologies have their reasons and purpose on the web.
I think it's kind of nice with like assembly as Unity, because that's kind of like, it's not really a web thing. It's kind of like its own window. It's kind of like a canvas, or like in the old Java days, you call it an applet.
Yes.
So it kind of is isolated and works very well. Also, people are kind of used today that when in running a game, it kind of, there is some loading involved. You get like a nice screen and it will show you some background. Then you get some music and kind of feel like, yeah, I'm going to play a game and I'm going to play for an hour. So like I can wait a minute. But it's just like I'm checking out some shoes that I might want to buy. Like after 3 seconds, people leave. It's like, I don't want that. So it kind of depends on the experience. That might change though, because you see that the upcoming like PlayStation 5 and whatnot, I even believe the Xbox will have like super fast loading of games. So maybe in a couple of years, like people just don't want to wait for any games any longer. Maybe it needs to be like start immediately. So these things might actually change.
I mean, it goes into this direction that you might say, okay, you kick it off with an instant play experience, and then if the user is actually staying on it, like on a mobile, you know, you might have some leisure activities that you just pop it up, enjoy your 5 minutes game on the commute. But then if you are getting more serious into it, then you actually switch context and maybe load more components or other technologies into your environment to get a richer experience.
Yeah, you can
like
also
a teaser,
kind of
like literally like a teaser element.
Yeah, you can also like cheat people. You know, like the iPhone, like it has like this like image. So when you launch an app, it just shows an image, and then you fade in the real app. Or like in the old days when the first iPhone, we took a picture, it took like a while to save the picture, so you got this thing that this animation like an old camera, like it's closing the lid. And like, okay, people say, oh, that's nice. I got distracted. Yeah, now we save the image because it took 2 seconds. So you can like do this on a game. Like you go to a website, it will start with some web audio, some nice music. There'll come some animations. And while you see that and you get distracted, it's loading the game. And then you're ready to play. And no one cares, right?
Exactly. Exactly. Next time is better based on caching. But I mean, you're right for line of business applications. I think then web components are clearly a better solution for that, because you want to be distraction free. You want to focus on responsiveness, because I mean, see it like this: data entry. You have really professionals that are touch typing on the. It needs to be really snap, snap, snap. And I'm still wondering whether you get these kind of input handling and input processing on the web UI compared to full desktop UI handling, because I mean, data entry, you know, if you have, let's say, somebody working at the office, and it's really like, they go through their UI, like data entry, tap, 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 data entry, tap, and so on. And if you have some really fast and responsive line of business application, I clearly see there are huge opportunities in regards with web components.
Yeah, actually, that's the thing I mentioned, like form participation. That's a new specification that's implemented in Chrome and coming to other browsers that allows you like low-level access to how forms work in the web browser. So just as you have attached shadow, you have something called attached internal, where you get access to validation and whatnot. So you can create like something, especially forms and input, that is super fast. And the advantage of using this in the web is that it's built in with the left to right and validation, and it's fast and it's accessible, so it works whether you're using like a Braille system and whatnot. That's also like if you were to use like in the future Rust and gonna do UI on the web, you're probably gonna use web components as well. You're just writing them in Rust.
All right.
Otherwise, you would have to create like a big canvas, and then Rust would have to paint everything on the canvas. So it's suddenly becoming a whole renderer, and like a renderer that will take care of like doing all the event loop and scheduling and components. That's gonna be big. It's gonna be like a Chromium. So you're gonna like load a Chromium inside of Chromium. Like that's a big part of an operation system. I used to work on Qt as part of Nokia. And like just look at Qt, it's pretty big, just for the components and whatnot. So like, I think it's gonna be really difficult to like replicate the whole web. You gotta replicate everything. You gotta replicate the internationalization system. You gotta replicate font rendering. You gotta replicate accessibility. Oh my God, like that's gonna be a big effort, and I don't see what it will bring you except pain.
This is exactly where this would have been the next keyword that I would like to pick up when you mentioned Braille systems. What is the current situation of web components in regards to screen readers, in regards to Braille system, text readers, as well as ARIA support and accessibility?
Well, as it is really HTML and standards, like it works really well with ARIA. So you can like use that directly on your components. There is also another upcoming standard called AOM, Accessibility Object Model, that provides like a more flexible JavaScript like API. Especially think about like you might make a web component that's actually a canvas, because like you need some very special thing. Maybe you need to show, I don't know, like some medical thing. And you want to add like accessibility for that. Well, that's gonna be custom. So with AOM, you'll be able to actually do that. Like ARIA would not serve for that purposes. So the story actually looks really good, and it's getting every time better and better. It should be the best on the web, because it's just based on web tech.
Fantastic. Kenneth, thank you so much. I think if we continue to talk, we can fill up hours.
Yeah, but people need to go on with their lives.
Well, we've reached 6 o'clock. I guess also on our side now, after a marathon of over 9 hours live streaming, I'm super happy about it. I mean, thank you so much for your time and effort being part of the Developers Conference here in Mauritius, even that it's a virtual event. I hope that maybe in the future you might have a chance to bring the family as well down to Mauritius, enjoy some nice time at the beaches while spending maybe 1-2 days at our future conference. So with that, thank you so much. I hope that you're going to enjoy the conference as well, maybe tuning in tomorrow, but I know your schedule is very busy.
I'll see when I have some time.
Awesome.
Take care
Thank you so
and enjoy
much.
the conference.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Take care.
Have a
Bye
great day.
Bye. Phew.
So
you know what? I'm really tired now. And it was a fantastic. I mean, it was really right of topics that we had today. The selection of speakers was really top notch. I mean, I'm really happy about it. And Aditya, what was your impression of today's stream?
Well, I think that we had really good speakers, and the topics also was not straight up tech. Howard session about psychology and bots, that was really interesting and kind of broke the field a bit. Then we ended with web components with Kenneth. That was actually really amazing, and seeing a person who works and is part of the backbone of the internet, the W3C consortium, that's really nice and amazing.
Yeah, I have to say that actually, yeah, with the most recent talks that we just had, I'm just having a look at the schedule, and I have to say that Dylan's talk on how to prepare yourself for the job interview. I mean, there was really some good hot topics, and I'm still being connected to the geekiness of of Kendall with his activities of home automation, tinkering, and bits and pieces. So I mean, it was really impressive as well that that you can take your passion in regards to technology to your business and improve and make it more efficient. So I think these are my big takeaways from today.
Yeah, cool. So I think that we move to the closing.
Yep.
We've done our closing remarks. We see you.
Yeah, we still have a few people on the channel. Thank you so much for staying with us till this late hour. Get some rest, get some fluids, and see you back tomorrow morning. 9 o'clock.
9.
Take care. Cheers and out.
Peace.
There is a core belief at the heart of Liquid Telecom. The belief that every individual has the right to be connected. The pursuit of this vision has seen us build the largest independent fiber network in Africa. From Cape to Cairo, we are connecting more of Africa. Liquid Telecom, building Africa's digital future.
21C Skills is our learning platform which we've designed to help Africa students, startups and developers gain skills that they need to succeed in the technology age in the 21st century. 21C Skills has been built for the African tech enthusiast.
It's about empowering kids to get the necessary skills to compete at a global level. Let them use their imagination to create their own companies, to work for other companies, to be part of the gig economy, etc.
21C Skills for me means eyesight. You got to have very qualified people train us through video, and we also got to have highly interactive labs that challenged me.
Take the 21C Skills program, put a lot of work in it and time in it, and it does pay off.